Good morning, and thank you for joining us today for our Tuesday, August 4th school board meeting. At this time, we're going to call our meeting to order, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ms. Jamie Haynes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mrs. Haynes, for leading us in our Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I'd like to introduce my dais guest. I have Mr. Carl Persis representing District 4, Mr. Ruben Colon representing District 5, our school board attorney, Mr. Ted Doran, Mrs. Erin Lieben, our agency clerk, Ms. Jamie Haynes representing District 1, Ms. Linda Cuthbert, my vice chairman representing District 3, Dr. Carmen Bagabin, our interim superintendent, and I'm Ida Wright representing District 2, your chairman for this year. Items for approval on this agenda are items 4.02 and 14.01. Public participation for items of consent for the consent agenda. Time will be provided for public comments on any action item before a board vote will be called. Time will be provided at the end of the meeting for public comments for items of general interest pertaining to public education for Volusia County Schools before items of the board, superintendent, attorney, discussion, announcements, or approval. For public comment during the virtual meeting, please call area code 386-734-7190, extension 20236. Again, that number is area code 386-734-7190, extension 20236. Each meeting, my colleagues are able to give some statements as it relates to the district vision statement. And so at this time, I will open up the floor for, I'll start to my right, Ms. Jamie Haynes. Would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm fortunate enough this morning to be here, and I am wearing one of the DeLand High School Bulldog mask. We were privileged this past week to do our high school graduations for our seniors that finished during the summer, and DeLand High hosted the west side of the county, and it was an honor to not only be at the west side of the county, but also the east side of the county and watch those young men and young women who have finished all of their courses and earned their credits be able to have an opportunity to graduate. So today, as I said, I'm honoring DeLand High, so go Bulldogs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Haynes. Ms. Linda Cuthbert.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to recognize a dedicated teacher, one who was a champion of very special students in our ESE department, an advocate for special students in their learning. She was a Volusia County instructor since 1982. 1 year from retirement, Miss Elizabeth Adams, who passed away last week. She leaves many friends from across the district behind. Not only was she a really good friend, an excellent teacher, but she also mentored new teachers. We will mourn her loss, and we wish her Godspeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Mr. Carl Persis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wearing my Seabreeze tie today because once a sand crab, always a sand crab. And the only thing I have to say is everybody out there, wear your mask. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. Mr. Ruben Colon.
And so this morning, as we start our meeting, and usually we speak about our district vision statement, I made it a point to go back and read it, and it is ensuring all students receive a superior 21st century education. And how that has changed, and how we are going to deliver that education, how our schools, our administrators, our district, our teachers, that are connected, those who have never disconnected, because I think that's a lot of us this year. The mission is still the same, and it is to deliver that education regardless of how we're going to do it. And I think I want to focus on the fact that it's not the why, because the mission is still the same. It's the how. And I think that there is a paradigm shift on the how. And as I reflect back on our mission, I just think that that is where everybody's got to kind of open up, because the how will not be the same way it was before. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we are all subject to COVID and everything that's going on right now. Nobody signed up for this. I think everybody has said that 150,000 times, but the mission is still the same, and it's to deliver that education. It's the how that is changing. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. I want to congratulate our seniors as well for a job well done, who we participated, as you heard from Ms. Haynes. We had two presentations, one on the east side, which was held at Mainland High School, and one on the west side, which was held at DeLand High School. It was a great and joyous event, and I look forward to many other commencement activities. Dr. Balgobin, is there anything you would like to add before we proceed with our agenda?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will move to items 2.01, agenda changes. Superintendent Balgobin, do we have any agenda changes?
Uh, Madam Chair, yes, we do. We will be removing board action item 15.01, the discussion and approval of waivers from today's agenda until a later date.
Thank you, Dr. Balgobin. Are we moving that to our next meeting on the 11th?
That's the proposed timeline, yes.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, you've heard the change. Are there any changes, colleagues? Anything else you would like to see removed from today's agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as printed with the necessary change.
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Mr. Cologne, second by Mr. Persis. Are there any other discussions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yes. And the vote is unanimous. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move now to public participation. Do we have anyone on for public participation?
We do, but the person that signed up for it is not in the lobby, has not called in yet.
Okay. If that person do you have their name, Mrs. Schultz?
Yes, we have Mr. Andrew Chapman.
Okay, so if Mr. Chapman called in towards the end, we'll make sure that we hear Mr. Chapman, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving down to items 4.01, removal of items from the consent agenda. Superintendent Balgobin, have we had any requests to remove any items from the consent agenda?
No, Madam Chair, not at this time.
Colleagues, are there any items that you would like to pull from the consent agenda for additional discussion?
Madam Chair, I would like to discuss 10.03. It's desk partitions.
Thank you. Ms. Haynes?
I would like to ask a question about 6.03.
Okay. Mr. Cologne or Mr. Persis? Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item 4.02, I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of items 6.3 and 10.3. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda minus items 6.3 and 10.3.
Madam Chair, I second.
The motion was made by Mr. Persis, second by Mrs. Cuthbert. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The motion is approved unanimously. We'll move to item 4.03 to discuss the two items that were removed from the consent agenda. We'll first start with item 6.3. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
So my question about 6.03, is this a payment that we're making after the fact? Because it says used AP exams. And so I'm just trying to understand if it's, a payment that we're making moving forward to pay for AP exams, or if it's one that we're paying for based on what AP exams were given.
So I think I am on. These are for the AP exams that we're paying for this upcoming year. I do want to verify that with Dr. Barrios. For some of them we're paying for, and some of them it's what's coming up. But Dr. Barrios, you're there. Can you verify that?
Yes, and thank you for the question, Ms. Haynes. These are, we're paying for items that were given in April and May, AP exams, and traditionally, or in the past, we've had them paid by the individual schools. So it never had to come up to the board for approval, but because it's the 10 high schools combined, we're paying for the 10 schools that have already distributed the test and have been taken.
Okay, and so is this something that moving forward we're going to do as a district? We're going to go ahead and pay for the AP exams at the high schools?
So so that's to answer that question, when students pass the exams, they earn FTE for the AP exam, so those, that goes to the school. But what we did was we took that money earned by the school, divided it up by the schools, and then paid it as a district one payment.
Okay, all right, because like I said, when I looked at it and it said used exams already, I just wanted to clarify if it was for this coming year or if we were paying it based on last year. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, and then we'll come back and vote on these two items. Ms. Cuthbert, 10.3.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. This has to do with desk partitions. It's $839,000 coming from our general fund. Will we get any reimbursement, maybe from FEMA, the 87 cents that we talked about before? And once we are finished with these partitions, do we keep them? Do we sell them for surplus? Is there room for storage? So I think Mr. Aiken has agreed to discuss this. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Aiken.
Madam Chair, board members, Ms. Cuthbert, thanks for that question. Deb Muller and I discussed this. It does have to come out of general fund first. We are looking at right now, looking at FEMA reimbursement to see if we can get this in the next round to pay the 87.5% back to us for these items. Your second question was, can we use these in the future, or can we store those? The answer would be yes to both of those. These petitions could be used in future events if we ever have anything like this. And we can store those for that event. We would just sanitize those and put them in storage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Colleagues, do anyone else have any questions as related to 6.03 or 10.03? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 6.03 and 10.03.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion was made by Mr. Ruben Colon, second by Ms. Linda Cuthbert. Are there any other discussions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The motion was approved unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. Moving down to item 12.01, announcements by the superintendent.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. We will have a special school board meeting on August the 11th at 10 a.m. in the morning. The next scheduled school board workshop will be August 25th, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. And our next regular school board meeting will be on August 25th, that very same day at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you, Dr. Balgobin. Moving on to item 13.01, district updates. Dr. Balgobin.
Yes, Madam Chair, Board. We have Patricia Boswell with us here today. Patricia Boswell has been a great partner with us, has been working diligently, attending our meetings. She's been a great collaborator throughout this process, so I would like to publicly thank Ms. Boswell for working in a collaborative fashion with our district. But also she's here today to provide us with a very short update. And then after Ms. Boswell, I have also ABM, who will provide us with a presentation. And then I will provide us also here today with a short presentation on our next steps of our reopening plan and what has been taking place so far. So first, I would like to call Ms. Patricia Boswell, Director from our Health Department, to provide us with a very short update.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Patricia Boswell, I'm the administrator for the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. The data through August 2nd, there are 491,884 cases of COVID in Florida. When you look to see where those cases are, 50% are basically in Broward, Dade, Palm Beach. They account for 44%, or 278,693, with Hillsborough adding another 6%, making 50% of the cases in those 4 Florida counties. To date, there has been 7,157 deaths. That's 1% of all cases in Florida, and 27,366 hospitalization. That's 6% of all the cases in Florida. When it comes to Volusia County, as of August 2nd, there has been 7,194 cases of COVID in Volusia County. The median age is 42. There's been 528 hospitalizations to date. That's 7% of all cases. 116 deaths. That accounts for 2% of all cases. We had 1 new death reported yesterday. 11% of our cases, or 767 cases, are associated with staff and residents in long-term care facilities in Volusia County. 187, or 3% of all cases, are cases related to correctional facilities in Volusia County. When it comes to where the ages of our cases, we've had to date 99 cases in children between the ages of 0 and 4. 3 of those children were hospitalized. We have 251 cases in the 5 to 14 year age group. That accounts for 4%. And 2 of those children had been hospitalized. The 15 to 24 accounts for 16% of total cases, and that's 1,113. We've had 495 cases under the age of 18. Of those, we had 3,555 tested. That accounts for a 13.9% positivity rate, with the children under the ages of 18 tested. When it comes to the positivity rate for Volusia County, the positivity rate is now below 10% at 9.37%, and that is for the 2-week period of July 17th through the 30th. When you look at the 13th through the 26th, it was at 11.08%. As far as the 7-day trend of new cases, on July 28th, we had 100 new cases. July 29th, 130 new cases. July 30th, 126. July 31st, 122. August 1st, 139. August 2nd, 94. And the tentative number for August 3rd, yesterday, is 96. I do want to make sure that everyone is aware that the test results from August 2nd was we had a little more than 1,100 compared to the day before, where we had 2,325. So, well, it was closer to 2,400, and with a 5.6% positivity rate. So I think what we're seeing with the number of test results coming back on a daily basis reflects the fact that testing sites in Florida were closed, especially on the east coast of Florida, on Thursday in preparation for the tropical storm that we experienced over the weekend. As far as our emergency department visits for influenza-like illness and COVID-like illness, we're seeing downward trends. When it comes to our hospitalizations here in Volusia County, it's pretty stable in terms of August 3rd, we had 140 individuals hospitalized with COVID. 48 of those were in ICU and 23 on event. That is somewhat less than what we'd seen on July 19th, but comparable to what we've been seeing over the course of the last couple of days. In terms of the cities and where those cases reside, we have Daytona Beach with 1,552 cases, Deltona 1,382, DeLand 1,168, Ormond Beach 643, Port Orange 488, Orange City 447, New Smyrna Beach 348, DeBerry 303, Edgewater 158, Pearson 130, Holly Hill 114, DeLeon Springs 105, South Daytona at 77, and any other cities would have Seville with 45 and everything else less than that number. With that, if there's any questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Boswell. I had a question. In Volusia County, have there been any deaths in that age group 5 to 18?
Hold on 1 second while I pull that information up. No, there has been no deaths in Volusia County for anyone under the age of 34. We've had 3 deaths for the age range of 35 to 44.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Boswell, in terms of the testing with for children, when I'm trying to get a number in mind of the number of children that have even been tested. Is there any way that you have
Yes,
that broken down?
yes, I provided that number. It's 3,555. And that is for children under the ages of 18, and that's data through August 2nd. So that's a cumulative number.
So that was 3,500?
500, yes, 3,555, of which 3,060 tested negative, 495 tested positive. That gives us a positivity rate of 13.9%.
Okay. And so I'm assuming those children were tested because they were demonstrating symptoms. Is that why they were brought in, or?
Some, of course, would be tested because of symptoms. Others would be tested possibly because of a contact with most likely a household member. And others might be, we do see people seeking tests just out of being worried. So there's usually that as a reason as well.
Sure, understandable. Do you have any data to suggest that children who did test positive were spreading it to adults?
No, in reviewing, and I use the CDC guidance, in reviewing the CDC guidance, it seems as if children appear to be less symptomatic and have milder symptoms. So most likely the spread is from the parent to the child.
Okay, so once again, you're saying that you aren't aware of any child in Volusia County spreading it to an adult?
I wouldn't say, well, I don't have a specific case in mind. I'm not going to say it's never happened, but the CDC guidance suggests that we see more spread happening from adults. And that children tend to have the younger children tend to have milder cases and less symptoms.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Ms.
Thank
Boswell,
you.
finish up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Any other questions, colleagues?
Yes,
If not-
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Good morning, Ms. Boswell. Thank you for coming.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you let us know where the testing sites are in Volusia County?
Yes, the testing sites are located, and I prefer that people use the website because they tend to change. But if you go to the Volusia COVID website, you can find that information. But it's also each health department in Holsenbach in Daytona Beach, on Keach Street in Daytona Beach, our location in Orange City and New Smyrna are testing by appointments. The Family Health Source, which is our federally qualified health center, also is conducting testing. Advent Urgent Care Clinic, CentraCare, provides testing sites. We also have a testing being done through our Halifax healthcare system. And there's also testing available on the county, working with the State Department of Emergency Management, is providing testing out at the fairgrounds.
Okay, and these are testing sites that just test for antibodies or the disease itself?
So no, it's PCR testing that we're conducting at the health department and that our federally qualified health centers. There's also some antigen testing that's becoming available, and that's a new category of diagnostic test. And those tests quickly detect fragments of proteins found on or within the virus by testing samples collected from a patient's nasal cavity using swabs. The positive antigen results in patients are considered positive cases. And so they're part of our case counts.
Okay, Ms. Boswell, do you have any contact tracers right now?
Yes, Yes, we do. So basically, before the pandemic began, we had 4 epidemiologists on staff at our county health department. Since the first case back in March, I worked to bring, we used masters in public health students. We had probably at this point 6 or 8 come through. We currently have 3 on site. We also have received contracted staff from the Department of Health. We received 20 probably about 6 weeks ago. I've also, since July 1st, had authorization to hire 45 temporary staff. There's probably about 15 of those staff on board. So I would say at the current time, we have 40 staff working on our epidemiology efforts, including contact tracing.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
and at the we are anticipating opening school soon. What preparations are you making to assist us as a team member to assist us in opening our schools?
We're working with your team, which has been a wonderful relationship, phenomenal experience over the course of the last couple of months on the reopening plan, and really the mitigation strategies in terms of how we need to prioritize mask wearing, healthy hygiene solutions, social distancing, the cleaning, ventilation, air filtration, as well as what that contact tracing will look like in the event of a case in a school setting.
Okay, could you reiterate for the public, if a student or a parent suspects, one of our students or a teacher might suspect symptoms, what is the first step that that person should be doing?
So we take the situation and the circumstances are really essential to each case. So we have to consider all the factors in the case. Has the child or teacher or staff member arrive on campus, or was it while they were still home that they exhibited some symptoms and were concerned? If they made it to school, it would depend on the grouping of the students, who that particular student or staff member had contact with. And that's when the investigation begins in terms of providing extensive investigation, identifying individuals who may have had close contact. Those individuals are self-isolated for 14 days after exposure to the virus. We'd also want to provide proper guidance in order for the individuals to care for themselves and protect others. We would work with the school in terms of ensuring that the areas that the student might have been working in or the staff person working in is closed and adequately cleaned.
Okay, and that's all being done by the Department of Health, correct?
The epi investigation and contact tracing is done by the Department of Health.
Okay, so if a teacher notices it or someone on the school campus, do they contact you? Is that the protocol?
We would be working with, I would assume that the person would want to call the school nurse on site or the administrator on site, depending on who's there. And then it would be a joint phone call probably between that nurse, our point of contact that we've designated for the school district, and then our epidemiology staff assigned to that particular individual.
Okay. Will you have your 40, maybe more staff assigned to different sections of the district so you have more immediate response time?
We would prioritize the response time, and basically it would be as soon as we were notified, we would begin action.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate all the details. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Mrs. Boswell, for joining us once again today.
Thank
I
you.
just have a few questions about the testing and the time period it's taking for results. So we're reading that it's taking a lot of days for the results. So can you tell me, is there a particular testing location where individuals, if they go to that location to be tested, the results are coming back more quickly? Or are we looking across the board at a more lengthy time for test results?
Good morning, and thank you. It depends on who's collecting the sample, and then where that sample is going, and then what the backlog at that particular lab looks like. So it varies from basically testing site to testing site. I can speak to the county health department's testing locations. We use the Bureau of Public Health Labs in Jacksonville, and our turnaround time varies between 48 to 72 hours. And I say that because if it depends on how many samples are being shipped to that lab on any given day, that might allow us to get it back in 48 hours versus 72. And the other is, I think, not only is there sometimes a backlog at labs, but then when those test results come back, how quickly is the individual being notified? And it depends on whether they have access to a portal and they can go in themselves. So I think the lab reporting systems are improving every day, but there was some capacity issues at different labs across the nation, including LabCorp and Quest.
Okay, so if I were to go to be tested because I had symptoms, would you suggest that in order to get a quicker response, I should go to one of the health department sites?
It would be up to the individual to decide if they were a patient of the Family Health Source and felt more, more comfortable going to their medical home to get tested, as well as those with private insurance. If their preference is to go through their medical provider, I certainly support that. I can say that the county health department collection is about 48 to 72 hours. So I think it's an individual preference.
So when they collect the sample and it is sent off to a lab, whether it be the lab that you're using for the health department or a lab that Halifax or Advent Health or CentraCare is using, when the results come back in, you stated last time that as far as the health department goes, you're only notified of positive results. Is that still accurate?
We're notified of all results. We're notifying the the people with positive results in order to do the epi investigation and contact tracing.
So if I'm tested, say, at Advent Health, and it takes 6 to 10 days before it comes back to you first. Only if I were positive would you be notifying me. If I'm negative, I've got to figure out another way to find that information out.
I know that there's LabCorp and Quest has rolled out portals for that reason, to allow people to go in and get their results. We're trying to contact negatives, but the positives are a top priority. And I know that the state of Florida, for the state testing sites, which would be the fairgrounds and Orlando sites, and as well as Jacksonville, they would be, there's an attempt to contact the negative test, those with negative test results as well. So there is, and then of course those medical providers are I'm sure, making every attempt to let the negative individuals with negative test results. I can tell you that we get calls every day from people saying, I'd like my test results. I need a copy, even if they're negative. Their employers are asking, and we'll try to assist people if we can.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair. So Ms. Boswell, is Ruben Colon. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, sir.
Thank you for the information today, and I want to thank you for giving us the information prior to the hurricane days. And so, I appreciate that, because that would have probably been my next question. What was it before the hurricane? So I appreciate that. You knew that was coming.
Thank you, sir.
So I guess I have a question. And if you don't know the answer today, that is okay. It's just something that, we can work on. But is there a potential, because, as Ms. Hain was asking about testing, is there a potential that we can partner with the health department? Because, obviously we're going to need to get results quicker. And we know that folks going to their private labs, despite their best efforts, it really comes down to, are you symptomatic or are you not? And so in a lot of our private labs, if you are symptomatic, then, they'll, turn the world over and you'll get results in 7 to 10 days, provided you're not in a hospital. But if you're not, that's not the case. And so as we start the school year, getting those negative results, ensuring that our employees, that we're able to get that information, that they're able to get that information because we're going to need it. Is there an opportunity that we can partner with the health department to, I'm not going to say use designated sites, but to use designated sites where we could send our employees to be tested should they need be, realizing that we have some sort of a relationship that will interchange that data accordingly. Granted, if it means the employee finds out about their negative, that's one side of it. Obviously, with a positive, we would be notified. And can take the action. But is there an opportunity for that? Because like you mentioned, there's lots of variation, and, someone can be out, of showing symptoms and take, 14 days to even get their results back. By that time, it doesn't really technically matter anymore. Thoughts?
Well, we are your partner. We stand ready to work as closely as we need to with the school district in this reopening effort. This is a challenging time that we're facing, and we're facing it together. I would, at this point, support anyone from our community come to the health department to get testing. And I know that our capacity is limited, just like every other testing site. So that's why we're setting up appointments, because we don't want people to be frustrated with long waits and whatnot. I think that it's a discussion that we need to continue to have. And I agree with you that we need to notify people as quickly as possible when they have positive results, to ensure that they're not spreading it further. So I look forward to an opportunity to partner.
And one more question, and again, if you'd like to come back and talk about it another day, that's fair, because I don't like gotcha questions. So that, like I said, it's that. But what constitutes contact? If a child is in a classroom and they come back positive and they sit in the back of the room and the teacher hasn't spent more than 15 minutes with them without a mask. And again, my criteria may be more towards healthcare, but is it the position of the health department that the whole class would be then sent to quarantine, or is it the position of or the algorithm of the contact tracers to say, okay, these are the kids who were around little Ruben, and so if those other kids were not around little Ruben, yes, Ruben was little one day, okay, those kids may not be considered to have been exposed. How does that look? And if you're not ready today, we can talk about it another day, because I think it's a conversation that a lot of folks are asking themselves, what does that look like?
I agree with you that it's going to vary, and it's going to vary by age. So I think for high school students that understand the importance of social distancing is the key. If we can keep everybody 6 feet apart from each other, then it makes it that much easier to do the contact tracing, because we've kept enough distance between the students to ensure that they're not transmitting to one another. Then you add the time. Well, I did sit next to you, but it was only for a moment, or it was only for 5 minutes. It's the 15-minute rule, within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. And that's a CDC guidance that we would use. So that's why it's going to be essential that the contact tracer, the epidemiologist, works closely with the teacher and the school administrators in determining who was actually contacted. And it really is important to be able to provide as much information as possible about where that child was, and that's why that cohorting and deciding that kids are going to be grouped together and spend the time together throughout the day, so that when it comes to that child that becomes the positive case, we can say, well, these 10 kids are the students that have been with that child throughout the day, because we cohort them in these small groups, and that prevents the transmission throughout the school.
So realistically speaking, and looking at our numbers as they're starting to come back, you know, we're going to have more students in schools than we anticipated, and there's going to be a lot of scenarios. As you are aware, schools are not made for social distancing, probably quite
correct.
the opposite. And so if there was a scenario where the class cannot be social distance, where they are closer than 6 feet together, then what I hear you saying, let's look at a high school, for example, or let's talk about an elementary school. So if that's the case in that classroom, then there is the potential that the whole class may be quarantined because they cannot social distance. I mean, is that
that could possibly be possible if you have a class and the children are spending a lot of time close together. They're being exposed, and that virus is going, potentially transmitting in between these students because of the time that they're spending together and the proximity of that.
Now, is the trigger the positive test, or is the trigger the symptoms of the student that is showing the symptoms?
So incubation is 2 to 5 days after exposure. So a child. So if a child happens, because let's say they're a sibling and they happen to be tested because the whole family gets tested and they're positive, they might not have shown any symptoms. That would potentially be a case if that child was in school during that time. And then for the child that's showing symptoms, when we do the investigation, we have to figure out where that child was 2 days prior to showing symptoms, because that incubation period, you can be infectious and not show symptoms. So it's both. It could be either case that we're going to have to do the investigation and the contact tracing for.
Does your department have the bandwidth to have a dedicated person just for our schools? Because
we do.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we have a point of contact, and I don't want to say we're going to give you one epidemiologist, because as I think there was a question earlier, it may be that we need more staff working because of the situation. So we have a point of contact who's going to work with your school health services and make sure that we're sending out good information to our parents and our students about hand washing and social distancing and wearing the mask and all those mitigation measures that hopefully will help reduce the transmission of this virus within our schools.
So one last question. So the actual contacting of the students so let's say, little Ruben was in classroom A. And so the actual contacting of those parents would happen by the health department, correct?
Correct.
So we would provide you the information of the students that sit around little Ruben, and you would then be responsible for contacting the parents.
Correct, because we want to provide them a specific information and gather information.
Does the health department have a position on, or no, let me take that back, no positions. Do you have a thought on whether or not an entire school should be notified if there is a possible case, or is the notification process strictly limited to those who have come in contact and were potentially exposed?
We would be contacting those with the potential exposure.
Do you see any value of notifying an entire community that there was a positive case in their school without being able to give those details?
We have to protect the identity of individuals tested or affected by COVID, while we do need to ensure the public health information is necessary, but it's really important to protect personal identifiable health information. So we're not really able to provide certain details regarding case information.
So will the information for schools, so anybody from the media who wants to know about schools would have to, somebody's not on mute. Would the media, for example, if they wanted to know about schools, the health department would be the one to release that information, as far as cases in a school or anything like that, correct?
What do you mean? After going through the Department of Health Public Information.
Okay, so they won't be calling us saying, "Hey, did you hear about this?" Because the reality is we may not even know about it because we may not be privy to the know, or this is a need to know business. And because now we're talking about healthcare, not education. And so, I may not even know there was a case at a certain school. And the reason I say this, Ms. Boswell, is, a lot of parents have asked a lot of questions, and I always say, if you get one phone call today that says there's a student that is positive at your school, and then the next day you get a call that says, hey, there's another student that was positive. Then the next day you get a call that says there's another student that was positive. The reality is that it would send a picture that the school is on fire, when in reality it could have been 3 kids from the wrestling team that were not necessarily out spreading it everywhere. And so we have the contact tracing process for that, so as to not necessarily cause unnecessary alarm, especially when we can't provide the details of the case. So I appreciate those answers. And like I said, I think a lot of folks just don't realize exactly how this all will work. And I appreciate the partnership of the Department of Health, and to help us navigate this. This is new for everybody. And so I think we'll make it together. Thank you so much, Ms. Boswell. And once again, I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of the answers to my emails. You've been awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Colleagues, do you have any other questions?
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Just one quick one. Is there a charge for people when they make an appointment with the Department of Health for a test? Is there a charge? Did she leave?
Ms. Boswell, you're muted. Ms. Boswell? Ms. Boswell? What we'll do, Ms. Cuthbert, we'll reach out to her. I don't believe there is a charge. I have been working with them.
I'm sorry.
That's
I got
okay.
it off. My mouse wasn't working. There is no charge for testing at the health department. I apologize for that delay.
That's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just to follow up, so we have been working with the health department. We were actually trying to look at sites, potentially have all of our faculty staff tested prior to, but that became a little tricky. So Dr. Bagabin, can we please make sure that we put a link on our homepage, send that information out to both all of our union presidents, so that they can encourage, since we can't mandate that they get tested, but if they go ahead, if they would please move forward and being tested. So they should want to know, prior to returning to a campus, if they in fact are positive or negative. So, but if we can put that information on our website, and then we can share it with our parents as well, because I see that the numbers are even low as it relates to students with their immunizations for 7th grade and kindergarten. And so parents, if you're listening, it is imperative that before your child enters school in Volusia County, they must have current immunization records. So we've been looking at those numbers as well. So parents, if we will have all this information on our website that will direct you to the health department, so there are no questions. The parents can get their children tested for COVID, as well as take care of their immunization, and as well as our faculty, staff, and everyone that's returned to Volusia County and the ones that are currently working. We strongly urge that you please go and make an appointment so that you can be tested as well. Okay, if nothing else, Dr. Balgobin, I believe we have ABM next. If we would like to take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back to ABM. It is 11:06, so we will come back at 11:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're resuming our meeting. And Dr. Balgobin, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board. A topic that has generated quite a bit of concerns and questions over the past few weeks has been our contract with ABM, of course, and the expectations moving forward for our schools as it relates to the cleanliness and a sustainability plan. We have had several meetings. Personally, I have had also meetings with ABM. And Ms. Wright, in your last meeting with ABM, you have asked for the president and the manager to present today to the board their action plan moving forward in terms of cleanliness of our schools, but most importantly, that sustainability plan. So I will call, without further ado, Mr. Greg Aiken and Mr. Clark, who is the ABM manager, to do this presentation for us based on the board's request.
Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Balgobin, thank you for this opportunity. I do have Mr. Brandon Clark. He's the manager of ABM for our county, and also have Mr. Todd Hoover. He's a regional director that will be doing the presentation. Without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brandon Clark. And Brandon, when you want to go to the next slide, just tell Aaron she'll go to the next slide. Brandon?
All right, thank you, Greg, appreciate that. Just to make sure everybody's got my sound, can I do a sound check?
Yes, we can hear you, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Balgobin, Madam Chair Wright, Mr. Aiken, distinguished board members, and those attending via the live broadcast. I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity, obviously, to present to you this morning, as I know there's been a lot of discussions and concerns around custodial services. If we could go to slide 2, that would be great. In our presentation, we'd like to address 3 key areas related to cleaning and custodial services. The first being the summer clean timeline and discussion why this summer has been different from any other summer. The second is to present and discuss the question of what steps are being taken to ensure the schools are clean per CDC guidelines upon schools reopening, which is going to be inclusive of the current statement of work and scope gaps that are needed to be addressed and discussed. And then finally, I'd like to close the presentation with an overview of APA and our key performance indicators that are currently in use to measure quality. Slide 3, please. On March 20th, we did submit our emergency summer plans to the school district for dissemination to the administrative staff. This was 2 months in advance or ahead of normal scheduling cycles due to COVID. These plans were inclusive of the updated target weeks, as well as keeping our timeline to 10 weeks, not knowing at the time the schools were going to be returning or impacts that would extend the summer clean cycle. So typically a normal summer clean cycle is 9 to 10 weeks long. So when we did our emergency planning, we did plan because we just had a lot of unknowns still at that time. We did stick with the 10-week plan. Focus areas for summer clean include all site detailing from top to bottom, floor refinishing, carpet care extraction, restroom deep cleaning, disinfecting, pressure washing, teacher moves, summer school, summer camps, as well as a myriad of other tasks. If we could go to slide 4, that would be great. So board members, what I've done is I've actually kind of developed a timeline month by month to hopefully help explain the challenges that we ran into. So on March 10th, planning and scheduling for spring break was completed. So that Tuesday, March 10th, spring break plans were completed and those were submitted to the school district. On March 13th, which was that coming Friday, we learned that the governor mandated an additional week to be added to spring break, at which time VCSD requested that all efforts be placed on deep disinfecting all classrooms and common areas. And on the slide, you can see that extra week that's presented there, which is the week of the 23rd of March. On March 17th, we learned that students would not be returning. So that Tuesday of spring break, we learned that students would not be returning until at least mid-April. So at this time, we began summer planning to ensure that we were utilizing the additional time appropriately. On March 20th, emergency summer plans were submitted. So when we made the decision to develop the emergency summer plan and get it out to the field, to the administrators and start ramping up for summer activity, We had that completed by March 20th, and those were disseminated to the school district and administrative staff, once again, 2 months ahead of schedule, or 2 months ahead of a normal scheduling cycle for summer. So that week of the 16th through the 22nd, we conducted our typical spring break clean. Like I said, the matrix was provided by school and what areas we focused on. The week of the 23rd of March, the district requested that we just do deep disinfection of sites. On the 30th of March, summer plans in the summer cleaning commenced with what I'm going to call a limited summer clean, because there were some limitations given the fact that we were 2 months ahead of schedule. So to give you some examples, rooms were not prepped for summer clean with relation to other summer cleans. Bookcases were still full, supplies were still in classrooms, teachers' personal items, students' personal items, reading materials, bookcases were packed. Just all of those things, it wasn't done as a typical summer because nobody came back to school. So, you know, at this time, the schools were anticipated to open by May 1st by the executive order. So in a typical summer clean, as soon as school dismisses, we'll go in and we'll do mass pulls, because we have to pull all the furniture out of all the spaces to be able to access the floor. We'll wipe down desks and chairs. But we couldn't do that in this particular instance or during this limited summer clean because we didn't know. We were still anticipating that school may be back open by May 1st. So knowing that, we couldn't do mass pulls because if students were coming back, we weren't going to have enough time to get rooms set back up. So we had to be very systematically approached to pulling classrooms and targeting classrooms, getting those pulled out so we could complete as many as possible, with the challenge of having all those items still in the classroom, which are typically removed. On April 18th, the governor announced that schools would not be returning, would be closed for the remainder of the academic school year. So on April 18th, yeah, if we could go to that slide, thank you. April 21st, a full summer clean was implemented with existing functional limitations that we spoke about. However, we're now able to pull mass areas without students returning in this particular instance. Now, students did come in later in the schedule here, and we'll go over that as well. But please note that when we decided to do the summer clean on the 30th, again, we were 2 months ahead of schedule. Suppliers and vendors, which provide us the chemicals, the stripper, the wax, those types of things, hadn't started ramping up their production yet. Even though we provide them those quantities typically in the January, February timeframe, the COVID pretty much caught everybody off guard. So at that time, you know, we were scrambling to try to bulk as many items as we could. But eventually, you know, everything ran dry until they were able to produce and provide everything that we needed. So, you know, week over week, we did provide those updates to the school district. But you can see here in April, there were roughly 3 to 3.5 weeks where we had some logical impact of summer clean, and we weren't really able to get into a full summer clean until April 21st. You go to the next slide, please. So in May, we did report a 39% completion rate against plan. On the 8th, we reported 44% completion against plan. On the 15th, 49, 56, and 62 respectively. And the reason I want to put these in here, I know all those updates went out to the school board members. On a typical summer, we try to target towards a 10% completion rate per week. But on average this summer, based on the functional limitations of things still being in classrooms and our inability to really conduct a summer clean like we normally would, we were averaging about 6.5% to 7% on a weekly basis. Following CDC guidelines and knowing what challenges were going to be coming up, we did have an enhanced clean proposal presentation that we did provide to the school district on May 13th. On the 26th of May, and we can go ahead and roll into the June slide if you don't mind. You'll see that I've denoted when teachers came back, I put a moratorium on doing any stripping or waxing during this time frame as teachers and students cycled back into the schools for 2 reasons. One, it's a safety concern, actually 3 reasons. One, it's a safety concern. 2, we want to mitigate anybody, walking on the wax or completing something and then that getting messed up. And then number 3, we had to focus our attention on going back and disinfecting all these classrooms after every single day that those were occupied. So if a teacher was in on Monday, even though it had been deep disinfected that original week, when schools were shut down, we had to come back in and re-disinfect that classroom. If the teacher was back there Tuesday, we had to come back in and disinfect those classrooms as well. On Monday, the 1st of June, we did start mirroring the school district's summer schedule, which is a Monday through Thursday schedule with Fridays being off. Every summer, including the summer, we do a reduction in hours. Our lead custodial staff remains at 40 hours, but the other full-time employees are impacted by that 4-day work week as opposed to the 5-day work week. On June 10th, we did again present an enhanced clean scope and pricing proposal to the school district. And then on the 23rd, between the 10th and the 23rd, we follow closely the challenges that the school district has, and we knew that they were coming in with a budgetary gap. We didn't really know what the CARES Act funding was going to look like. But our team came together with our HVAC group. We call it our, I would say the B&I group, but so our HVAC, our mechanical, our lighting, and as well as the enhanced clean. And we did present a presentation that would be able to enhance the current scope of work, which we'll review later on, to make sure that we meet CDC guidelines, but also help completely eliminate that. Right now it's $11.2 million budget deficit. So we do have a way in a presentation. I mean, if you haven't had the opportunity to see that, if you'd like to see that, I can certainly provide that to you. But we did develop a presentation to show how we could provide these additional services and offset and close that gap for you from a budgetary standpoint. If we could roll into the July slide, that would be great. So all the purple is just the summer schedule, the Monday through Friday, and again, what we're reporting against plan. Our commitment was to have the summer clean done by the 31st of July. So, I'm happy to report that most of those have been met. Not all of those have been met. And the reason that not all of that has been met at this point, and we're having to close some out the first week of August here, and we can roll into the August slide if you don't mind, is that there are some areas that we have not been able to access and that administration has asked that we delay. So for example, there may be a library or a media center that's, packed with books or whatnot that we can't really get into until all that stuff is moved out. So administration has asked that we delay on that until school gets closer, so we can have full access to that. So our intent, this week is to finish closing out the remainder of those little items, with the exception of the hold-offs from the administrative staff, and then we're moving back into our daily cleans and full campus sweeps, again, knowing that teachers are going to come back on the 11th. Summer hours are going to end on August 10th, so all custodial team members will report Monday through Friday on their normal full schedule. Go to slide 10, please. So what I wanted to do on this slide is, kind of talk about the current scope of work that we have with the school district and the contract. And right now, on the left side here under that, I'm going to say orange color, but that is the current spec and frequency of service for these particular areas. And I think it's very important that, we review these item by item. Right now, the scope of work and contract states that we clean and sanitize counters and sinks on a daily basis. CDC is recommending that we disinfect these areas. So there's a key distinction between cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitization, okay? So sanitization is the process of reducing the amount of pathogen on a particular surface, typically a non-porous surface. Disinfecting is actually removing or killing that particular pathogen. So right now, the current scope of work states that were to clean and sanitize these areas. Our recommendation is to clean and disinfect. Again, disinfect being the key word there, those counters and sinks on a daily basis. The good news is that we are currently using a disinfectant, okay? So in classrooms, in main office areas and office areas, we are already beyond scope in using a disinfectant. We are not using a sanitizer. So our recommendation here is already being met. Spot cleaning desktops specific to removal of graffiti is the current scope of work, and that happens on a daily basis. CDC guidelines are recommending that at least in the evenings, all touch points are disinfected in entirety one time per day. So our recommendation is to change the current scope, spot cleaning desks, and move to ensuring that those desktops are completely disinfected and wiped down and clean every single night. Current scope is to dust telephones on a daily basis. There's nothing with regards to disinfecting or sanitizing telephones. We're recommending disinfecting those surfaces entirely every single evening per CDC guidelines. Interesting one here is removing fingerprints from doors, frames, light switches, kick plates, handles, railings. Right now, the scope of work is to do that one time weekly. So when you think about classrooms or doors or those types of things, the scope of work is calling right now for us to do that one time weekly. We obviously, per CDC guidelines, are recommending that we disinfect all of those at least one time daily in the evenings. Spot clean all door and glass, that's one time daily. We're recommending that you we disinfect those every single night. Clean entire surface of students' chairs. So this verbiage directly out of the scope of work and contract. Right now, the scope calls for cleaning the entire desk and chair one time a year. So our recommendation is that we move to disinfect the entire surface at least one time weekly and disinfect grab points nightly. So, the grab points on the chairs. So the distinction I want to make there is not necessarily disinfecting the legs every single night. That would be something that we would want to do one time weekly, but the actual touch points on the chair, we want to make sure, or we're recommending that we do that every single night, okay? Clean entire surface of the students' desks. So when we talk about the entire surface, we're talking the legs, we're talking underneath the desks, the sides, all that stuff. So if we move to disinfect those surfaces nightly, right? Every single touch point, every single desk gets disinfected every single night. I would recommend that we e-mist those desks at least one time weekly. And what e-misting does is it's actually an electrostatic machine, and we place a disinfectant in the electromagnetic machine, and when you turn it on and you spray, it charges those particles. So what it does is when the particles are floating in the air or you point it towards a particular area, the negative charge wants those particles to attach to something. So it will attach underneath desks, on legs, those types of things without having to physically spray those down. You just have to be within close proximity of that, and it will automatically be charged and attracted to those particular areas. Shampooing all carpets is its current scope is one time annually. We would recommend doing that 3 times annually at a minimum. Four times at a minimum. 3 times would be ideal. Clean and service restrooms, that's one time daily. We're recommending that we clean and disinfect restrooms multiple times throughout the day. Clean and disinfect main office entry areas. We are recommending that we clean and disinfect those office areas multiple times throughout the day. And then specifically for clinics, I know clinics are a key and critical area, or those areas that are identified as where we want to house students that may be presenting symptoms, that those are clean and disinfected multiple times throughout the day. So the challenge here is that CDC guidelines are vague, with the exception of specifically stating that all touch points should be cleaned and disinfected nightly. They really don't give any specific frequency for during the day. So our biggest concern is the gap in the current scope for those evening activities, knowing that students are coming back and they're touching things and they're only partially getting service per the current scope of work, or they're not getting service frequently. So our recommendation is that we close the gap on evening cleaning activities specific to touch point disinfection daily in the evenings per CDC guidelines. Recommendations are also in place for occupied space e-misting one time weekly as a supplement to daily disinfecting in the evening. So in our presentation, to explain that a little more, we would recommend that all occupied spaces in every single school get e-misted at least one time weekly. If we could go to slide 11, please. So just to briefly talk about the proposal that I've mentioned that we've presented a few times now. It's a three-step approach. The first one is to return safely, and the school district has been working on this already, making sure that operationally we are ready for that, having a signage that the school district has purchased and placed and those types of things. We are, like I said, recommending that those high touch frequency areas, that we have those discussions on increasing the scope of work on that at a minimum in the evenings, as well as enhancing some of that with broad disinfection on a weekly basis. The key thing about the enhanced clean proposal, which is specific to ABM, is that those individuals who are doing these e-mist activities and these high touch frequency scope of work increases are actually certified in use of those hospital grade disinfectants and use of the disinfectants in the machines that are sprayed. And it's backed by our advisory council, which we have with ABM. They've hired on pathogen experts and a myriad of other individuals. So it's a very robust program. So obviously these items we put in place to increase the trust of students and staff, right, in the population, as well as help increase the health and wellness of students as they return back to school. If we go to slide 12, please. And then this is just a representation, more of a matrix standpoint of what the previous slide was showing. So I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, but it just kind of explains, what we're talking about when we're talking about high touch frequency, those suggested areas, and that these team members that are deployed to do this are actually certified disinfectant specialists. If we could go to slide 14. So just some additional information. I wanted to briefly touch on APA Level 2, as a statement of work currently calls for APA Level 2 cleanliness in the schools. So APA Level 2 is an industry standard that is set forth by the Association of Physical Plant Administrators. So most higher education, K through 12 school districts follow the APA guidelines because that is the industry standard. Currently, the school district uses a third-party vendor called CORE, in which Volusia County School District purchases either a usage or a license agreement with them. And the CORE program criteria, or the inspection program the school district uses, is built around that APA Level 2 standard that has been set forth by the Association of Physical Plant Administrators. So what is APA Level 2? APA Level 2 in general is called ordinary tidiness. And what are some of those indicators? And I've bullet pointed some of those out. Floors and baseball moldings are clean and fresh, but there can be up to 2 days worth of dust, stains, streaks on the floor. Okay, so there can be up to 2 days worth of dust and debris. There's no buildup in the corners or along walls. And when we talk about buildup in the corners and walls, when we're cleaning specific areas, whether we're running dust mops or vacuums or brooms, debris tends to get caught in those corners. So we want to make sure there's no visible buildup in the corners or along walls. But in general, across that floor of the surface of the floor, that can have up to 2 days worth of dust, dirt, stains, et cetera, et cetera. Dust and smudges, fingerprints are noticeable on vertical and horizontal surfaces, okay? Which is a key distinction from APA level 1, where there is no distinguished factor with, I guess, visibility of smudges and fingerprints and dust and those types of things on horizontal surfaces, which would include window ledges, student desk tables, those types of things. Washrooms and shower fixtures and tile gleam and are odor-free and supplies are adequate. So the agreement we have with the school district is that restrooms and showers and those types of things are maintained at APA level 1, which is spotless for the most part. And that trash containers and pencil sharpeners hold only daily waste and are clean and odor-free. So I did provide a link down there if you're interested to go out to the Association of Physical Plant Administrators, APPL. And they do give some reopening guidelines and some examples from some other school districts. There's some interesting information out there I think might be beneficial. So just so you know, the core inspection program has been changed 2 times over this year, and I kind of want to look at the data. But originally, the level of cleanliness expectation has always been APA level 2, and the school district and core originally decided to set that at an 80% target. Okay, APA does not assign any percentages. Okay, the percentages were set by the school district and core in their consultation. At the beginning of this year, it was decided that 80% wasn't a high enough percentage, but that we wanted to move to 85%, in which we did. And then some of the criteria within the program were changed. So I just wanted to make mention and note that the core inspection program has changed twice over the last year. So from the original core inspection program to what I'm going to call version 2, when meetings were held with core, they said, you know, we want to make sure that we're getting APA level 2. We need to relook at the criteria, and here's our current criteria. What do we need to change? So a version 2 came out, and the inspections were done. And the inspections were done on the old program, version 1, as well as the new program, version 2. And when those inspections were done, and the data was compared to see if there was a distinct difference in those inspections, the inspections and these were site specific, so these were run in tandem at the same school, just different versions. They were within 0.1% of each other. So to put that in perspective, on version 1, if the score came in at 80.5%, on version 2, it came in at 80.4%, which is not a huge disparity or distinction. And at that time, it was determined that still wasn't what they were looking for, even though we did change that. So we went into core went into a version 3 for the school district. If we go to slide 15, please. Thank you. So again, I want to reiterate on this slide that the core is the district inspection program. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but to be able to manage anything, we have to be able to measure it. So I wanted to show the board as well as the public what those inspection scores have been from the school district and kind of walk through that. So when ABM came in and we inherited the contract from Aramark, the initial score down there, Q1 of 2015-16, was 74%. And you can see over the 2015-16 school year, substantial improvement was made. At that particular time, the APA level 2 benchmark for the core program was 80%, okay? I've denoted it at 85% right now, and that changed effective this year, which is the blue data, okay? But rolling into the 2016-17 year, we started off Q1 with 87%, and we actually improved the level of service throughout the year through Q4 up to 91%. In 2017 and 18, when we talk about sustainability and holding, you know, our performance standards and making sure that we're delivering a consistent product, Q1, 2, 3, and 4 were extremely close to one another. In 2018-19, there was a slip in terms of the percentage scores, but again, Apple level targets were at 80% at that particular moment. Even if we adjust for today's Apple level 2, 85%, the entire year we did meet expectations. We can talk about what the drivers are for that, but we do have some inspection turnover at this particular moment, and we know, level of cleanliness is kind of a perceptive thing, and we'll get in a little more depth on that. And then in 2019-20, right, it cuts off at Q2 because COVID. This is when the Apple level percentage changed to 85%. First quarter, we came in at 90%. Second quarter, we came in at 89.67%. So again, very little difference, still maintaining those gains that we had since the inception of the contract. If we can move to slide 16, please. Thank you. So I wanted to highlight another way that we measure the service levels that we're delivering to Volusia County Public Schools. So if we were to throw out the core inspection program saying that it's flawed or we need to do something different, we do reach out to the principals and our POCs every single month, and we do a report card, and we ask them to grade us on a grade scale of A through F of how they feel the level of cleanliness is. And on the surveys that we send out monthly, it specifically outlines what Apple level 2 is. So again, you'll see that I've denoted on the slide Apple level 2 at 85%, but please note that that didn't change until the 2019-20 school year. So the blue, orange, gray, and that off orange a little bit were around that 80%. But if we throw out core and we are now gathering the perceptive data of 80 administrators, all the key components of our service level agreements are meeting or exceeding Apple level 2 contractual standards. So again, I just wanted to note, this is the perceptive feedback and data from administrators across the board. If we could go to the next slide, please. And then I wanted to point out some event-specific report card grades that have happened recently. So over the last spring break that we had prior to going in and doing that disinfecting period for that week, all report card grades in terms of level of service that administrators felt, how do you feel your spring break clean was? We scored 89.5% roughly on that, on a target of 85%. And then on our COVID response, how do they feel we handled COVID response in terms of, safety, security, making sure students, staff are safe, cleaning, et cetera, We came in at 90%, which exceeds the Apple level expectation of 85%. If we go to slide 18, this is the third KPI that we use. So just a quick review. The first one is the core inspections, which is a district program with district inspectors. The second one are report card feedback from administrators, which is perceptive feedback from 80 individuals. And then we do our own internal site inspections. And this is the historicals in terms of how we grade ourselves. So we have a program similar to CORE that we use internally, and we do inspections every single day. We talk about these every single day on our operations and safety call. But these are the scores in terms of what the management staff is scoring our team at. You'll notice a little uptick here. Reason being is this time frame extends beyond in that fourth period there, the green bar. The reason you see the uptick there is we do inspections during the summertime. So obviously as things are not hot and floors getting shiny and all that fun stuff, that's going to drive that percentage to go up. If we go to slide 19, please. And so I kind of want to give an all-in picture of what performance level looks like per the statement of work. So over these CBRs, we do a quarterly client business review with Volusia County School District. So these are the core inspections. Over the last 4 client business reviews, okay, so pretty much every quarter, core inspection scores have come in at 90, 88, 89, and 89 respectively on a target of 85. Report card grades, which are administrative, are 89, 88, 88.9, and 88 again, respectively, to the perceptive feedback from principals. And then our site inspections, 89.9, 89.8, 89.9, and then that uptick due to summer. The one thing I want to point out here is, again, if we can't measure, we can't manage, right? And I'm not saying all of our measurements are perfect, but everybody has a different perception of what cleanliness is, and I'm trying to outline what the scope of work is, where our gaps are, so when our students come back, right? But interestingly, when you look at this data from the core perspective to report card grades, which is the perspective data, to our internal scoring, all of those scores are very, very, very close, and we don't see a lot of difference in those scores. So what that tells me from a managing perspective is that for the most part, and I'm not saying everybody, but from the most part, from the data that we gather, everybody feels like the service levels are roughly around the same, all above APA level 2, which is 85% this year. And if we go to slide 20, I did just want to kind of briefly talk about age of facility. I know we've had conversations before about age of facility, and I think there's a challenge in distincting custodial services versus, custodial or cleaning deficiencies versus facility related deficiencies, right? I think on average, a school district in terms of your permanent square footage, so this would exclude anything like portables and those types of things, the average age is 30 years. So when you look at schools, your older facilities like Palm Terrace, West Side, South Daytona, there is a perceptiveness in terms of non-cleanliness because there are some facility related items, a lot of that being carpet and baseboards, lighting, those types of things, which are really facility driven. I wanted to give an example of how that is, right? So Pearson Elementary School, I provided the data in terms of the core inspection results, and you'll notice before the new Pearson came on site, we were averaging around 87% on a target of 80 at that particular time. Brand new school opens up, everything's new, everything's shiny, and now we're averaging 97%, which is phenomenal, right? And these are the core inspections, these are district inspections. The key point I want to note here is we did not change anything in terms of custodial staff. We did not change anything in our cleaning processes. We did not change anything in our cleaning frequencies. So just the fact of the age of the facility and the perceptiveness of things not being clean, which are really items that need to be replaced and upgraded due to deferred maintenance, this can have a strong, strong impact on the perceptiveness of cleanliness. And then if we could go to slide 21. In closing, I would like to at least take the opportunity to thank all the essential workers and district staff for their commitment and continued support of Volusia County School District. Specifically, I'd like to personally recognize team members from Schoolway Cafe, facilities and maintenance staff, administrative staff, knowing there's still a lot of work to be done, because there is still a lot of work to be done. Teachers for having an unrelenting commitment to the students, board members for having to make critical decisions with little information, parents and students for being patient and extremely adaptive on short notice, and the custodial staff for being on the front lines, cleaning and disinfecting the places and spaces that are most important to all of us in the school district. As many were able to quarantine during much of this time, these team members showed up every day from the first day of the pandemic to ensure that we were providing the most healthy and sanitary buildings for our students. And to the management staff, thank you for the long days and the long nights and sacrifices you've made to bring this all together. Words will never be able to express my respect and appreciation for all the groups. I'm extremely humbled by the level of servanthood each of you have committed to. So with that, I thank you and would like to open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Brandon. So I will open up for discussions with my colleagues. Who would like to go first? Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
Brandon, can you go back to the timeline back in March for me on that slide? So on March, right here, summer begins, and we talk about, you mentioned March 10th being the date that the discussions were had to go to a summer cleaning schedule. And so at that point, and correct me if I'm wrong, I may be off on the dates, our custodial staff pretty much stopped showing up to our schools every day, correct?
No, sir, that is not correct. So on March 10th is the date that we submitted our spring break cleaning plan to the school district. Okay. And then on the 13th, that's when the governor mandated that they add an additional week to spring break, which is that purple highlighted area from the 23rd through the 29th. During that time, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So during the week of spring break, you all had your spring break cleaning schedule, nothing changed, correct?
Correct.
And then the following week was the extra week of spring break. Right. Did we continue to have the same level of custodial staff show up every day to clean our schools?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with that being said, that would mean that by the time our teachers return back at some point to collect items, articles, etc., the classrooms should have all been cleaned, correct?
The rooms were disinfected. So when you are talking about clean, right? So when we went through this period, teachers did not come back for another 2 months, right? So we had moved into our summer clean at that particular point. So when we access a room for summer clean, right, we're not going to go back into that room unless we had those variables of teachers coming back, and when we knew we had foot traffic in there, we have to go back in there and re-disinfect that, right? So there's that period there where. Okay. I mean, does that make sense?
So what I'm hearing is no. And so, again, you're disinfecting, but you stopped cleaning. And so that meant that the custodians who were coming every night stopped coming, correct?
That's incorrect. We did not lay off, furlough, or give unemployment papers to anybody. Everybody was still full staff.
So the custodians worked every single day all the way until the end of the school year, which would have been the 31st, is what you're saying?
Up until when we started mirroring the school district summer hours, which would have been the week of June 1st, is when we started the typical summer reduction.
So custodians were coming to work every single day from the 23rd all the way from March 23rd all the way till May 31st.
Yes, full staff, normal hours. June 1st, full staff, summer hours.
Okay, and so and you and I have had this discussion. We clearly don't see eye to eye on what clean is. So I'm not even going to go there. So what you're saying is that, okay, I'm having a hard time with this. Okay. Who made the decision to go to summer cleaning early on in the district? Because we have a contract that calls for all of these things to be done on a daily, weekly, and all of that schedule. At what point did we stop going into classrooms and cleaning, seeing as full staff was here and present? You're saying all your custodians that were working were showing up to work every day.
Correct.
So the classrooms were cleaned or at least reviewed every day for cleanliness, correct?
Up through the 29th, which rolling into the 30th is when we began that limited summer clean. So to answer your question, yes, through the 29th of March, starting March 30th, 31st, we moved them into our summer clean mode where nobody was on campus. We go in and we do a room and we move forward. We don't go back and service that room again. Unless we're aware of somebody coming.
So that's in March, which means that in April, May, June, did you have full custodial staff showing up to work every day? Because they would have been by themselves. There was really not many people there.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Cologne, everybody, it was full hours, full custodial staff the entire month of April, the entire month of May, and then modified hours, modified summer hours in school district mirroring June 1st, which was a Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday schedule. So we did not make any changes or reduce staff or tell people not to come to work. We were still operating every day, 5 days a week at our normal hours.
So you mentioned that cleaning is perceptive, and I will tell you that in my district that I represent, that was not the perception that was had by my principals, by my teachers, etc. And so again, it's all perceptive, and you really can't measure perception. I don't hold you accountable for much because I think that our issue is Volusia County and that whole core, and I've been talking about this for 2 years, and so I'm not even going to go there anymore. What I am really worried about is moving forward. And so as we look at your plans for moving forward, I will share with you that Ruben Colon, only one member of this board, I would not give you one more penny. I think that your perception of clean and my perception of clean are way off. And unfortunately, that is the perception I am getting from ABM because you are the representative of that company. We've shared this before. This is not news. And I think that for all of these additional services, we need to look at an outside vendor, whether it's Massey Services, any of these other companies that are providing the services of sanitation, because it has always been evident and perceived that you all can't even clean our schools. And so the last thing I would like to do is add any more to your burden at this time. I guess my next question is with Mr. Doran or Mr. Aiken, is there for those additional things that are important, such as the misting, such as all of those services, is there anything that limits us from finding or going to bid for a different vendor to handle specifically those services, which again are essential to the cleanliness and the comfort level of our parents? Greg, I mean, if you want to, I mean, is there anything that?
Mr. Doran can actually assist as well, but there's nothing in the contract that stops us from going out and providing additional services above and beyond what ABM is currently doing today that I've seen in the contract.
Okay, so, so folks know we have been talking about ABM for a while, and so the reality is that they are the ones responsible for cleaning our schools right now, and it's up to us to keep them accountable for that. So as far as the missing services, Mr. Doran?
As far as I know, based on what Mr. Aiken just said, there would be no reason why we couldn't go out. I didn't look at the contract because I didn't know that question would arise specifically, but unless there is some exclusivity in the contract, and I would certainly guess there wouldn't be, and Mr. Aiken saying there is not. So based on that analysis, then I don't think we have any problem looking to other services to expand what we're receiving.
Perfect, because I want them to focus on cleaning and the additional things that involve the misting and those additional services. I don't think they have the bandwidth to address based on my perception of cleaning. And again, cleaning is all perceptive. That's all I have. I mean, again, I just, Ms. Superintendent, I think that maybe, having a separate company do our misting, whether it's during the day, whether it's we hire our own employees to do specifically that, as we've spoken about transitioning to handle those things and be available during the day. I mean, the misting thing is so easy, but it's so essential. And I think that, at the $4 million ABM want to add to the contract for those services, I think we may be able to purchase misters for every school and have one person assigned at doing nothing but misting, and we'll know it's getting done. In fact, I'll even volunteer to mist because that looks like a lot of fun. So thank you so much, and that's all I have. Thank you.
May I respond?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. E-misting is fun because I've done it a few times as well. So, you know, if I could go back to slide number 19, just to clarify, Mr. Colon, you know, like we've said, you know, the word perceptive, right? And that's why we have 3 performance indicators. Core is the district perception. The report cards are the administrative perception, and site is ABM's perception. So in all fairness, I don't think it's honest to say that our perception is that much different than the district's perception or the faculty's perception. I know it's different from your perception, okay? I get that, right? But we have to be able to measure somehow, and I'm not in disagreement that maybe we need to look at the KPIs or a better way of doing the KPIs, right? But this is the data that's available to us, and we have to have the data to be able to manage, right? I keep a very clean house myself, and there's, you know, things that I think that are inappropriate that are appropriate in APA level 2. And, you know, this is a contract that's labor driven, and based on the district needs in 2015, those APA levels were assigned, those targets were set, we set the metrics in place. So all that perceptive data is compared. So again, I think it's fair to say that you have your perception, I have my perception, but the data shows that core inspections are in line with the administrators, are aligned with ABM's perception.
And what I said initially was correct. And I think that, you know, everything you're saying is accurate. I don't think the problem is with you. The problem is with us. The fact that, you know, and I'll say this out loud, I think our principals and teachers have given up on ABM. And so the standard and the expectancy is so low that all of a sudden, if the garbage is actually picked up, hey, give them 100, they did better. And so, you know, again, we're gonna defer all day long on that perception. And I think, again, we've got all kinds of data here, and you know, the fact that we've allowed this to go on for so long and haven't provided you the necessary feedback to align the perception with the reality is not your fault. That's our fault. And so that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Well, if I could make one more comment on it, you had mentioned the $4 million. I just want to explain that was an all-in number. Okay, so the district has already made decisions on cleans and signage and those types of things. Our concern right now, Mr. Colon and board members, is that gap in the evening, right, per CDC guidelines. So we would like to talk with the school district and revamp that and come to a decision on what's amiable for everybody, right? So if that means that we just enhance that scope at night and we're not going to enhance scope during the day, that's going to significantly reduce that price. So I want to throw that out there. That was an all-in number that was originally given to us. So
Brandon, I need you to focus on doing at the very least what we've agreed to have done. And I don't know that you have the bandwidth to do anything else. So those are my thoughts.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Ms. Haynes. But before Ms. Haynes start, I have one question, Brandon, because you referred to the CARES Act and the funding that the school district receiving. Is it not true that ABM received CARES funding as well as a company?
You know, Ms. Wright, I honestly don't know that answer.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Haynes.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Haynes.
I want to start on slide number, I'm not sure what number it is. It's in the appendix, and it's your APA 2 level slide. I'd like to draw your attention to point number 4. Washroom and shower fixtures and tile gleam and are odor-free. Supplies are adequate. Do you feel that you meet that criteria?
In some instances, yes. In some instances, no.
So what have you done in the areas where you don't meet it?
So, you know, do you want to talk about the cleanliness or the supplies? Because there's a distinction in term. Okay. So from a cleanliness standpoint, when we go in and we do our inspections, if we notice a deficiency, we'll go in and we'll re-scrub out a bathroom. Okay. We'll do what we need to do to bring that up to standard. Okay. From a supply perspective, we've never run out of supplies, but I can't control students that are damaging and destroying and emptying soap dispensers, those types of things. We've never run out of supplies, so it's not an issue of not having the supply, and we have ample supplies in the school. So I know we're stocking those at night. I admit that there are probably restroom stalls that do get missed. We're not going to be 100% perfect, and I'll be the first to admit that. But when we do find that deficiency, I guarantee we're the first to get on it and correct it.
Okay, actually, I probably should have started my conversation like this. I've been here 34 years now. So I was here when our custodians were in-house, and we had individuals that did an excellent job. There are still some of those custodians on our campuses, and I want to say thank you to them for continuing to do an excellent job. My concern is with you, your managers, and the custodians that you're not holding to a high level of expectations. Because the next point on that page talks about trash. Our teachers did come back on campus after the second week of extended spring break in order to pick up laptops and materials they needed to do instruction at home. They walked back on campus and the trash was still in their rooms from prior to leaving for spring break. So explain to me how you're giving us a 2 level service.
Well, Ms. Haynes, again, the measurement and the data shows that we are meeting APA level 2 expectation.
You're not. You may in a few campuses, but when teachers are out for 2 weeks of spring break, come back to get their materials, and the trash prior to spring break is still in their classrooms, you're not meeting it.
But Ms. Haynes, all schools are inspected 4 times annually, so it's this, you know, it's not a one inspection annually. Report cards are not. How many
managers
report cards
have overseen custodians?
9.
What were those 9 people doing during the 2 weeks of spring break?
They were in the field managing their individuals and helping in a lot of instances, in training.
Training them to do what?
Training new team members on how to strip and wax floors in detail, and you know, because we
weren't stripping and waxing floors during those 2 weeks.
In some schools we do strip and wax during spring break.
But trash doesn't get emptied.
Trash does get emptied. Did we miss a classroom? I can't say we didn't miss a classroom.
Okay, back to the report cards. Mr. Aiken, I want teachers included in the report card piece. I want teachers to do a report card on their classrooms. Administrators can do the outside areas such as hallways, stairways, the office or large, cafeteria. But I want teachers to have the opportunity to say what's happening in their classroom. Now, Mr. Clark, I'll go back to the piece that at some of our schools, we've had vandalism. But at elementary schools, vandalism is not taking place. But yet there's no toilet paper, paper towels, or soap being kept stocked. So what's your explanation for that?
Well, Ms. Haynes, vandalism does happen at elementary schools, and I've got several examples of that. But again, supplies should be stocked in the evening, okay? If supplies run out during the day, those calls will typically go to the main office. But if they're not being stocked at night, we'll correct those deficiencies and hold those team members accountable. So we have the supplies. If it's a training issue, we will definitely train and rectify the issue. If it's a supply that happens to run out during the middle of the day, for example, an art room may run out of paper towels, because I can guarantee you in a paper towel dispenser, if there's a quarter of a core, we're not replacing that. So it's gonna run out during the day, right? So we expect to get those calls.
All right, let's go back to this. I have an email where one of your team members wanted to blame teachers for coming on campus the end of May and 1st of June for why they weren't making the progress they needed. When did we start blaming teachers?
I've never blamed teachers.
Well, you did talk about them coming back and it changing on your calendar what was happening. I'm with Mr. Colon. I don't believe all your employees worked all the way up till June 1st. Now, I'd like for you to explain to me on June 1st how you reduced your workforce, because you keep saying it mirrors the district. When the district goes to 4 days a week instead of 5, all that happens is everybody works a longer day. We don't reduce hours or furlough people or give them unemployment paperwork. But my understanding is you reduced hours, you furloughed individuals, and you gave them unemployment paperwork. And nowhere in our contract does it say we reduce the funds we're paying you during the summer.
Ms. Haynes, we did not give one person unemployment papers, and we did not furlough one employee.
Did you reduce everybody's hours?
Lead custodians worked 4 10s, full-time custodians worked 4 7s, and that's been the standard for the last 5 years.
So that's why we don't get great cleaning during the summer, because we reduce everybody to 28 hours?
Ms. Haynes, when the contract was written, the ability to provide you the pricing that the school district needed to privatize, you know, this is a labor-driven market, right? So we have to, in the summertime, do modification of hours to reduce the price for you.
Mr. Clark, you can make all the excuses you want. And I do believe a big part of it is on Volusia County Schools and the individuals that helped prepare this contract and do the in-house inspections. And I have addressed that. But moving forward, I don't have trust in you and your company, nor do I have trust in our in-house group that's overseeing this. Because those key performance indicators and the performance levels that people are grading you at are not acceptable. I don't trust you moving into a reopening, even based on your criteria, because you're not meeting your criteria, that our schools are going to be at the cleanliness level they need to be. Nor do I trust our in-house group, because their inspections don't match what I see. As I said before, I was at University High after breakfast, prior to lunch, and there was lunch trays with full food on them sitting on the steps. So they'd been there from the day before. So your custodians overlooked them from the day before, your evening group and your morning group. But your custodians were gathered outside in the courtyard hanging out. So there's a problem. And I'm not pleased. And I'm not going to be pleased. And when I have to see some of our staff step into pressure wash because you still haven't done it, and I'm sorry, the excuse of we only have 1 or 2 pressure washers and we have to share them for a company your size is not acceptable. I'm going to stop at this point.
May I respond, Ms. Haynes?
Sure.
Okay, so we have definitely more than 2 pressure washers, but I want to make it, known to the board and to the public that the current statement of work says that pressure washing is conducted 1 time annually. We do it much more than 1 time annually, and we've always done it more than 1 time annually, because we want to give you a better product. We want to give you more than what the contract says, right? I want to make that distinction. I'm not making excuses, Ms. Haynes. I'm telling you what drives this. So, for example, at University this weekend, we had 8 pressure washers running at one school. River Springs, Manatee Cove, we've got multiple pressure washers, and we're trying to make sure everything's tip-top shape for the beginning of school. But I do agree with your comment. We're not ready for the CDC guidelines because there's a huge gap in the scope of work. I don't disagree with you in any way, shape, or form. We have to do something different and partner together to close that gap.
I'm not going to authorize, and I'm one person, another penny to your company, because you have not met even at the level 2 at a lot of my schools. Just on the 2 points I pointed out. I'm not even talking about the other 3. So I'm going to stop here because my frustration level with you and even with our in-house group is very high. And I need clean campuses, not excuses. I'm not accepting any excuses any longer from any of you. And Mr. Aiken, that includes your group. So, Mrs. Wright, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Ms. Cuthbert?
Good afternoon. I think we're still in the afternoon. I just have some pointed questions. What is the name of your disinfectant?
Virex.
Virex?
Virex TB. And in the e-misters that we use, it's Virex Plus. And both of those are EPA registered disinfectants.
Okay, is there anything harmful in those who would, if any of our students or employees might be susceptible to chemicals?
There's always a risk of some kind of maybe contact exposure, right? I've seen it before, but we've been using this product in district for a couple of years now. Haven't had any issues with it. A contact reaction is a lot different than a student spraying it on themselves, right? So I know in some of the teacher kits, disinfectants are being provided. I would highly recommend that disinfectants not be provided in those kits, right? In the event that a student does get their hands on it, or at least the teachers and staff to know the kids should not be using and spraying disinfectant.
Okay, if and when you do mist, how long is that mist supposed to last?
So the e-misting lasts until you have somebody that's contagious touches that particular item. So it's only as good as, so if I spray a light switch and somebody comes in 30 seconds later and touches it, it's not good anymore.
Okay, then why mist?
It's a level of additional security would be my answer.
Okay, and you said you were only going to mist once a week?
Well, we're recommending that all occupied spaces be e-misted 1 time per week.
Okay, that's not going to be a lot of security if it's only 1 time a week. Okay, on your staff, are all of our schools fully staffed?
No, ma'am. We have 27 vacancies right now.
27 vacancies. And what will you be doing to increase those vacancies?
So a week and a half ago, we were at 40 vacancies. So we kicked off a campaign with our corporate office, and within the week and a half time frame, we do have, I would say, 30 plus individuals in the pipeline. There's several that are waiting on JLA clearance from the school district, so that the current staffing that I gave you is not inclusive of those in JLA. So we don't include those numbers until we actually get the badge in.
Okay. Now, are you staffing schools based on student population or by area?
We staff schools based on APA level 2 cleanliness, which is typically around 20 to 23,000 square feet per shift.
Okay. Could you tell me what we have many of our schools around the same size as Spruce Creek Elementary. I do know that there are about 1.5 of your staff there presently. How many does it need? Sometimes it has 3, sometimes it has 4.
Yeah, there's a base staffing level per school. I don't, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I'd have to look that data up, but I think you're asking, is there a number that we target to each school to maintain that 20 to 22,000 square foot per shift? Yes, we do have a target number per school.
Okay. In a lot of your data that you had showed, were there any schools that failed?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. In the data that you showed, in the APA 2 level success, were
Yes.
there any schools that have failed inspections?
In 2019, 2020, when it was changed to 85%, yes, there were 14 or 15 schools that failed. 14 of those 15 fell within 80% and 85%. So the year prior to that, we had 0 failed inspections.
Okay, now how long have you been with us?
I'm coming on roughly 4 years now. I came in on the back end of that 15, 16 year.
Okay, but that's when it was GCS, correct?
So yes, we were GCA and we were acquired by ABM, but we still have, I mean, with the attrition of management staff and, custodial team members, it's still the same. It's always been me, whether it's GCA or Mark Kinsey or the zone managers. It's been the same group.
Now, why would those schools have failed?
For multiple reasons. I mean, they go in and they do an inspection, whether it's high dusting or the inspectors don't feel like vacuuming's getting done or dusting's not getting done, right? So when you go in and do an inspection, you have multiple areas that you look at. So you get to a percentage by dividing your deficiencies into your total areas inspected.
Okay, now, based on what you told us that you were doing daily and then weekly, those schools should not have failed. So,
right.
And that is why we are at odds, because you are the face of ABM. You assure us that this is what is going to occur on a daily basis or a weekly basis. And then, I mean, I have inspected, I remember it was right after New Year's, and it was before schools opened up, and I visited Reed Patillo. The bathrooms in the kindergarten rooms were horrible. There was dust all over the windowsills. The blinds had never been cleaned. Reed Patillo is I'm not going to call it old, I'm saying it's going to be tired. But still, whether the tile is tired or old, it still can gleam. So, and it was not gleaming. But after you were called in, and after a dedicated group came in to change, the teachers in those kindergarten classrooms had never seen those restrooms as clean as they had, in the years they've been there. So I know it's very difficult to clean all the time. And I found a full 10-gallon trash can filled with Christmas celebration trash in the media center, had never been taken out. but there was only one person working there. There were a couple of others that were pulling things out into outside the classroom. But then all those teacher supplies were being exposed to the elements. And I do know when you have outdoor doors that go to the outside, it is difficult. But the frustration that we feel is when we hear the number of schools that fail, when we know people are tired, people call in ill, I've seen some people just sit around and work on their phones, that people have been caught after a PTA meeting, and there were 2 night people smoking on the other side of the cafeteria at Reed Patillo. I have personally seen roaches. I visit one school, I'll be back in a couple of days. The roach is still there on a sidewalk. I've been at Atlantic High School and I've seen food rotting on the staircases. When I think I had a meeting with you at New Smyrna Beach High School. After our meeting, a teacher called me and said, I followed in the ABM supply truck because you supplied those shelvings that you displayed to me, all the supplies that were there, but they were put there that day. And then it was reported to me that those supplies were taken away the very next day. So it's very difficult for us to have a level of confidence when we see one thing and we are promised something else. I do know that unemployment papers were given to a lot of your employees, and they were just, so several of them have said, well, contacted me and said, well, what's going on? Am I being fired? And they were told by their I guess that the level underneath you, sir, your regional person, that person said, well, just in case. So it's very difficult for us to agree. And for me, I've learned what data is. Data is only as good as what's entered. Our school district has 2 inspectors, and we've had great discussions with these inspectors, and they are quite dismayed at the level of cleanliness, especially when our students have not been on campus. Our students have been on campus. Now, some schools are going through some construction. For example, New Smyrna Beach Middle School is having that, but the rest of the campus can be cleaned. So I don't understand why not every inch of our schools are clean. It doesn't make sense to me when our students have not been there to mess it up. And there hasn't been the necessity to empty trash cans since March. And oh, by the way, at New Smyrna High, a lot of the teachers' disinfectant that was sitting on their desks were missing when they came back to pick up their computers. So I too am dismayed. I've been dealing with this a long time myself. This is year 6 for me, and it's very disappointing. We've tried very hard to put up with all of this, but we will all be out in our schools and checking things out. So I appreciate you having the courage to come up today, but these slides are only as good as the meat behind them. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Mr. Persis?
Hello, Brandon.
Hello, Mr. Persis.
There's been a lot said, and I guess you hear the message pretty clearly. I can only say what I hear from my principals. I shouldn't say my principals, the principals in my district and the teachers who work in the schools in my district. And from where I sit, I'm not hearing the level of concern that my colleagues are. However, I cannot refute anything that my colleagues said, because if they're saying it because they're seeing it or they're hearing it, and they're not making it up. You mentioned the 27 vacancies. I don't know whether those vacancies are located more in the areas other than District 4. I don't know any of that. I do know that I don't want to give you a clear slate here now. I have had concerns. Tomoka Elementary comes to mind. West Side Elementary comes to mind. Seabreeze High School has reported things to me, and as well as Palm Terrace. I do think, as Ms. Haynes said, I think there is a level of concern with perhaps the way the contract was written and the thresholds that are in that contract and how those thresholds are interpreted by our district staff, who are the people that tell us how your company is doing. So, you know, there may be some blame there too, but there's no denying that when you see a trash can full, a trash can's full, and you know, when there's dust and things on the floor that have been there for more than one day, that tends to get everyone's attention. I really don't want to, you know, criticize the folks who are out there, because I don't know who these people are. These are custodians work for your company, and I understand how hard it is to keep a good team together, and to have that consistency. But I think, Brandon, if I was just to look at it as objectively as I can, what sort of gets at us, I believe, is that, you know, schools have been closed for so long. You know, we've been shut down since the middle of March, and I just thought, I mean, a reasonable expectation is that, you know, our schools would be like spotless at this point. I mean, just kind of like waiting for people to show up, because there hasn't been any students around. I think that's what's kind of hard for us to understand. I get all the other stuff. I get the pressure cleaning pieces and all of that. I understand how that can vary from school to school. I think my colleagues here have said quite enough, and I'm sure you get their message loud and clear. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So Brandon, you've had opportunity to hear from my colleagues, and I did meet with you and some of my district colleagues over a week ago in reference to this. And so rather than rehash everything my colleagues have said, I just want you, I don't want to refer back to any slides. I just want you to answer some really direct questions. Moving forward, what level, and we say level 2, and I think what bothers me, my work represents me. And so anything that I do, I'm going to always do it to the best of my ability, because when I want to come back and ask for something, it's hard for someone to really tell me no based on my performance. So based on that, with that in mind, what would every teacher and principal expect from ABM starting today? What would classrooms look like starting today for the rest of this year? Would trash be emptied? Will we be vacuuming? Will we be wiping down the desk? What will we expect? And I don't want to go to a slide. I want you to tell us.
Yeah, so teachers should expect that the garbage is emptied, right? That their rooms are swept and spot mopped on a daily basis, that restrooms are serviced and fully stocked on a daily basis at APA level 1 for restrooms specifically. Desks right now are spot cleaned. Desks are not fully cleaned every single day. So teachers can expect that APA level 2 cleanliness, but we strive for a 90% target or better. We want to exceed and we stretch our targets as well, right? So this is point blank answer your question with the staffing that we have and knowing that we can complete X amount of work within that 20 to 22,000 square foot per shift. Teachers should expect those basics to be done. And we do provide those and have provided those year over year to teachers. We do have a list of daily, weekly, monthly tasks specific to their classrooms. So they know exactly what they should expect daily, weekly, and monthly.
And so with us being in a pandemic, what worked for us previously won't work for us in this current realm. And so when we say we spot check desks, again, I'm going back to, do you want our business or not? I would think with the pandemic, it would be that our desks are wiped down. And so again, I saw the price tag. I'm not willing to discuss anything else because I did ask, just so my colleagues to know, had we been late on any of our payments and were we making the payments as agreed? And in July, I know based on the contract, you were able to get a raise, and had we met all of those financial obligations? And the answer was yes. And so with that being said, understanding that we decreased the labor in the summer, but with COVID, I just can't in good conscience see why anybody would want to decrease, especially in the cleaning area, when that is the number one concern for everyone, from wearing masks to having disinfectants. That just does not resonate well with me. So I hear what you're saying, but I just want to restate, on a daily basis, we can expect, demand, and require that every classroom's trash will be emptied, that do the ones that, will they be vacuumed, spot mopped? How will that happen? Because some of them have carpet, others do not.
So if they don't have carpet, they'll sweep and spot mop. And if they, you have carpet and VCT, right? So we would be required to vacuum as well as spot mop and sweep. And if it's just carpet, then we need to be spot vacuuming that carpet. If I could answer your question, I agree. We are not reducing our scope, okay? In any way, shape, or form. We are not reducing our scope. We're recommending to the school district that we increase the scope. But I'm going to be quite frank, I think you're asking if it's going to be net neutral or zero, and the increased scope requires increasing labor per the CDC guidelines, so that's not going to be net neutral.
And I understand that, Brandon, but I think where we are struggling, that if you currently have 27 vacancies, how would that benefit us, giving you, allowing you to take on a task if you can't sufficiently handle the task that's at hand? So if you have 27 vacancies, and that was one of the things I said to you before, it is no reason why we're even having this conversation. I can't imagine why we're having this conversation, given the fact that we have not had students on campus for almost 5 months, or a very small group just started this summer. So I think that's where we're all struggling with.
Right, and I was hoping to outline that, in the presentation today, so you know what our challenges and what our struggles were, right? So we don't, the contract is not an hours-based, it's not an FTE-based contract, it is a service-based contract. So in the extreme, if we could make everybody happy and I could do it with one employee, wouldn't matter, right? Exactly. We have a target that we go to. I'm not happy with 27. That's a higher percentage than what I want. But to answer your question, when we do have vacancies, we do offset that with overtime to team members. And on those vacancy reporting numbers, I don't include our pool personnel. So we do have a pool of people that may not be able to work Monday through Friday. They can work very specific hours, maybe one day a week. We will pull those individuals into schools.
And I do understand perform work. I mean, several of us have actually done perform work, so I do. But it is based on your performance. At the end of the day, that's how you're judged, and that's how, at the end of the day, people decide if they're going to pay you, if they're going to give you an extension to a contract. But again, I'm gonna go back to the fact you're right. If you could do the work with 10 people, it's not that you have 27 vacancies. It's the fact that even April, and I think maybe we should share that all of us, even during the pandemic when it was closed, because we had essential workers, we all went to the schools. I visited a school once a week. So I was out there in March and April. And so when I could walk through a classroom and I can physically see that the trash had not been emptied, I'm not taking anything from my colleagues, I'm not even taking one from a teacher. A principal and I could walk through the school and through the classrooms, and I can see where just the basics had not been done. That's concerning. And we don't have any excuse. I'm sorry, there's no excuse. So my next thing, so if a teacher or an administrator would have an issue with his or her classroom or their school, who would be the point person? Will each school have a point person on that campus that if there's a problem, can resolve that problem instantly?
Yeah, so from a custodial standpoint, yes, there's a
Yes.
day porter there or a midday, there's gonna be somebody there, right?
So the
From
day,
From
Go
a
ahead.
facility standpoint, if there's a concern, each school does have a Volusia County point of contact. So somebody within the school district, that is a point of contact for facilities. So if there's any concerns, they would reach out to that point of contact first.
okay, but I just want to be clear. So every school has a day porter. And if something should arise that we need addressed at that moment, that has to deal with the services that you render, that will be the person, the teacher or the administrator will contact to get that rectified.
Correct.
Okay. So when we talk about classrooms, and we're talking about some cleaning on a daily basis, are teachers going to be required to do anything in preparation to have their class disinfected, cleaned, or whatever we're planning to do? What is there anything that we're going to have to require from teachers?
No, currently we don't have any stipulations. There are a lot of teachers out there who do some wonderful things to assist the custodial staff. Maybe take the last 5 minutes of the day and have the kids pick up a piece of large debris off the floor, right? These aren't things that we mandate. These are, I want to say mandate, that's not the right word. We don't request this, and teachers just do this themselves. So we don't have any stipulations on. If we go into a room and there's crayons everywhere, we still gotta clean the room.
Okay, and then I have two more questions. My second to the last question. So doing pre-planning, is it possible that every school, principal, faculty, and staff can meet their custodial staff? I don't care if they work in the morning to the evening, but
Absolutely.
everybody assigned to that school need to be a part of the pre-planning process so that we are all on the same page.
Yes, ma'am.
And then my last, I see you. My last question is, in the event we continue, because I believe all my colleagues just recently received an email from a teacher in your district. Is that correct, Mr. Cologne? In reference to the classroom where they were just in their classroom, if not yesterday, Thursday? Yeah, okay, in Mr. Cologne's district. And I was really somewhat set back. I was kind of like, wow. So today, again, I think it's important that your ABM staff contact his or her principal, whoever your day porter is and your night porter that's in charge, and maybe even your directors. Reach out to all of their principals to find out what are the immediate needs that need to be taken care of between now and our teachers coming back on the 11th, number one. And number two, what is needed to make sure that moving into brick and mortar, I don't care if it's not August 31st, I don't care if it's December 31st, what is needed to make sure that the first day our students step on that campus, that everything is sanitized, ready to go. And as I stated before, in my grandmother's term, just spit squeaky clean, so that we know that we're ready for operations. I see Ms. Haynes has another question, so I'm turning it back over to you, Ms. Haynes. Oh, Ms. Cuthbert, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Thank you, Brandon. I just wanted you to know you have some excellent employees. You really do. There's some very, very hard workers. I've met them all over the district. I always make a point, if I see a custodian on the campus, I always go over to that person. I've done it at Creekside Middle, Spruce Creek Elementary, New Smyrna Middle. I was at Chisholm yesterday and met the lovely young lady at Chisholm Elementary, who has a brand new school now to take care of. You have a lot of upper level management people, and I don't want them to take out on the people who are on our campuses. I think they can be evaluated by the work that they do, but not be berated. I have heard a lot of reports of people under you yelling and screaming and making demands of the people who are on campus. And I think that's why there's turnover. I've had people call me that say there's no way I think it's a good idea for me to work some part-time work to help supplement my income. However, they don't want to take the verbal abuse. So that too, but you do have some excellent people. And I've met a lot of them who have been with us for a long time. They were our employees back in 2012 and beforehand. And they have stuck with Airmark, with GCS, sorry, as well as you. But I think just like with us, it's all about the quality of the person. So I don't know if you can reevaluate how you interview people or how they care, but I think what Ms. Haynes was saying is very valid. I've seen it too. And I think if they do meet, like what Mrs. Wright said, if they do meet the people they service, it gives that personal touch. And there's that caring. And as you switch your employees all over the place, there's no ownership. And just as a human being says, this is my school, just like my license plate reflects my school, we have a sense of ownership and pride in where we service. So if you can keep that stability, that's marvelous. And I know you've got a pool of people you have to flip back and forth, but I also know a lot of times a principal will come on campus and her people are gone because they had to service another school the night before. So, but thank you for coming on today. But I had to give a plug for the many hard workers that you do have. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. I do appreciate the kind words. I do want to highlight one thing. Zero tolerance for yelling at anybody in a school, regardless of whether you're management or custodial. So if anybody's listening on the line, we do have that 1-800 number. You can call in if you're not comfortable talking with your supervisor or anybody. There are avenues where they can report that, and then I assure you those are swiftly dealt with.
Oh, and one more, sir. All of your workers are wearing masks, correct?
Masks have been provided to all the custodial staff and management staff, yes, ma'am. And,
okay.
And if somebody's not wearing it, or we catch them, we will counsel them and even paper it if we need to. But if anybody notices that's not happening, if they want to report it up, we'll address it.
I will call you later with a person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert.
And colleagues, any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
So you mentioned our custodians return back on Monday, correct? As far as our full-time ready for the school year?
Yes, it is going to be when teachers come back on the 10th. We'll be on the 10th or teachers 11th.
So right now, as it stands, with our teachers returning on Monday, have all of our classroom, when they return back on Monday, will all of our classrooms be clean and sanitized awaiting their return right now? So when they get there on Monday morning, will their school be clean? Is that an rightful expectancy?
Yes, Monday morning when they walk into their classrooms, it will be clean and sanitized, and well, not sanitized, it'll be disinfected. With the exception, Mr. Cologne, of those areas that admin has asked us not to do yet.
Okay, so all classrooms, when the teachers go in, so when they get there on Monday morning, because I can guarantee you, this conversation today is going to fire up lots of concerns, and there's going to be lots of concerns brought forward, whether they bring it to us directly or they share it other places. Okay. You're saying that every classroom will be clean and disinfected for Monday morning when our teachers arrive, because if that is not the case, then I've got concerns with our teachers showing up to a school that's not clean.
So, Mr. Cologne, yes, it will be cleaned and disinfected for teachers, with the exception of those areas that have been identified by the administration not to do. Case in point, Manatee Cove, we can't get into the media center until the 17th. Media center will not be done when teachers return.
So when they return on Tuesday, everything's going to be clean. Yes. Is that a yes?
It's a yes, with the exception of those areas, Mr. Cologne, that.
Very good. That's exactly what they need to hear and I need to hear, and I can assure you they're going to hold us accountable for that. Thank you.
Sir.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
Okay, Mr. Clark, to piggyback off of what Mr. Cologne said, because he said classrooms, I want to know if every restroom on every campus is also going to be clean to your APA level 2, where it says there will not even be any odor and they will gleam.
No, ma'am. It'll be cleaned per APA level 1, all restrooms.
Okay, so there should not, so when the teachers report back, every restroom should be clean. Is there a way you can provide us with a list of the areas that you have stated will not be ready due to administrators not allowing you to do those areas?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to see that list so that way if we do get phone calls, emails, messages from staff, we know that that is an area that an administrator had you hold off on cleaning. But otherwise, so restrooms will be at level 1. They will be fully stocked, so there will be no need for paper towels, soap, toilet paper on the first day. No one will walk into any of that being empty, and the classrooms will be clean, and you will provide us with a list of the areas, such as you just said, Manatee Cove's Media Center will not be ready because you've been told not to enter that area until August 17th.
Yes, ma'am.
So when the media specialist returns this coming week, her area won't be ready. Will her restroom be cleaned or just none of it cleaned?
Yeah, her restroom will be serviced, but it won't be summer cleaned at that point. We'll do that entire area at once.
Okay, I'd like that list so that I can already know ahead of time before. And that way too, I can maybe speak to some of my principals or administrators in my area to find out why we've got areas that we are not having ready for next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Any other question, colleagues? I do have one question for you, Brandon, and we're gonna move back to Dr. Balgobin. If one of your employees are tested positive for COVID, do you have something in place that if they're on a campus and they've been, I'll say with a principal or teachers, do you have a process and protocol of how you would notify that principal?
Yeah, so we don't, well, we definitely notify the district, okay? I'm not sure if that communication is getting down, but we can make sure that happens dually, you know what I mean? But our process is if somebody is presenting or is tested positive, they immediately go home. They can't return to work until they get a clearance, right? They get a clearance from a doctor. So if they are presenting, We recommend that they go seek professional care, right? We can't force them to do that. But if they tested positive, they're required to quarantine for the period and required to get a negative test before coming back. All of these employees are reported to our ABM virus team, and they are the ones who look at all the documentation and give us the authorization to either return or not return. So with that said, when we do find out if a team member's tested positive, we'll typically, if it's location specific in a building, we'll quarantine that area for 24 hours. Nobody's supposed to go into that area, and then we'll go in and we'll disinfect that area after the 24-hour period. Because typically the virus doesn't live past 3 days.
Okay. All right. Last call. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Actually, I do have a quick one on that, just to piggyback off of that. So, Dr. Balgobin, I think that having two processes is going to be the pain of us. I don't know what ABM does on their side, but the minute someone is symptomatic, we need to know. He mentioned that if they test positive, well, I may show symptoms, have a fever, not go home that day, and then say tomorrow I feel fine, come back to work. And so that return to work process needs to be, we need to have the trigger on that, because, and so again, we don't run ABM's business, but this is our buildings. And so if a custodian comes back positive, arguably all of those areas would need to be re-sanitized. And so the only way we can ensure that communication is if it's done through a central point. I understand they have their processes, but we can't rely on their processes to trigger whether somebody goes and comes back. I think we need to own that. And they have to respect that. Because if not, we're going to have variabilities. And, like he said, we communicate with the district. We're not sure how it gets further. And so that just can't be, because that's a weakness. So thank you. That was for Dr. Balgobin. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you, Mr.
Okay. If there's no more questions, thank you, Mr. Clark. And we look to a good start to the beginning of the year. And as I stated during our meeting, honestly, I think you can hear all of the angst from my colleagues and some of their displeasures. Again, many of your workers are great. I can say that, but we do not plan on having this conversation again. And so we just need to make sure everybody's on the right page, and that everybody, even the district, and we will have a conversation with Mr. Akins as it relates to our staff and the expectations as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Turning it back over to you, Dr. Balgobin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board. I do want to say one thing regarding ABM. I know, Mr. Colon, you had mentioned at one point in time if we can have another collection, maybe a survey or something where we can gather real-time data from our teachers or school-based personnel. So Mr. Griffin and his team are working precisely just on that, and it will be part of our rollout plan. It will be sent to schools. So for example, if a teacher at a particular school one day walks into a classroom and sees something is missing, something is not done, it will take about 60 seconds to complete that survey, but we will also receive a copy of it. So it'll be just another measure of collection if something is not happening on a daily basis. And I do want to say that I've met with Brandon also, and I think his name is Clay, and the team, and I asked several questions to try to understand the processes that we have in place. And I've spoken to Mr. Aiken this morning, because from our end, from a district standpoint, I need to ensure that there's consistency in how we're inspecting the schools. So Mr. Aiken has scheduled a meeting. Again, if we have to retrain, we will retrain, but there's got to be consistency in how we inspect schools and really what cleanliness is, not a perception, but what it is. In my conversation with Mr. Brandon, and I believe it's Mr. Clay. Is it Mr. Clay, his name?
Yeah, replace the C with a T. It'll be Trey.
Trey, sorry. In that conversation I explained to the team my expectation of cleanliness for our schools, and it should not be a perception. When it comes to cleanliness, it's either meets criteria or it doesn't. And in that conversation, one of the things, Madam Chair and Board, that I try to understand, I wanted to get an understanding first of our system. And we talk quite a bit about numbers. And some of these numbers are aggregate numbers, right? It's a number of schools. So you may have 1 or 2 or 3 schools in that aggregate sum of numbers that still are deficient in meeting those expectations. But if you're looking at it from an aggregate standpoint, it would look as if we're doing well. So that's one of the things that we talked about. The second thing that we talked about is that these inspections that are taking place from ABM standpoint and from our standpoint, they're considered snapshots. So snapshots is not necessarily what's happening in a school on a daily basis consistently. So that seems to be an issue. As we explore that a little bit more, one of the issue that we notice is that one of the positions that are schools that ABM hires for each school, it's called a crew leader position. And that position is almost like a 50-50 position, meaning that 50% of their responsibility should be in cleaning and the other 50% is inspecting daily that the work is being done. So it appears from our conversation that we've had that that's an area that we really need to look into in ensuring that our crew leaders at each school are spending that 50% of their time inspecting the daily work that should be taking place. And if it's not, addressing it on a daily basis and not waiting for us to do these spot checks to be able to determine that we still have deficiencies. So in that conversation, I thought it went well, but I think what I would like to hear as us being responsible for these schools, it's not what the problem has been and the system that we have in place that seems to be capturing some good and not so good data, but specifically based on what we're seeing and we're experiencing, what is it that we need to start doing differently to achieve the outcome that we need to achieve? Because this is going to be very important as part of our reopening plan. So I will say to you, all of you, and Brandon knows this, I shared this with Brandon and Trey, that cleanliness and meeting those standards of cleanliness is the same as, I'll tell you this, in my household, I have high standards for cleanliness. I do. And I expect that in our work setting as well. And I think most importantly, that our children and our staff deserves the same. They deserve the same. So I will echo this and say it again. Our board, the superintendent, and the team here expects that level of cleanliness to be taking place, not through snapshot gatherings of data, but on a day-to-day. So from our end, we will have that survey. I want you to know it's going to take about 60 seconds to complete. I'll send it to the board so everybody can look at it. And our teachers will have access to that link where it can be completed on a daily basis and sent in if needed. Just wanted to share that before. But Brandon, again, thank you. And Troy, and we look forward to a new phase of what ABM and cleanliness in our schools would look like moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you like, I do have about 7 slides. And it's just an update of where we are with our reopening plan. And I share this at Mr. Colon echoed this last week, that, you know, the effectiveness of any plan lies in the detail of implementation. So we have been doing quite a bit since the approval of our reopening plan to ensure that all those details, we're working through all those details. Now, I would say this again, you know, there's still lots of questions still that we're working through that are scenario based, and that's the purpose of these workshops that we have scheduled. Erin, can you pull up slide number 1, please? Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Erin. Everyone can see that, right? So you remember this slide. This was the slide that we talked about in terms of what the next steps would be in terms of training, the pre-registration, the dedicated website, the workshops that will be taking place, all the various trainings for teachers and weekly updates. Wanted you to know that I am very grateful that the board has taken the decision to extend or delay the start of the school year, because it has allowed us, or it's giving us some additional time, very much needed time, for us to be able to really provide the training that our staff needs. because this new opening during uncertainty or times of uncertainty will really require a mindset and a collective mindset in terms of responsibility, accountability, and how we retrain ourselves to do business in the future. So I'm very grateful for that. Wanted to share that since, again, the reopening, there have been a lot of decisions that's been made. And again, we know that these changes and the strong level of planning that will be required, communication and execution, it's on the way. We have provided a constant flow of communication since with our families and employees. In addition to the information directly from our board meetings, we also launch a dedicated web page. And on this web page, it's called the Fall Reopening 2020-2021, and it's the roadmap to our reopening plan. Erin, can you click on the hyperlink to the web page, please, to show the Q&As? It disappeared. Okay. So this is our dedicated web page board. Can you pull up the Q&As? Until Monday morning, parents were able to complete also the pre-registration form through this web page. Employees were also directed to this web page to fill out their surveys indicating their plans for the fall. There's a section about our parent information sessions, board presentations, and our learning options. We also have 2 pages dedicated, and I think Erin already pulled it up, to the frequent question and answers that we're receiving from our community or our parents. There is one specifically answering questions from our teachers and staff, and another from parents. We also have a guide with several health, safety, and operational topics. Our decision tree flow charts for reporting COVID cases, charts for each option, and with specific characteristics for each of those options. The roadmap to reopen in site also includes videos that we recorded, and these videos were recorded in both English and Spanish, explaining the reopening plans and our commitment to rigorous instruction, what safety and flexibility would look like. All of these timelines, events, and deadlines were sent to our Volusia County school families in the forms of emails, text messages, phone calls. We also relied heavily on social media postings, regular postings, Twitter and Instagram, our Instagram account, for basically answering questions and providing information to our families through these mediums. Please take a look at the short video for a sampling of our communication efforts. Can you pull up the video? Okay. I guess the voice is not, something is, yeah. All right, you were supposed to hear it and really see it, so I apologize. Okay, that's still the website. These are some of the Q&As. It's fine, Erin, if you can pull it up. Can we go to Okay, these are some of the workshops that we held for principals. You would recognize some of these individuals here. They look very familiar, don't they? We also had quite a few information sessions for our parents. Take a look at this if we can pull it up. We had 26 parent information sessions before the pre-registration deadline. And our plan is to continue to offer these sessions until August the 31st and then reevaluate after that point in time. Erin, can you go back at the numbers, please? I won't read the numbers out, but I wanted you to see how many parents have participated in these different workshops for elementary, middle, high. We also had some in Spanish and some in English. The rest of them were in English, and then we had specifics for example, our ESE students, and we had quite a bit of a turnout. I think Mr. Colon also was a moderator in one or two of these that were held. So you'll see the numbers there. Erin, go to the next, please. And unfortunately, you can't hear the voice. It's not projecting, but these are some of the protocols that we talked about. You also recognize that individual there. Okay, so on this slide, a couple of things I wanted to share. We've received completed forms from approximately 37,414 families. 60%, to be precise, of our student population. We're looking at these numbers by school level at this point in time, and schools with low response rates, principals will work collaboratively with their assistant superintendents to conduct another outreach for our parents and to try to obtain their response. And we're doing that today, where we have meetings that we're setting up with our principals today to share the numbers from our surveys. Of those, 51% indicated that they plan to return to the traditional classroom setting. And 31% of our families selected the Volusia Live option. And 18% chose the enhanced Volusia online learning option. If we look at the results from our teachers and support staff, we had 4,272 responses. From those 4,272 responses, 55% of our staff chose the traditional classroom setting as their first preference for returning. 19% chose the Volusia Live, and 25% selected the Volusia online learning. Now that we have the student pre-registration numbers, like I said, the schools will begin analyzing their data to see which students they need to plan for in terms of reviewing their IEPs, master schedules, and also for communicating with their departments, each department. School administrators are currently at work team, and what they're doing right now is that they're really planning with all the details of our plan to ensure that it's in place for our reopening. We have several trainings that are planned for our teachers to prepare them for the Volusia Live option. And schools will be communicating with families to ensure their schedules are correct. And we will also be producing a series of videos. So far, we have about 20 videos on the list that we will be creating for our families and for our students that will be part of the reopening plan and their trainings. Can you go to the next slide, please? So just a couple things I want to say. Since the approval, well, even before the approval of our plan, it's been very busy for all of us, the entire team, including our board. I know that we have been hard at work behind the scenes and on scene. And I'm very, very appreciative of all the work and the long hours that everyone has put in. The collaboration that has taken place, it really speaks volume. And, they say that leadership evolves in moments of crisis. So I'm very thankful and appreciative of everyone who has been giving them their very best each and every day. I would like to restate the importance of everyone showing compassion, understanding, and flexibility. And that's something that's embedded in our plan. And that's why I call it's a very fluid plan. That is why I said that, we have certain things that has not been necessarily worked out, or we would not be definitive because we will have to consider the context or the scenario. So with that said, we are moving forward as our teachers return. These plans that we're creating through our workshops will be shared with our teachers. And what I've asked the team is that at that particular time, if there are any additional adjustments needed based on feedback provided by school staff, that those adjustments should be welcome. And obviously we will be informed, but we will make those adjustments as needed. And the other thing I want to talk about, COVID, what it has brought to us, it's really something that none of us, if it was shared with us a year ago, we probably would, my reaction would probably be, what are you talking about? Is this coming from one of those, are we doing one of those thriller movies? But to be honest with you, in these moments, this is where it's really important that collectively we assume collective responsibility for what needs to be done. So obviously we have a board, and our board, you have a responsibility, right? Our team here at Volusia County, we have a responsibility. Our parents will have responsibilities. Our teachers will have a different level of responsibility, but it's going to take all of us to make this happen. So I really want to say that it's important that we don't, that we understand what it's going to take, and that one entity or one group of individual alone cannot do this. It's going to take every single one of us. So from our end, I want to assure the board that our team is ready. They have been hard at work, rolling up their sleeves, doing this work, and we will continue to do so. Our principals are very motivated in getting their schools ready, and they can't wait to welcome their teachers. And I have attended a few of those workshops. I have a few more that I need to attend. But our goal is that we will be giving our very best, board, to ensure that we have as smooth as possible reopening as we look in or embark into the 2020-2021 school year. So just want to share this with you. It's where we are currently, and if you have any questions.
Colleagues, if you have any questions for Dr. Balgobin, I know Mr. Clark has a question. We'll bring him back, but any questions for Dr. Balgobin? Go ahead, yes. Mr. Persis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Balgobin. I know the staff's working extremely hard. I know it's it's just 7/24 all the way, and there's no rest. And every time we think we got a handle on it, here comes another barrage of questions that, well, we hadn't really thought about that. So we got to find out the answer. And I know all of us, all our school board members, we're all getting them. And these are great questions. I mean, they are specific, detailed, what if questions. And I just commend our staff, because I'm not answering them. I'm sending them to you guys, and somebody out there is answering them. So I greatly appreciate that. Dr. Balgobin, could you kind of walk us through what is August 11th going to look like out there in the district? Like, where are the teachers going, and other staff, and who's in charge of what, and what's that day going to look like for our employees coming back?
That's a very good question, Mr. Persis. Right now, we're doing the planning for the week of August the 11th. The assistant superintendents, along with principals, they're working through that schedule. So as you know, there will be a series of trainings, right? But particularly where the teachers, they will be reporting to their sites. There will be a particular location adhering to CDC guidelines. but where an orientation will take place. And then there's a series of trainings. So we're looking into how many trainings, what the topics would be. We're looking for consistency so that you won't have a teacher on one end of the county saying, oh, these are the trainings I received today, but the other teacher who's maybe a friend cannot really collaborate or share. So we're looking to ensure that there will be consistency with those trainings. But right now, like our roadmap to reopening, looking at the week starting the 11th, and then the week after that, for each week, we will have a plan, and that's what we're working through now. But what I've shared with the team, ensure that there is some consistency with the plan and time for reflection. So not just throwing out the plan and here's what we're going to do, but also for reflecting and also practicing. So for example, if we're saying like in hallways, this is what it's going to look like, so they can take those plans and really practice, do a dry run with those plans, and then come back and again share feedback as needed. So it's going to be almost like work sessions of the plans that's been created so far for teachers and staff, and making sure that the ownership is there and everyone feels comfortable with the work to be done. So I know I did not give you a definitive what Monday will look like Tuesday, but it will be a series of trainings. But in what order and what training will be taking place, that's being planned for right now.
Okay, so, and I know Mr. West is here too, but I guess what I'm trying to wrap my arms around, if you will, is will every teacher know where they are to go on Tuesday?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what really matters, because
Yes.
I hope they're not asking me, because I'm not, because there's so many options and online and live and brick and mortar and everything else, and some haven't decided, I guess, according to the survey.
Yes.
There's
So
quite a few that haven't made up their mind yet.
as you know, we had to wait on the results from the survey to get into more definitive, right? So
Sure.
we obtained this yesterday. And this morning, we were going to schedule those meetings, but out of respect for this board and the way in adhering to protocol, I wanted everyone in here first to hear those numbers and have that discussion before we roll it out to the principals.
Okay. Well, thank you very, very much. I appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you, sir. It's a team.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Persis. Ms. Cuthbert?
Dr. Balgobin, I know smaller schools will be able to disperse their faculty in their media center or their cafeteria. What plan is in place for larger schools with very large faculties, like DeLand High School and Spruce Creek and New Smyrna High School?
So for those schools, we're looking in particular at the numbers that came in. One of the things that the team is doing today is that they're looking at specifically how many staff members will be reporting based on the options that they've chose at those sites. So once we know specifically for each site how many will be the number that will be reporting next week, right, for trainings, then part of the planning is to determine what each group where they will be reporting, so that we can adhere, not everybody. For example, we are no longer going to have everyone in the media center, to say. So it might be the auditorium for some of those high schools, looking at the auditorium and what the numbers would look like in there, looking at media centers, and then looking at other areas throughout the school as well that we can accommodate. So it might be multiple sites, not sites, locations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Mr. Cologne.
So for when our teachers return, will they be able to, so let's say, for example, university, and I'm sorry, Jamie, it's your school, but university, will the teachers be able to do these pre-planning sessions from their classrooms? Will they be on, like, say, Teams where they can do that, and we are limiting the amount of groups that are gathering? Or are there sessions that will be in person? And again, I think one of the challenges, and I've heard this a lot from some folks, is they don't really know what to expect. And so when they get there on Tuesday, are they going to say, are they going to hear, okay, everybody go, put your stuff down, 10 a.m. We're all going to meet at the media center. And then people are going to say, what? So what will that look like?
So this week, they will receive communication this week. Our goal and our intent is for it to go out by Thursday, clearly letting the teachers know where they will be reporting. And they will, to answer your question, the planning and so forth will take place in their classrooms. That hasn't changed. But they will know specifically where they will be reporting, and they will be reporting to their school site. But where they specifically for each site, that will be explained or be told to teachers.
So like the safety training and all of that, that'll all be virtual?
Some of them might be virtual, and some of them might be on site, depending on the topic of those trainings. So for Mr. Persis, I guess, and myself, and all of you who have been in the school system, you know how usually you would have a plan, a reopening plan for pre-planning, a pre-planning plan that tells you each day what's going to happen and where it's going to happen and all that. So each school are still responsible for the pre-planning plan that they will be creating and sending it out to their teachers. So all that will be detailed. So even though it's a different medium and there's some changes, but that pre-planning plan will still be created. And basically it's going to tell each day what's going to happen each day and where it's going to happen. But now, because of social distancing, we may have to have multiple locations in a school that will be adhered to. Did you wanted to say something, Mr. West? Oh, okay. Just checking, reading the audience.
Okay. So that means, Dr. Balgobin, that teachers who are brand new to our district are going to need a computer and get hooked up right away. So they will be targeted right away, because sometimes it takes a few days, but if they're not assigned that very first day, then they're out on a whole lot.
Yes, ma'am. That's a very good point. And actually, yesterday I asked for the numbers of new teachers in our district, because there are certain things that will have to be done differently for those teachers. And we have just a welcome for those teachers tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Has Christy invited our? Very good.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Mrs. Cuthbert asked one of my questions, because I did have a question about new teachers and technology for them and how we would get them set up so that they could do this. My next question though, and you stated part of it, but I just want to be clear on that, is about the communication piece, because what we've all heard or what we've been reading is they just want to know what they're supposed to do, where they're supposed to report, what it's going to look like. And I understand that maybe we can only right now tell them, like, this is what day one's going to look like, show up on campus, I think we need to be clear on, like, what are the entry points even for them? Are we going to be even checking their temperatures at the entry points, which is what, we're going to move to when students start coming? I think we need to clearly outline what the expectation is on mask, and the social distancing piece. And I believe in allowing, principals to send out their own messages and everything. But I will also say that maybe a script needs to be provided to administrators to make sure these are the points that you cover, so that we do have consistency, because they do call each other, or they say, I heard this, because we're already seeing on social media where some schools have already reached out and shared some information with their teachers, and then other schools are saying, well, we've not received that yet. And so I think a script with some consistency with these are the points that you must address and these are the expectations should be provided to administrators. And then, they can add and, other components that are unique to their school or how they want to, welcome them back and everything. But I'd like to see some consistency, because I think consistency is going to be the key this year more than any other year. We've got to make sure, everybody's being trained on safety protocols. I love the practicing piece, I would practice with them. I mean, it's what you do as a teacher. You practice with your new students when they come in, so that, because you can't just assume that they know what you think lining up means, especially now with the new thing. So I would just like for there to be some consistency. And so if you guys can brainstorm and put out a consistent message with, they can add to it, but these are the things that they have to follow. And I'd like to also know that the message is all going to go out on the same time, okay? Same date within, even if you give them a 2-hour range or something, I'd like to know that that message is going to go out consistently, because even in my area that I cover, there are some great messages that go out, and they always go out, on Sunday afternoon. And then there are some messages that are not as strong, or messages that just don't happen. And so I think for this, there needs to be consistency and an expectation. And I'm, for any of my administrative teams that are listening out there, there's still some of you that I do not receive your emails or telephone calls. And I do appreciate all those that I do. But if I'm not on your list, I'd like to still be on the list for my schools. And that way, when questions come up, I can say, even from parents, I can say, well, the principal put out a message, last Saturday, and they reviewed all these things. Did you get the message? If not, I need you to contact the school. So I do appreciate all my administrators that have me on their call list or email list, and I get your weekly updates and everything. And I appreciate all those that have stayed in touch with their families this year and their teachers. But I think we need some real consistency at this time.
I agree with you, Ms. Haynes. And as a matter of fact, yesterday we talked just about that, about creating some scripts which certain things will be standardized. But I also respect, and I know that principals, they have some uniqueness about each of their schools, and they would probably want to display that, and their personality as well, right? That's important. But we did talk, the team, we talked about that. The goal is to have the communication go out Thursday by midday on Thursday, and that would be for everyone. So, and I will copy the board so you can see a little bit of in terms of what we would have so far on Thursday in terms of pre-planning, teacher pre-planning for the following week. I will share that with you on Thursday.
Thank you. Any other questions? You're welcome.
Yeah,
Any
just
other
one more.
questions?
Just one more thing. Normally, Dr. Balgobin, we are invited to the welcoming for the new teachers. So, if that's possible.
Yes, sir. Christine Mahaney worked.
I apologize. I thought we had done that.
I hear you.
Yes, sir. We will make sure we get invites to you all. She's creating that right now.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
that.
Yes, sir.
I believe some of the confusion, Futures normally would host an event, and we are invited to that, but because of social distancing, they were unable to do that. So I think that's where some of the confusion may have arisen from. Normally it would come through Futures. Any other questions for Dr. Balgobin?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't see your face across the thing there. This is so funny, I swear. Dr. Balgobin, can you clarify once again? I know you've been asked this like 100 times, probably. But
I will let you know if it's
get
under.
an email every now and then about the flexibility parents will have with middle school, attending 7 periods or 6 and all of that, and the high school thing too. I know you probably do not want to answer this again, but maybe you do. I don't know, but you want to try to weigh in on it, and if it has to change, I get it.
I talked to Dr. Barrio about this. I really think we need to put out some clear communication to parents about, and he said he was working on the contract for high school, for the seniors that if they met certain criteria, they would not be taking a full schedule. And I haven't seen anything go out about that yet. So I thank you, Mr. Persis, because that was in my beginning notes, and I have turned pages since then.
Maybe he's still working on it.
He's
I don't
actually
know.
on this call. Let's ask him, because
Okay.
we do have the criteria that has been worked out, and this will be a year that we would show compassion and flexibility and understanding, the same that we've done with the kindergarten staggered, right? So, and I know that I shared with Mr. Beres and that for the communication to go out, I think some of it did transpire, but I will ask him to, Dr. Beres, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everybody.
Can you
And,
give us an update where you are? I know that the criteria, we have worked it out, we've shared it with the board, and some communication with some of the parents have transpired, those who are asking questions, but where are we with just doing a notification to all of our parents?
and thank you for that. So yes, we actually just finalized the contract. Part of the reason it wasn't out sooner was because we were vetting it with the technology department and making sure that it aligned to the systems that they had in place. So we have the language done. We just shared it with the final version with the high school principals first, and went over in a meeting. We answered any questions that they had, because yes, now we're ready to create communication, but we wanted to make sure, because the bulk of the questions are going to go straight to the school when they're talking to the students. So we wanted to make sure that there was consistency and clarity about the contract and the expectations. So now that we have that done, I will work with Public Information Office to create a message from the district, and once we have a draft, we'll get approval for that, and we can send it out this week. And then what we told the principals was any inquiries that we've received or that they've received, once they have the final contract, to communicate with those individual parents while we get the district message ready.
Can we have a time where that would be sent out, Dr. Beres? I know Kelly already has like a generic script to it, but we need to just tweak it.
Yes, I can actually get the message, the draft today for approval, and then we could send it out as soon as it's approved.
Okay, today.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the high school piece, and then the middle school piece is, I know we have backed off a little bit on that too, for the same.
So just
reason.
and just a reminder about the 7 shortened day, is it only applies to seniors for this coming year. So I don't know that it would necessarily apply to any other level, because it's only for seniors at the high school level.
And I thought that's what we were working out, to be honest with you, the senior situation. I haven't gone that far into looking into middle school, because I don't think that was an issue.
The only
At this
inquiries
point.
that I was just going to say, the only inquiries that I have received have been from seniors at the high school level.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I was talking, I guess with Patty Core would be the one regarding with the middle school. Because at first I think we said that we had a hard line on 7 periods a day. They have to be enrolled or be there. I'm not sure which it was. Maybe both, I don't know.
For our seniors, the criteria that we sent out to the board, it was for our seniors. But from what I can ask Patty to share with us, but I have not received any requests regarding middle school, Mr. Parsons. So I did not want to.
Right.
You did
thought
get.
we had something. Ms. Haynes?
Hi, I'm here.
Oops,
So
there you are.
Issue.
So actually, for middle school, where there's been some questions or confusion is part of the law talks about if they can replace their PE credit with something that they are doing outside, like if they're playing club volleyball, club basketball, involved in dance, an outside physical activity. There was questions about waiving the PE credit on campus and then therefore, like, they would do 6 periods out of the 7 on campus, and the 7th period, which would be their PE credit, would be covered because they were already involved in some form of organized sport or activity that could meet the PE credit. And so we did have an email, and I believe Patty spoke based on what we saw to the individual, but it doesn't seem to be a resolution yet that everyone has agreed on. And so in the past, it's my understanding, and I had some family members that had their daughters involved in club volleyball. They played club volleyball middle school and high school, and their PE credit was waived because they had that, and they checked out at the end of 6th period to go play club volleyball because lots of times they're traveling to Orlando or places like that. And so they still got a 7-period day. It's just that the PE credit was at the end of the day and they went and participated. And so I believe that's part of what's been asked, and it's not clear because I think what's now been stated, and I could be wrong, is that no, they have to be on campus for 7 periods and we're no longer waiving a PE credit. But that has been a past practice. And so if Patty's joined us, maybe she can help.
I will let Patty, yes, Patty, if you don't mind sharing, and then if you don't mind, board, give me an opportunity to explore this a little bit more and study it and see it from both angles. There might be, I want to look at it holistically. Yeah. But Patty, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you. Yes, Jamie, exactly what you and Mr. Persis were speaking about. I've been receiving some of those where the confusion, I think, is coming in addition, is that our Volusia Online option only requires a 6-period schedule, but students who are coming to us require 7. That's caused some confusion. I've been handling those on a case-by-case basis, and when it's a PE waiver situation where students are involved in something in the past, what would happen is some students would waive PE to take a 2nd band or a 3rd band. And so they would still be there all day, but they were waiving PE and they were doing soccer or something, another sport outside of school to waive the PE. My understanding is that the intention was never to waive the PE to have reduced classes. It was the PE waiver was to reduce the PE credit that the state requires. And the parent signs off that they are involved in something that's physical activity outside of their regular day. And so, yes, the directive was this year that we wanted all students to have a 7-period day. I'm open to that discussion because I know when our time changed for our bell schedule for middle school and those students that participate in competitive gymnastics, travel soccer, volleyball, things like that, our later start time and later end time has really impacted them. So I would love to continue this conversation and bring Dr. Balgobin into that because we do continue to get those requests.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. That's
she
is right on the point there. Yeah.
I would like to research it more, and I'll get back with you and the board.
Thank you.
Yep,
thank
you,
Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
So I did just receive a message, and it is something you and I have talked about, but I reached out to you and discussed it, but we had not talked about it as a board. And I think there's more people that just need to hear this, okay? And so that we can reassure. So I reached out to you when I first received this message. We have a lot of organizations, churches, being the number one, that use our facilities, like over the weekends. And I know that sometimes we have other organizations that use our facilities. And when you and I, Dr. Balgobin, had the conversation about it, we talked about one school in particular, but knowing that a lot of churches and organizations come in and use our facilities, and about the cleanliness. And I know that we have a contract with them, and they're supposed to be custodial services that clean once they exit. But teachers have faced, and they have shared, that they come into their classrooms lots of times on Monday mornings, and their classrooms were used, for Sunday school and things like that, and they're not clean. Like the trash is still there, their rooms are not put back together, where they were rearranged for the services. And, you know, it's wonderful that we have the public use our facilities and that they can, but when you and I talked, you assured me that those rooms would be put back together and they would be clean prior to Monday morning. And I want people to hear that we've had that conversation and that that's what the expectation is, so that if they show up and it's not, what do we need to do? Because, you know, there's uncertainty and there's a feeling of, well, it's been used, but it's not put back together.
Correct. And I did follow up with that conversation that you and I had. I did follow up with Greg Aiken to verify what I had shared with you. And yes, they are responsible for doing that, whether it's happening or not. I would say we take a proactive stance. Greg is aware of this, that we take a proactive stance, and everyone who, I know we have a list of the churches that or organizations that are renting our facility, where we send out communication to them in advance, letting them know that moving forward, if it was or was not happening, these are the expectations. So Greg, are you there? Mr. Aiken?
Yes. Yeah, that's
okay.
Exactly it. Right now, what we currently have is anyone using our for facility usage agreement that's using our campuses. We do have, they have to contract with ABM and pay an additional $100 for e-misting and deep cleaning as well to make sure everything's put back as they came in. If anybody violates that, or we've noticed that it's not done based on the facility usage agreement, we can revoke that facility usage agreement.
So if I heard you correctly, Mr. Aiken, ABM is the custodial group that is supposed to clean the facilities once the organization has finished the activity for the day?
That is correct. If the person or the churches or whatever word it is using our facilities, they need to put it back as they found it when they came in. ABM does all of the cleaning and e-misting right after that service.
So is the e-misting a new piece to the contract? Because I heard you say that ABM will now be responsible for e-misting that entire area, and it's an additional $100 cost.
That is correct, and that's what we worked out when we opened that back up in June, that anybody using our facility usage agreement, and an addendum came with that saying you have to do these certain things, which would be e-misting after their use.
Okay, so I just want to clarify for those that are listening. So whether it be a church or another organization, if they come in and use any part of our facilities, a classroom, a cafeteria, a media center, anything, a gym, how they found it, they are responsible for putting it back. So if they moved chairs or tables or whatever, the organization is responsible for putting the chairs, tables back the way they were when they arrived. But then ABM will enter the facilities once the organization has exited. They will do APA level 2 cleaning of the area. They will do level 1 cleaning of restrooms, and then they will e-mist the entire area because the organizations are paying an additional fee for that.
Yes, that's exactly it.
So if we have any teachers or staff that come back in on a Monday and those steps have not been followed, who should they report it to? Directly to their administrator?
Yes, that's exactly who they should be contacting, as their administrator, and let us have the opportunity to resolve that issue moving down the line. But that's exactly where they would start.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Haynes, could I add just a little bit of information on that real quick?
Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
I'm sorry. I want to make sure that the facilities usage agreement is between the school district and the party that's renting that facility, and the party renting that facility pays the school district for the use of that facility. The POC at that particular site, we have an online form. It's called a supplemental event request form that has to be submitted to us so we know that those events are going on. We do have most of the churches. We have been in situations where facilities have been used, custodial was not requested or notified, so people have gone in and things haven't been serviced. But I just wanted to clarify that process on the facility usage agreement, and then that information has to get passed on to us because we do ask specific questions like, is this a church? If they answer yes, then we know that we have to e-mist and those types of things. And that's how that notification comes to us. And those notifications come directly to me as well as my 2 zone managers, and we disseminate that to the field. So just to clarify a little bit on the process.
Thank you. And did you have another comment you wanted to make, Brandon?
I did. I hate to digress, but I wanted to say, earlier in our presentation, I stated that, our biggest concern is keeping pace with the CDC guidelines with daily disinfection of all those horizontal surfaces, key and point student desks, right? Given the time frame that we're working against, the district concerns, in the best interest of the students, of the staff, health and safety, easing parents' minds, because kids do need to come back to be comfortable to come back to brick and mortar. I'm a big believer that social interaction, you can't replace that in any way, shape, or form, right? So as a parent, I would like to commit to the board, the teachers and the public that all horizontal surfaces will be disinfected nightly. That's my commitment to you. We do have a meeting with Greg and his team tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. To possibly discuss any further enhancements like e-misting that the district may like to pursue. But at a minimum, I'd like to make that commitment to you today on record.
I'm on for a...
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Clark, anything anybody want? Go ahead, Mr. Persis.
I have a question for Dr. Balgobin. Dr. Balgobin, we had that great presentation earlier by Miss Boswell, Patricia Boswell, from the health department, and I forget who asked the question. It was Mr. Cologne or Miss Haynes, but about if you went to the health department to have a test, I believe she said you'd get the results back in 48 to 72 hours and that the test was free. I'm not sure whether she said you had to make an appointment. You do have to make an appointment. So my question is, does the district have a recommendation for our employees to do that? Do we have an expectation that every employee get tested before X date? I'm not sure when that date is, but I'm just asking because I'm not sure that was said or.
That is a very good recommendation. As a matter of fact, Madam Chair brought that up, I believe, about a week ago. So we looked into some sites that would do that
handle the volume
for free. Yeah. And I think there were like 7 that we have identified so far. I believe I did talk to Mr. West a little bit further regarding that, and he consulted with Mr. Pendley as well. And I know Mr. Doran is here today. But I think the language is that we can do a recommendation, a strong,
right, a recommendation.
A recommendation. Yeah. So what we've done so far is that we've sent that list of all these sites to school-based principals who will be sharing with their employees. We're posting it up. Also, I've talked to Madam Chair earlier today. We're going to ensure that we send a blast out. Kelly has been asked to put that together to share with our employees in the language that we will strongly recommend, or we are encouraging you.
Yeah.
Right?
Great.
For great. You, and these are the sites here, but absolutely. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I was going to say you could add that to the script.
To the script.
add it to the script. That way we know everything on the script gets covered.
Assistant Soups, are you listening?
The script's getting longer.
The script, I like it though. Consistency.
Maybe it should go out in more than one way. Telephone and written in an email so that they can reference back to it.
I agree.
And again, yeah, good recommendation. But I think if we put some of this on the website, because we do need to let parents know that they too and their children can get tested, but we also want to make sure we're pushing the vaccination because those numbers are extremely, extremely low. And students need to know on kindergarten and going into the 7th grade that if they're entering public school, they have to have their vaccinations.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Balgobin? Okay, it is 2:05. We're going to take a 45-minute break and reconvene. Well, might as well say 55 minutes. Reconvene at 3 o'clock because I think we have one item left as it relates to a presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dusty, for that presentation. I'm here to talk about the integrated cost management and the constructability on the project. Oh, you lost me. Goodness, I'm going on and off here.
Sir, the board meeting's adjourned until 3 o'clock.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm going to be lucky if I have 2 minutes. You're going to give me 30 seconds. I can't recover much from 2 slides, but I'll try.
Sir, you're on a live board meeting. It'll adjourn until 3 o'clock.
much. Can you hear me now? Wonderful.
Thank you for joining us as we continue with our agenda. Our last item is item 14.01, presentation on Osceola and Ortona Consolidation and Capital Fund. Dr. Balgobin.
Yes, Madam Chair, Board, I would like to call Ms. Deb Muller, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Greg Aiken, our Chief Operation Officer, and Mr. Steve Grube, our Director for Planning and Construction. Also, Ms. Stephanie Doster, who will be the coordinator for Planning and Business Services, and Mr. Clint Griffin. All these individuals will be present here and available, but Mrs. Deb Muller will lead the presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Balgobin. As you may recall that back in June, we brought forward to you a tentative or a preliminary capital budget plan. And during our discussions, we were directed to gather some additional information, which we did. And then we met one-on-one with each of you. In the meantime, with the reopening of school and all of the other pandemic-related items, bringing this information back was on the back burner for a little bit. So now we've already presented to you the tentative budget last week, but that was based on our previous conversations. So today we want to bring back the information that we had regarding the capital budget, the 5-year work program, as well as information that's related to the combined Ortona Osceola School as a K-8 and a K-5, and additional information that planning has formulated on the facility condition index, as well as some possible rezoning items to look at. So as you mentioned, we have Greg Aiken, we have Mr. Steve Grube, Clint Griffin, and Ms. Stephanie Doster, as well as we have information on on bonding possibly, and we have Jay Glover from PFM who is here to present some of that and assist us. So when we met last, there were some schools in addition to Ortona Osceola that you asked us to look at. You wanted us to review Turry T. Small Elementary, Stark Elementary, and McGinnis Elementary, and the condition of them and where they may fit into our plan. You also asked that we look at different bonding levels based on some decisions that you might make, so that we have that information readily available during your discussions. So we looked at 20, 40, 60, 80, and $100 million in bonding. So first we have Mr. Grube, and he'll present information on the facility condition index.
Thank you, Deb. Good evening or good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Madam Superintendent, good afternoon. As Deb mentioned at a previous board meeting where we had the discussion about Osceola Ortona bonding additional money for possibly a K-8 there, we were asked to go back and evaluate some schools that had already been identified as being in a poor state of condition, and to try to bring those back to you so we could look at them individually and determine how they would fit into a 5-year capital plan. This was our starting point. This is an educational plan survey, and all the schools on here were evaluated on site by our staff and given grades according to the condition assessments that were found for various building components and systems. All of these schools graded out in a poor category and were given grades of F. Next slide, please. So if we were to put these schools together in a bar chart, this is kind of the way they would rank out from left to right. Not a clear indication of differences between them. They're all pretty well grouped together. Again, this was a quality analysis that was done. So we took this one step further. Next slide, please. And we ran all of these facilities through what's called a facilities condition index. This is an industry standard used to track the condition of campus facilities in inventory. It's used widely in K through 12, higher education, healthcare, and in the private industry. And it's a calculation of the renewal and repair costs of a facility divided by the replacement cost of that brick and mortar as it currently sits there on the site. That's going to give you a ratio, a percentage, and looking at the bottom of the chart there, you'll see that if it could be graded anywhere from a good, fair, poor, or critical condition, depending upon how that ratio calculates out. Next slide, please. So now looking at all these same facilities with the FCI index, you can see, and in the insert, you see how they grade out, and from left to right on your screen, you'll see the replacement value of the school, what was calculated from our 5-year capital plan to be the future capital expenditures for each one, and then the facilities condition index is in the last column. It'll be a little more clear on the next slide. So here's the way those schools ranked out. Woodward and Tomoka on the top with facilities condition index critical. And then the rest of the schools from McGinnis on down were all pretty well grouped closely together, but all still falling in a condition considered to be poor. You'll see the column with the projected renewal costs and replacement costs and the way the FCI was calculated. Next slide, please. This shows the capital expenditures for each one of those schools that have been spent for the period from 2012 to 2019. This is the Band-Aid and makeup approach. Over this period of time, we did spend $12 million, but it was spread out over 12 schools. So that's like a mile wide and an inch thick. And that's kind of where some of these facilities end up in the condition they're in. Over time, this approach, you're not going to be able to keep up with the needs of the building. What's going to happen is your deferred maintenance backlog is going to increase. You're going to end up with a lot more emergency repairs and emergency projects. And that's what we've been seeing here recently in the district. A little bit later in the presentation, you'll see a couple of roadmaps to get us back on track to a 5-year plan that's going to address these needs in a capital fashion rather than in this method. But tying into this, as Deb mentioned before, we also have to look at enrollment and zoning. So I'll turn the next part over to Stephanie, and she'll talk about some of the approaches for rezoning in the Halifax district.
Thank you, Steve. Hello, everyone. So staff has been given direction to go ahead and look at the central Halifax attendance area. If we go to the next slide, we can see this area that we're talking about. The goal is to take the students that live in this area who are currently being relocated to schools outside of their neighborhood and bring them back to their community. And this would, help them be a part of the schools in their community, help their families be involved with the community and the school, and also students would have less of a bus ride. So you can see here in these different colors representing the schools where students are being transported to from this neighborhood, which is located south of Mason Avenue and north of Bevel. If we go to the next slide, we have just a little bit of preliminary information. We'll go through some options and just kind of start the conversation for this redistricting. So currently we're dealing with 551 students that are located within this area that as of the 1920 school year, they're currently being bused to schools outside of their neighborhood, 12 different schools, 5 of which are over capacity. 8 of those schools are located within 5 miles of their neighborhoods, but they're still, quite a bus ride away. So right now we're going to look at the three school options that that we've come up with just as a preliminary look to see if we brought these children back to their community, back to their neighborhood, what it might look like. If we go to the next slide, you'll see what that 5-mile radius looks like around this neighborhood and the schools that are located within that radius. And the next slide, you'll see a 2-mile radius, bringing them a little closer to home in the schools that are encompassed in that area. And you can see here, Westside, Palm Terrace, and Turie T. are those more centrally located schools that are available. If we go to the next slide, we will just look at the schools that we're currently sending students to. You can see them on the left here. They're 1920 school year enrollment. And then the schools all the way to the right, you can see the ones that are over capacity. And the third column there, you'll see how many students are actually being relocated to these schools outside of their neighborhood. In the next slide, we see the 3 receiver schools that we looked at as options. Obviously, this was in our very beginning of our breakdown. We identified 3 schools that were closest to this neighborhood and tried to see how we could accommodate putting these students back into their community. And that's what we're going to go through over the next few slides, is looking at how do we fit these children back into their communities. So if we start with the next slide, we have option number 1, which, it's a very broad look. Let's just take all the students, put them at Turie T. Turie T is the closest school to their neighborhoods. And you can see here, Turie T is currently at 105% of their permanent capacity. And if we took all these students and put them at Turie T, it would bust them out at 227% of their permanent capacity. So obviously that's not an option. So if we go to our next option, we say, okay, if we break it down at International Speedway Boulevard and students north of ISB maybe go to Palm Terrace, keep those students south of ISB at Turie T. You can see Palm Terrace is currently at 75% of their permanent capacity. This option would bring Palm Terrace over their allowable capacity at 106%. Turie T would still also be over capacity at 160%. Our next option would be just breaking it down a little bit more. What if we took those students north of ISB, put them at Westside Elementary, keeping students south of ISB at Turie T. So Westside is currently at 81% of their permanent capacity. Taking these students north of ISB to Westside would put them at 120% capacity. So we kept working. And our next option, we started to break it down just a little bit more, breaking that north of ISB between Palm Terrace and Westside. That was a little more agreeable, but still putting our schools over capacity, both north and south of ISB. And so we came up with one more option with, we broke it down again to try and even it out between Westside and Palm Terrace. So the schools were not over capacity, just moving those attendance boundaries around to see what might work. Some concern was brought to us about Palm Terrace and their current status as a school grade. So we made one more option to just eliminate Palm Terrace altogether. And that's our last option here was, what can we do to eliminate Palm Terrace, still give these children an opportunity to go to a school that's somewhat close to them, Again, we're keeping south of ISB at Turie T., north of ISB, breaking it up between West Side and the possible Osceola or Tona. Obviously, depending on where this school is located, will determine, the distance of a ride for students, but hoping whether it's a K5 or K8, their capacity would be about 750 students. So, this would not bring them over capacity. So again, this is just a snapshot of rezoning that central Halifax area. And obviously there are many other ways to, slice this up and different options that can be made. But this is just a preliminary look to see where we can start heading with this, with further direction, obviously much more discussion. So if you guys have any questions, I think that was our, that was the
I
end.
do, but
Yes.
colleagues, do any of you all have any questions? Okay, my only question to you, Ms. Dorster, this is based on Turie T. Small not being rebuilt. It's based on the current Turie T. Small today. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So yes,
All right.
this really does build the case for the need for Turie T. to be larger, to bring these students back to their community.
All right, that's what you answered my question. Mr.
Okay.
Persis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that was the question I was going to ask, because when I saw 160% over, I was like, oh my, how large is that school going to be? So, okay, so that's based on the school as it is now.
Correct.
And then I was just looking at it just as you were talking, Stephanie. And by the way, thank you for getting into this, but obviously there are many, many, many more options here.
Yes.
The way to juggle this around, because the way you're presenting it right now, it's leaving the Palm Terrace school zone as it is and just adding more students to it, rather than moving some of those students away to another school too, and then adding other schools in. I mean, and then we don't even have Champion in the mix here. So there are many, many ways to do this. That's all I'm saying.
Correct. Palm Terrace actually does currently have students from this zoning district
Yes.
going to that location. And so one of the concerns was that there is an opportunity scholarship currently at Palm Terrace for students to get a variance to leave because of their school grades. So adding more students to this school, may not be the right option right now.
Right, right. Yeah, I get that. Unless we were taking an equal amount away, maybe. But I understand. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
I have a question for Mr. Group. So when we were looking strictly on the facility index, obviously there's nowhere in there that takes into account a school like like Turie T. that needs capacity for 300 more students so that they could accommodate the students from their community. So in those slides, and I don't know if we can go back, there were two schools that were arguably in worst conditions. There was Woodward and one other school, I don't remember which, Tomoka. However, are those schools currently big enough to serve their student count right now?
Well, we would be rebuilding Tomoka. That's part of the plan. And so the Woodward and Tomoka are two that popped up critical on here. I think instead of going back, if we can, we can certainly talk about this as it's shown, but there's a couple slides coming up that were at the conclusion of Stephanie's presentation that I think maybe will bring this whole thing together.
Right. So I'm just trying to look at this and because anybody who sees okay, Tomoka and Woodward are showing as critical. However, those schools don't necessarily have 300 kids that should be attending the school in their community and currently can't because they're not big enough. And so I just point that out because there's more than just I know folks are going to see that and say, they should be jumping on them in that order in which it was received. However, there's that issue at Turie T. that, that school needs capacity for 300 more students and doesn't have the ability to do that and is busting at the seams.
Well, we're prepared to show a plan for that. If you bear with me just for a second.
Absolutely. So Madam Chair, you can have
excellent question, and it's a good lead into the Osceola-Ortona discussion. These slides, go to the next slide, please. These next two slides could.
Mr. Group, before you do that, but I think this will help you if you go to current zone schools and show the student count. It shows that Tomoka is 109% of capacity, but if you would remove the students from Turie T. who attends from that neighborhood who would actually attend Tomoka, you're down by 60 students almost.
Yes, ma'am. That brings it back to closer to 100% capacity. It is at 109%, and Woodward is at 100% capacity, the way it is right now. So.
Yeah. So go ahead, Mr. Groove. You go. You ahead. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Stephanie, I'll let you take this one. I forgot this slide was in there. If you'll talk about those.
Sure.
Those numbers, please.
There were questions, kind of transitioning into that Osceola-Ortona K-8 discussion. There were questions, how many students would be going to the middle school portion of that K-8. So we just did a quick look at Osceola and Ortona separately at the number of students in the 5th grade this past 1920 school year, how many students would be going to the new K-8 from 5th grade into 6th grade instead of going to Campbell or Ormond Beach Middle School. And so you can see here, there are 36 students that would have been zoned to go to Campbell that would now go to the K-8 on the beach, and 65 students that would be zoned for Ormond Beach Middle School. And this was just kind of breaking that down. You can see at the top, this is just a clip from the previous slides, how many students are currently at Osceola and Ortona, how many students are from the Central Halifax zoning district that are going to those schools, their capacity, and then at the bottom it just looks at middle schools. I think this was a question that was brought up at a previous meeting, and we just wanted to break it down so you can see, we do have students that would be pulled from Campbell and OBMS, and possibly Longstreet if that were put into a new zoning district for middle school on the beach side for this K-8. Obviously, that's much further away, so it's something different to look at, but we were just breaking down the middle school portion here. And I'm not sure who had that question, but I hope this explained whatever that was.
Okay, the next two slides are going to kind of try to pull all this together in the form of a 5-year work plan that would address the needs from the Facilities Condition Index, also address some of the rezoning issues, and kind of show a phasing plan to aggressively and robustly address some of these issues that we can, rather than continuing with a Band-Aid and makeup approach on these, what would it take to get these schools to a 20th century state-of-the-art school that would help us make our way to an A. We fully believe that state-of-the-art schools is part of the district plan to bring our grade up to A. So if you take, this is right now, is if we have Osceola-Ortona as a K-5 school. And if you look at the layout of this shows the stage of planning or construction that any particular project would be during the forecast fiscal year. It's a classic staircase model that keeps projects in planning every year as we are continuing to construct projects that were planned and designed from the previous year. So the plan flows It has momentum. It's a strong plan, and it addresses all of these schools that we just looked at. If you look at the top of the page, we're already underway with Deltona Middle School. That column shows that would be getting FF&E money. Your beige columns are projects that would be in construction, and your gray boxes there show the projects that would be in planning. This is not prescriptive. Certainly we could reshuffle these or reorder them if there's enough interest in doing that, but it addresses everything that we looked at in the Facilities Condition Index. And it also addresses Turie T. Small. You'll see that now with the rezoning that Stephanie talked about, the number of the students that would go in there, although it's 160%, yeah, that's a big number, but it's 722 students. And our prototype schools are built for right around 750. So now you have the student population and you have the size of school that kind of justify putting a new school and replacing Turie T. Woodward and Tomoka were the two that were considered critical. You see Woodward on there. We're hoping to get planning money for that one this year. We've looked at that one based upon what's going on right now at Westside Elementary School, which has proven to be a really solid solution to that. And this is a kind of a mirror image school of Westside. We have Tomoka on there as being replaced. Tomoka is tied to the Ortona Osceola School in that we don't have enough land to rebuild on an occupied campus. So our plan would be to swing those students to the beach for 1 year and tear down Tomoka and rebuild it on site. We address Stark, Orange City, Spruce Creek, McGinnis, everything is on here based upon what we learned from the facilities 5-year inspection report. And so if you look from left to right, you see the plan flows sequentially. And if you look from top to bottom, you can see at any one time what phase a particular project is in. So this is a model that for the 5-year plan using Osceola Ortona as a K through 5. Next slide, please. Things shift a little bit with K8 because the expectations would be that we would need additional money for the K8 at the beach. So you'll see that the forecast amount in 21-22 jumps up considerably to accommodate the additional money for a K8. Also, additional time is required to properly program and design that school. So it pushes it out a little bit, and it also pushes Tomoka out as a result, because again, it's tied to that decision, what we do at the beach. We would need to, the plan would be to, again, use it as a swing school out there, the temporary campus, in order to properly rebuild Tomoka. The other schools on there are not affected so much by this as the Osceola Ortona and Tomoka decision is. So these are two roadmaps that we feel address all of the needs from a facility standpoint, address some zoning issues, and address some phasing issues. There is one project on there that I know has had some discussion lately. You'll see a career center project on there. And that project is really, it's a placeholder, it's preliminary. Back in late April, early May, Dr. Fritz challenged our staff to come up with a white paper to address a career center in the district, something that he was very passionate about. And we have been working on that. We haven't presented it to the board yet, nor have we presented it to the Citizens Oversight Committee. A lot of that has to do, of course, with Dr. Fritz is being on leave right now. That project is by no means prescriptive. It's not meant to interrupt or challenge any other academic needs, but we put it on there as a placeholder. We still would like to continue that effort and bring that paper to you at some point for your discussion. So, next slide, please. I'll turn it back over to Deb and she'll talk about some of the bonding scenarios that would be needed to accomplish this.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So what we wanted to look at, as I said in the beginning, is different scenarios that, number one, originally was based on Osceola and Ortona being a K8. So before we do that, we have to look at some assumptions, and we enlisted our financial advisor, PFM, to provide a revenue analysis, worst case, because of course, as we all know, we're dealing with COVID and a probability of lost revenue. We've only received our sales tax revenue to date through May, because it's a 2-month lag from the month close to when we actually receive those figures. So, you know, we have to do a projection. And so based on that, we anticipate that this year we'll lose about 8.8 million in sales tax revenue and about 7.2 million in fiscal year 22. So that caused us to have to adjust some of our budget plans for half-cent sales tax. It also, when we presented to you before, there was $11 million in fiscal year 22 through 25 facility planning review projects. We would find it necessary to eliminate that from the budget. Also, initially, we talked about a reduction in technology, security, and athletics projects for 2 years. We subsequently, because of the one-to-one technology concern, did increase the technology budget back up. We restored that to its annual level from $7 to $9 million in each of those 2 years. And also we would look at reallocating some project costs from sales tax or LCIF to impact fees. So the bonding assumptions, it does assume that 2 of these projects would be built using LCIF money, not sales tax. It would be Turie T. Small at approximately $26 million and the Career Center at $14.5 million. So for a $20 million bond in fiscal year 22, based on what Steve has just shown you, we could either build Ortona and Osceola K5 in fiscal year 21. That was already originally the plan, and we borrowed for that back in December of 2019 for that 24 million. And we could renovate Woodward Elementary in fiscal year 22. Or in fiscal year 22, we could build the Ortona Osceola K8. And again, we have Jay Glover on the phone, but basically looking at the sales tax debt, the way you had asked for him to structure it previously, this 100 million, which was Series 2019, has a very short payback. And you can see that there's very small in this dark green here. This would be the payback initially if we borrowed the 20 million, and we wouldn't pay the large chunks of it until after this debt was retired, and then we would pay that off in 2 years. Also, this dark blue here represents the excess sales tax revenue that we would have during the remaining time frame of the referendum through 2032. We would have for pay-as-you-go projects. So that's one of the important pieces, is that we want to make sure we have enough money for pay-as-you-go projects, if that is your priority. Then going on to projects based on a $40 million bonding amount. So under the K5 option, we could do Ortona Osceola. We could renovate Woodward in fiscal year 22 and renovate Stark and Orange City Elementary in fiscal year 23 and renovate McInnes Elementary in fiscal year 24. We could also build the K8 in fiscal year 22 for Ortona Osceola and renovate Woodward in fiscal year 22. Or Alternatively, we could build Ortona Osceola in fiscal year 21, the K5, and renovate Woodward in fiscal year 22 and build Tomoka Elementary in fiscal year 23. Because as Steve said, that we can only, if we use Tomoka as a swing school, then that depends on whether it's a K5 or a K8 and what year it's built in. And again, once you get up into 40 million, you're going to stretch that debt payment, debt repayment back out a little bit longer. So it would take us through 2029. Again, we pay small amounts in the next 4 years and then bump that up and pay it off. We'd still have $416 million over the life of the referendum for pay-as-you-go projects. Looking at $60 million bonding amount, and I don't want to keep repeating and going through all these, but as I've shown you on the other 2 slides, I think that you can interpret that it all depends based on Steve's projects and how he steps them out and how much we borrow, what we can do in what year. And again, we're flexible on that, but you know, just to give you an idea of how we would do this. And again, but you can see that to repay this and still maintain enough funding on a pay-as-you-go basis during those repayment years, we would extend that out for another year under the $60 million scenario. And then we look at 80 million. Similar, we're now stretched out to 2031 and reducing somewhat the amount available for pay-as-you-go over more years. And then on the 100 million, we would be able to do accomplish the majority. Obviously, through fiscal year 25, we could get to renovating Reed Patillo and Enterprise Elementary if that were the direction. But we also have to remember that whatever monies that we do borrow under IRS regulations have to be used within 3 years from the date of borrowing. And it does step it out an additional year and reduces that amount. You can see in the last year of the bond resolution or of the referendum, then we would have very little funding. And we do see, of course, that increase in revenue once we get past these first 2 years that we're taking the dip. And Jay's going to review the scenarios for the bonds as far as the statistics and the debt service, how that would affect everything.
Thanks, Deb. This is Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors, the district's financial advisor. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So,
yes, we can.
I think what's shown here is just kind of a summary table of what was just depicted graphically. So you'll see each of the 5 bonding scenarios ranging from $20 million to $100 million, and each of the final maturities, as Deb mentioned. As the bond deal gets larger, we stretched out that final maturity to continue to give you, sufficient debt service coverage as well as, capacity for pay-as-you-go projects. All-in true interest cost, obviously, I think we probably all follow the financial market somewhat. Given all of the, stuff that's going on in the world today, and really as a result of those, interest rates have remained relatively low and quite frankly at or near historic lows. So you'll see here a very attractive borrowing cost in today's market. And quite frankly, I think if you were going to go into the market today, you'd see borrowing costs lower than this. But since we aren't anticipating a borrowing until August 1 of 2021, if the district decides to move forward, we wanted to build a little bit of cushion into these numbers. And as you might expect, the longer the maturity of each transaction, the interest rate goes up slightly. So I think perhaps the most important, row here is your net interest cost of what you're paying over and above the principal amount that you borrowed. So really for the $20 million borrowing, you're paying net interest of a little over $1.1 million. and that continually, steadily increases up to, if you did $100 million borrowing, your net interest cost would be about $11.7 million. So that's the amount of interest you're paying over the life of each of these transactions, over and above, the principal that you're borrowing. And I think we can advance to the next slide. Again, here, I think you saw the graphs, but this just shows the actual principal and interest payments on each of those scenarios. And as Deb mentioned, the 2019 financing we did a 5-year maturity. So it's set to mature in 2025. So for each of these, we structured the principal repayment to begin in 2026. So for the first 4 years, you're paying interest-only amounts, really to minimize the payments in those years. Again, so you still have sufficient capacity for pay-as-you-go projects, as well as debt service coverage, given where sales tax revenues are. And you can see, again here, as the financing gets larger, we step out the final maturity till you get out to when the referendum expires out in 2032. And these total debt service numbers at the bottom should, again, match what was on the prior page in terms of your total debt service. And you can flip to the next page, I think. And here again, this actually shows an aggregate debt service when you take into account the 2016 sales tax bonds that were done, the 2019 certificates of participation that were completed but are paid from sales tax revenues, as well as the proposed 2021 bonds at each level. So this gives you sort of a picture of what the aggregate debt service payment would be under each of those scenarios, which should match the graphs that were depicted before. And then next slide. I guess that's, in terms of, overall, just my quick thoughts would be, we can obviously modify these structures somewhat, but I think this gives you a good idea of kind of what the debt service payments would be under each of those scenarios. I mean, whether one of them could be shortened up a year or two to minimize interest costs, we could look at that. But again, we wanted to make sure we provided you all sufficient coverage to continue to have pay-as-you-go capacity, as well as to have significant, debt service coverage given kind of the uncertainty in revenue. So with that, I'll address any questions or let you all continue on with the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Jay. And so we did want to bring back this small piece about half-cent technology, but would you like to discuss and review, or would you like us to finish the next couple of slides first and then go back and discuss in general?
I did look and ask my colleagues if they had any questions, so you could go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. So we do have, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do actually. So Deb, I just real quick, and I actually was thinking about Deb all yesterday evening, and I called her first thing this morning because I said, Deb, with everything that we're talking about, COVID and shortcomings and how we have no idea what the taxes are going to be like, are these different buckets that don't touch each other? In other words, regardless of what's happening over here, this discussion about the Ortona Osceola future borrowing and everything, is that separate silo pot to all of the other discussions that we're having?
And so it is to an extent. We do look, the capital fund has its own revenue stream. So it has the revenue stream from LCIF, which is our ad valorem tax revenue stream of 1.5 mils, again, determined by the state and based on our taxable values in the county, as well as the half cent is determined by the sales tax revenue that's collected in the county. And so that's because of the closures of businesses and unemployment and so on and so forth. Obviously, the state and the district are both seeing a decline in sales tax revenue for at least the foreseeable future of 1 to 2 years. And again, you know, not speculating, but really trying to be conservative as you're really asking about, are we being conservative and should we be looking at this as one big picture? During the recession, you know, we did have the legislature decreased the capital millage that we were allowed to collect. So it was 2 mills, and then they decreased it to 1.75 the following year, and then 1.5 the year after that. And coupled with the fact that our home values and all of our property values had declined, not only did we lose half cent, but we also lost property value revenue. So, you know, we are, of course, and that's one of the things whenever we talk to our bond rating companies, that they, you know, that they're fully aware of, that in Florida, we are really at the mercy of the state legislature. And because we're funded based on sales tax revenue, that, you know, it really can fluctuate, and we don't know from one year to the next what our revenue will be. So, you know, big picture wise, obviously we all want the crystal ball, but really general fund is separate funding because of the FEFP and the separate levy on our taxable values, and that really is all together determined by the legislature, whereas the capital fund determines our building program. So, you know, it is, we do need to look at the big picture, but I think that as we look at it right now, you know, we have been conservative in setting our revenue projections for the next 5 years. And so absent a full all-out recession that, you know, lasts for a number of years, I think that, you know, we're within our coverage, as Jay said, for being able to cover our debt service as well as have money for projects as we go.
Great. That answers my question. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Just a minute, Deb. Let me make sure if we have any other questions. Do we have any other questions, colleagues? Go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Thank you, Deb. Deb, let me ask you about the LCIF. That's the 1.5 mil, and against our property values. And haven't our property values been going up these last few years?
Yes, they have.
And how much money is that tax been generating these last 3 years?
Well, it's generally at or above the amount of our sales tax revenue.
Isn't it true it's been around 53 million to this year 58 million?
Yes.
And our sales tax, we had initially thought it was only going to bring in like around 40 million or so.
Right.
But even that has been coming in the last 3 years above what we projected. Isn't that true?
Yes, it is. It is true.
Can we use LCIF funds to pay back the debt service on the bond?
No, we would use our half cent sales tax revenue to pay that back, the debt service.
Can we use LCIF funds to build schools?
Yes.
So we are getting, for instance, this year, when you put together the LCIF money, the sales tax money, the other little bits of money that we get in, the other 4 million there, we're generating about $100 million every year, correct? If you add sales tax, LCIF, and all the other little 0.75s and seems to be around $100 million a year.
Right, and we have, because of the growth in Volusia County of, you know, new homes, new businesses and so on, we have seen more of an increase than we had anticipated, not only, you know, in the LCIF, but also in the sales tax revenue. Of course, when we estimated the cost of all of the projects for the half-cent sales tax, we also estimated it back at those values at the time. So, you know, the values of the cost of building at that time, as well as the revenue that we would have collected at that time. So we've also seen inflation, which affects the amount, the buying power for that same dollar as well.
Okay, but just getting back to my point, we are generating around $100 million a year that can be spent on capital, and in fact only can be spent on capital. Is that true?
Can be spent on capital as well as transfers. We can transfer some of the funding to general fund to support some expenditures that are of a capital nature. But otherwise, yes, it's all spent in capital.
Okay. Did you ever get from the state how much we received on the half cent for the months of March and April? The last time we met, you had not received March.
Yes, I do have that and can bring it up. My computer's not cooperating because
that's okay.
Because I am also in displaying. So let me pull that up. I know and Jay, I don't know if you have that in front of you, because I know we did look at what we had collected, and it was a little bit better than what PFM had actually looked at.
Yeah, Deb, I'm pulling that up now myself. So if you just bear with me 1 second. It looks like can y'all hear me okay? It looks like in March of 2019, the district collected about 3.7 million of sales tax revenues. In the comparable year this year, it was about $3.1 million. So you were down about $620,000 for the month of March. And then in April, it looks like the district collected about 3.3 million in April of 2019, and about 2.4 million or so for the comparable month in 2020, or down about 800,000 or 24%. And then for the May figures, it was in 2019, it was about $3.6 million. And then May comparable in 2020, it was $3.1 million. So about 480,000 difference. So if you're just looking at the difference in March, it was down year to year about 16%. In April, it was down about 24%. And then in May, it looks like there was a little bit of a rebound. It was only down about 13%. So all of that, as Deb mentioned, you know, when PFM, with the work of Dr. Hank Fishkind, who works in our company, you know, when we did the sales tax projections used for this plan, you know, I think we were pretty pessimistic. I think
it sounds
the actual results for the last 3 months have come in, you know, higher than we projected. And I think really the main reason is I think the economy opening back up probably quicker than some people anticipated. And two, I think we want to still be a little bit conservative because, you know, obviously the cases have continued to rise in Florida, and no telling what might happen, you know, as we move forward. But as we sit here today, absent, you know, another shutdown of the economy, I think the sales tax projections that are used in this plan are coming in. The actuals are coming in a little better than what's used in this plan. Will that continue? It's anybody's guess, but you know, when this was put together a month or so ago, you know, we didn't have that much information and wanted to be conservative.
And just for reference, last year we collected about 3 million more than we had budgeted for. At this point in time, we have just the June payment and the quarterly discount to receive, which last year we received about 4.7 million for those 2 periods. Right now, we would meet the budget if we collected 2.9 million. So, you know, we do have somewhat of a swing, but can we meet our budget of 42 million? We probably will get there at least for this past fiscal year.
And again, what I'm getting at here is that it's almost, it appears that the increase on the LCIF from last year, I think it was 53, was it? And this year's projected to be 58.
Yeah,
Four
and we do budget, when we do our projections, we actually use the estimate from the tax assessor.
Right.
So, you know, he projects the approximate increase in taxable value. So that's what we use when we do our projections. But yeah, we have seen a stronger than projected growth over the last few years.
Yeah, and given the articles in the newspaper and just anyone that drives around this county can see there's a lot of building going on. There is a lot of building taking place, commercial as well as residential and apartments. My whole point that I was trying to make here, Deb, was that it's almost a trade-off between, and we may even come out ahead on this. We are fortunate that our property values have gone up, while maybe our sales tax revenues may be dropping a little bit. It's going to be more than, I think, offset by the increased money we'll be taking in because of our property values going up. Wouldn't you say that's going to be close?
Well, I mean, I guess I rely on the experts on our property values, and you know, we do use our actual levy in our final budget, and you know, we have seen that increase further than we had thought. So, you know, we're projecting out a few years, and I mean, I do anticipate that, again, you know, to be conservative. I don't want to overestimate, but yes, it has been favorable from what we had anticipated.
About 4 million to 5 million favorable, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Persis, Ms. Haynes, and then Mr. Colon.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Muller. So kind of piggybacking on what Mr. Persis was talking about, a concern that I have had, especially with the situation we're in and the fact that we have a large number of students and families that have chosen to go to Volusia Online Learning, as well as to do the Volusia Live with the live streaming from the classroom, is that with this half-cent sales tax, which I know you haven't got to this slide, it's kind of there right now, but it ties into this, is that we've reduced our funding, though, for technology. And so I'm struggling, you know, when you really look at it, yes, I know we took a small loss in sales tax revenue, but in one way we didn't, because we've been bringing in more sales tax revenue than what we originally projected. And our property values are up, so I don't think we're going to be at a loss there. But yet we've cut $2 million out of our technology budget at a time when we know we are short on technology and we need to move forward and have that technology. So,
oh, I'm sorry, but can I stop you for just 1 second?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to mention too, because we did not mention that yet, but initially when we brought forward in June that we were going to decrease that from 9 million to 7 million, we did go back and there was one project that was scheduled for this fiscal year that really it was at a particular location and needed to have some additional work coupled with it and was moved out a couple of years, as well as there was a project at DeLand High School that was already incorporated into what's being done there now. So we were able to restore that $2 million for this fiscal year. So we are back up to the $9 million because we knew that was a priority of the board, as well as next year doing the same thing. So that is part of what we were able to do.
Okay, so I appreciate knowing that we've gone from where we had reduced them to 7, we've gone back up to 9 for this year and for next year. I think where I'm struggling is when you're looking at all of these capital budget projects and we're looking at possibly having to bond again. And from day one, and Jay Glover will remember this, I was the person on the board that was not really into bonding and having to pay interest rates. And I only agreed to this last bond that we did because the interest rates were so low, and the interest rates still do look good. I mean, I will say that. But I really think when this is being presented, I think we should see the whole picture. Like, where is the LCIF money going, as well as this? Because if you're going to ask me to bond in order to do these projects, whether we do 20, 40, 60, 80, or 100 million, I kind of need to see, well, where's the 100 million or the other part that's coming in, you know, for LCIF going? Because I first noticed that Turie T was not on here under the bonding, but yet we know we need a new Turie T small and we need to bring it up to the standard size. And so it was just said, well, that was going to be under like the LCIF. So you did mention though that some of that money could go to general. So what part of the money has gone to general and what is it being spent on?
Well, there are certain things. Let me backtrack for just a minute. I do have the budget that I can pull up to show you what it would look like from a funding standpoint based on Steve's slides. And I have it in the 2 different ways, whether it's for Ortona Osceola being the K8 or the K5. So I can pull those up, as well as, I'm sorry, because now I forgot your second question.
Okay, so the first part was like seeing them side by side, and then the second part was what portion of the LCIF money is going over to general budget and what is it being spent on?
Yes. So there are various expenditures that are capital. Number one is maintenance, but we're transferring about $6 million a year, and it pays for our copiers, which are covered under leases in the capital fund. They're leased, but then we transfer them over and pay them. We transfer the money over and pay them out of general fund. It's more of an accounting, as well as we transfer money for, we're paying for our student information center system and our ERP, our Oracle charges. That's transferred from capital as well, and that is then paid out of the general fund. So for next year, and our plan was initially during the recession, we were transferring, I think at the highest was about $19 million. And our plan was really to reduce that amount. So for 2021, it's 9.5 million transferred to general. And then in 21-22, it's 7.6 million. And some of the other items, would fall under technology as well. Some of our system-wide licensing that we have, and maintenance, certain maintenance costs that we can cover that are in lieu of a capital project. So, HVAC repairs that, would be eligible for capital funding. So there are specific things in statute that we can use from the capital money, but it has to be transferred to general and paid out as an operating expenditure.
So this year, your plan is to transfer 9.5 million from capital over to, if I captured some of this correctly, to pay for the leasing on the copy machines, system-wide software pieces, including like the ERP and Oracle projects, some maintenance cost, and HVAC repairs.
Yeah, the maintenance is would include, that was an example, the HVAC repairs, that's an example that helps support our repairs, as well as we have minor projects that are done in general fund by our maintenance department, and then the costs are transferred over.
Okay, so, but only 9.5 million out of
Correct.
the LCIF.
Correct.
Okay, which is at about, well, as Mr. Persis said, 53, but headed to 58 million. So we're still maintaining just slightly under 50 million of that in for capital projects. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you talk about these costs though, none of these are coming out of the 9 million already set aside for technology?
Correct.
So Clint has 9 million to work on the technology piece, and these other costs, even though some of them are technology type things, are going to come out of the LCIF once you transfer it to general funds.
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at the moment. This is right.
Thank you. Mr. Colon? Okay, we can move on. Are you, okay, we could go ahead. You could go ahead with Clint. I believe we're to the one-to-one devices. Go right ahead.
So, and I know that, Clint will jump in here as well, because we did have somewhat of this conversation at the last board meeting, because we were looking at some of those expenditures that were being approved as contracts and purchases. So looking at the K-12 one-to-one devices, and Clint could explain that again, but then the sources of funding, there's the half-cent sales tax, which has the 9 million per year allocation, and then we did increase that, as well as the CARES Act, the ESSER funds, which include some funding for infrastructure, and the Title I iPad lease final payment. So Clint, do you want to talk about the actual devices and costs?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Deb. And I gotta thank Ms. Haynes, because I think she covered a lot of what I was going to say with, some of her questions. But to kind of go back in time here, we've
I apologize.
It's okay. It's actually good. It makes my job a lot easier. I think if we go back in time from when, we've got this half-cent sales tax, and when we talked about, going one-to-one to the community, I think we've spent a good amount of money into the program. So I want to be clear to the public, to the board, from what I have seen, obviously it was before my time here at the district, but we have pretty consistently spent around $5 million for student devices. That is no small feat financially. The problem is the amount of devices that we need and that we were procuring every year started to attrition themselves out or age out to where we got into we were replacing as fast as we were surplusing, to where we never started to make ground. So kind of like Deb and Ms. Haynes were previously talking, this is probably not the appropriate time to go from $9 million to $7 million when we want to try to catch up this year and go to a one-to-one program. So as Deb stated, we kind of we found a way to not lower the technology capital budget and continue the 9 million, which still may eventually not be enough. We'll find out in future years. But for this year, it's enough with some help with the CARES Act. And the way we're going to do it is the 33,000 devices that the board approved financially to go forward with last week in the board meeting. It's going to give us enough devices to, if we have to, if that sales tax goes down for capital, because we don't really know where we're going to go with this COVID pandemic in the next 12 months. If we lose budget and we don't have the money to add to this 33,000 devices, we're in good shape because we have a lot of our own inventory in elementary that we can probably continue using another year, because they're not going to go home. They're not going to be as beat up as that secondary device, usage, because most likely those secondary students, the power user group, will take those devices home. So we have spent a lot of money thus far. So I want to be very clear on that. The board is probably, some of you sitting in these seats now, you've approved those student device purchases over these years. The public has seen purchases. Those have been purchased. It's just we have not done it at a rate to make progress quickly enough to become one-to-one as we would like. And this year, we're very much going to fast track it with an alternative way to procure the devices for devices as a service. And we're going to try to get there in the next 12 months. And we're working very diligently behind the scenes with purchasing and a couple of partners with committees trying to figure out which one to go with and how to move forward. So I wanted to kind of be very transparent about that. The district has spent money on technology. We just need to adjust, reset, and do a better job and get there quickly. So that's kind of what you're seeing on the screen. And I don't want to kind of continue to talk about a topic that you guys have already kind of in favor of. But I just wanted to be kind of clear because I know, there might be a perception out there that we've not bought student laptops, but we have. We just needed to buy more, at a rate to where we made progress.
Thank you. Anything else, Deb? Ms. Muller?
Sorry, I just wanted to take myself off mute there.
Okay.
No, I think that, that wraps it up, and hopefully we can pull up the other documents if you would like to see those now with the actual funding sources, or we can do it as we're discussing. I know there's a lot of information here.
So where would we like to start? Because I know we're talking about the Osceola Ortona, and we're not really voting today. This was more of a presentation. So where would anyone like to start? Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
Unmute. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deb. Hey, Deb, I didn't ask you regarding that local capital fund. I know we spent some of that money on the renovations for West Side Elementary School. There was a chunk of it that went there. Is there another school? I know Galaxy got $4 million, looked like, for some AC. But I'm trying to think of another sum of money, like, $3 or $4 million that was spent on a school or on a project from that LCIF fund. I couldn't find one in the last 3 years.
Maybe Galaxy.
Galaxy had some money a couple of years ago, I think it was.
Yeah, I can pull up the 5
And
years.
while you're kind of checking that out, can you also tell me then for FY21, I know the board has talked about Terry T. Small, and that'd be great if we could, have that fund for that. Was there any other school that was slated to be built with those funds for, say, FY21 and then, FY22. I guess I'm trying to, as I look at the 5-year capital plan, it would be nice if we could see how that local capital funding is used so that we can augment our half-cent sales tax in the quick building of our schools. And perhaps if we knew that, that might guide us a little bit more on how much we really need to bond if we had this extra source of revenue. I mean, let's just talk hypothetically. Let's say the board said, we want half of the money from the LCIF to go towards building elementary school ABC. And then next year, we want half of it to go. I mean, it seems like that we can just about be assured we're going to have over $50 million from LCIF, rapidly approaching $60 million coming in. So I just want the board to know, and I need your help with this, so that we can get an idea of the funds available to us before they're earmarked for some other projects.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Can you see those other funding sources or no?
I see.
No, we're seeing the
I'm
redistricting
seeing
slide.
central, yeah, I'm seeing the redistricting slide right now.
Okay, I'm just trying to display this. Let me see.
Okay.
I moved it and then I think it paused it. So let me try to get it back up here. Okay. Okay, can you see it now?
Well, it's real small. It's
How's that?
It's getting larger. Yeah. Okay. I think I see. It's getting larger. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ruben. Yeah, he just pointed something out to me. Okay.
Okay, and you should have copies in front of you in just a minute as well. So here are the different funding sources, and the key down below it on page 4, you can see what those sources are. So up above, and of course it's a long list, but this is the K-8 work program as Steve had presented. So you can see here this 44 million is actually a couple of different sources, because there's the 2019 COPS, and then there would be a new bond for there. Here's the Turie T. Small, which is showing in green, which is LCIF. Over here you can see these Spruce Creek High School renovations would be LCIF, as well as Port Orange Elementary and this Career Center placeholder. And then if you go down here, you can see the number of projects that we have that are from LCIF. So this fiscal year, there's Campbell Middle, there's Creekside Middle, and a lot of, and probably Steve could address this better than myself, but again, we're still playing catch up. If you remember from the recession, when we were transferring that money to general fund to put Band-Aids on all of our HVAC especially, and roofs and so on, because we didn't have the money in capital actually to fix them and replace them. So we were doing Band-Aids. So you can still see that a lot of these LCIF projects are HVAC, ceiling, lighting,
Yeah.
upgrades.
Is there a total, Deb, for each of those columns? Like how much
Yes. Not a total by,
by the fund source?
Yeah, I could pull that. I can pull that.
Because even looking at that, just to the quick eye, it doesn't look like.
Well, if you look.
I mean, I don't want to say it is a lot of money, but it doesn't look like $58 million.
Hey, Deb, this is Jay Glover. Can I
Yeah.
just point out one quick thing?
Yes.
Remember, the LCIF also makes debt service payments on existing COPs, so it's not going to be
Yeah.
funding 50 million of new projects each year. And I don't know where that's in here, but you know, prior debt that the school district's done as COPs, you know, gets paid from that capital outlay millage as well. So I'm assuming that's captured in here somewhere as well. But
yes, I think you should be able to see that now. If you look down at the very bottom, where you see the transfers to debt service of almost $46 million. Yeah, and Jay's right. We do have COPS debt that we're still paying, and there's the transfer to general fund, and you can see there's buses that we purchase out of here.
Right.
You know, system-wide equipment and vehicles. So that all in total is $119 million.
Yeah, I was looking for the green total.
Okay, let me see if I can.
And I thought one of my first questions was, can we pay debt service out of LCIF? And I thought you said that no, that we use half-cent sales tax money to pay back our $20 million bond and our $100 million bond that we have already.
We are using half-cent.
Yeah.
But I again, this is Jay. I mean, I think legally, local option, you know, capital outlay millage is legally available to make debt service on debt. It's just a matter of kind of which deal. Yeah, I think part of your debt is paid back from sales tax revenues, and part of it's paid back from your capital outlay millage.
Okay.
Right, Deb?
Yeah. Yes, I think our current COPS are paid. We have done both. I mean, you know, I don't believe, Jay, you can use your half-cent to pay your LCIF debt, correct? But you can go vice versa.
Yeah, you can definitely use sales tax revenues to pay your COPS debt service. So, you know, and it might help. Before the district did the 2019 transaction, you know, you have about 21 to 22 million dollars of annual debt service payments on existing COPS prior to that. So that, you know, every year that really comes off the top of that, you know, 50 to 60 million dollars that you're talking about, and then, you know, the balance of it can be used for pay-as-you-go projects. And then again, you have your, you know, your sales tax debt service that you have to pay also.
Yeah, so we have the projects at existing schools and facilities for LCIF for this year is about 21.3 million. And then we have 20 million in debt service that we're paying from there, as well as that money that is being transferred to general fund is 8.2 million, and then our equipment and buses, and then facilities management project.
Okay, well, the big chunk of that, obviously, which I didn't see here, was I didn't understand here, perhaps, was the debt service payment. So that is for a loan that occurred when, like, how many years ago, and how many more years do we still need to pay on that?
I believe that all of our debt will be paid off in 2032 as of right now.
That's correct. And these are deals that were either done or refunded going back 5+ years ago.
Right. I think when I first came to the district, we refunded three different COPS leases.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my arms wrapped around, we're paying another $20 million to somebody every year. Plus the money that we're paying that we borrowed for Pearson. That's on top of that.
Yes, the 40 million that we did the first year of this referendum, that actually is being paid off through 2032, through the end of the referendum.
Yeah, well, okay, I get that because that was a 15-year thing. But this money that we're paying from the LCIF fund, this 20 million a year, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So that you said goes out to 2032 as well, or is that stopping? Because that seems like a long time to be paying off something unless it started in 2017 at the same time.
Yeah, so if Deb, you want me to chime in here.
Yes.
So the last time the district has done a new money COPS financing that's paid from capital outlay millage was actually done in 2007. And it's quite common, and most school districts would pay COPS back over a 25-year period. So that's the last time that you've actually gone into the market and borrowed money.
That's okay.
Then,
so we borrowed. How much money did we borrow in 2007, or what's the total?
That deal has since been refunded to lower the debt service payment. I don't know the exact amount. I'd have to look back through my files, but that's that's the last time you've actually done a new money COPS financing.
Okay.
And I think if you look, I mean, it's not uncommon for school district. I mean, I know the district recently has shortened up repayment terms, but I think you look back historically at most districts, they borrow that length of time, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's like financing your
house.
house.
Go with wrongfully right now, but that's okay. That was another time, and it was that's when the market started to bottom out and everything else too. And you said we have already refinanced it to a lower rate.
Those deals have been refinanced multiple times to lower interest rates. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any opportunity? Is there any opportunity now to do it again?
Not right now, because they've been recently done, and there's generally call protection that investors require when you do a deal.
I'm just trying to save some money. That's all. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for letting me ask a few questions there.
Mr. Colon?
I'm good.
Ms. Cuthbert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mueller, how much do we have in our impact fee account?
In our impact fees, we have
it's around 4.
Look, we are carrying forward about 9.3 million in impact fees. We've been collecting about $6 million a year. So based on using some of those impact fees in fiscal year 21, we would have a balance of about 11 million at the end of this fiscal year.
And that is but we are only allowed to use that for adding capacity, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We are not really adding capacity anywhere?
Well, if we go back up, here, I believe
Spruce Creek High School addition.
Yes, so the Turie T we could use. I'm sorry, not impact fees. Looking for, that's the blue.
It's the light blue. Yeah.
Light blue, total transfers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, I was looking for the dark blue, yes.
Woodward Elementary.
It's Woodward, Turie T, as well as there's some classroom addition at Orange City Elementary and the Spruce Creek High School, as well as out a couple years Tomoka and McGinnis.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Did you want some kind of direction? Do you want to know what we feel or think at this point? Are you guys interested in that?
Well, yes, I mean, we need direction on a few in a few areas. You know, one of the reasons obviously is to finalize the capital fund budget, which we will bring back to you on September 8th for your approval. And so we have to finalize that, but we also need to know as far as, you know, the K5 or the K8, you know, whether we're going to put a K5 in this year or we're going to move it out to next year and build a K8, because if we don't have direction on that, you're adopting the budget for this year without that project in there at all, as well as, you know, what level of bonding we would like to include, and that's obviously driven by the different projects as Steve has presented them to you.
Okay. We have a lot of variables going forward right now. We don't know how much technology is going to be changing education right now. We don't know how many people will come back to our brick and mortar. It's up in the air. We hope they do, but we don't know how many students will come back or we will lose. We don't know how long COVID will last, or if there's some mutation and it comes back and hits us. We most certainly did not. This was not on our radar 6 months ago. There's an awful lot of uncertainty in our revenue. It might be okay right now. It may not be okay next month. It might take a huge dip, or else we might be rolling in it. We just don't know. There's so much uncertainty. See, but right now, I'm still in favor of a K5. I don't think we can afford a K8. The Oversight Committee did not recommend a K8. We just cannot afford it. I would prefer to redirect that to our two critical schools that we need to take care of, and that's Woodward and Tomoka. Tomoka was the original part of the first 5 capital projects, and it's really not been addressed. It's the only one out of the 5 that's not being worked on right now. We do not need a career center right now. That would free up about $17 million, $17 million. If anything, our staff needs a new building. In other words, to house our Title I people, our ESE people, and our ESOL people. There's no place to put them. They're going into portables, and I think that's wrong for our staff. We need to make sure we pay attention to our employees and our teachers who are going to our schools that are in poor condition and critical condition. And right now, I think it would behoove us not to bond anything more than 40 million. There's a huge difference between 40 and 60 million. I think we can manage the 40 and the 60, but I would never agree to any of that until we get the okay from the Oversight Committee. We are partners with them. We don't make decisions and shove it down their throats. We have to work in tandem and listen to what their suggestions are. So I would like to have another meeting with them to discuss what you have discussed with us, and not telling them what we are doing, but to discuss it with them. We need their support. They are, I'm sorry? Excuse me? but we need their support. So right now, I think we should stick, because of our certainty, we should stick with what we have and stick with the K-5 and no career center. I mean, that would free up a good, that's 24 plus 15. That frees up a whole lot of money.
Ms. Cuthbert, this is Steve. We did meet with them on Friday last week and gave them the entire presentation that you saw tonight. I just didn't know if you were aware of that.
Well, somewhat, but we need to discuss with them and not just inform them of what we're doing. We are a partnership. We're a partnership with them, and we work with them. We just don't tell them what to do. I don't know what's done in any other place, but here in Volusia County, we work with other groups of people, and we take their advice, we listen to it, and we negotiate, and we work on this. I want to make sure that we're going to turn around and it's going to be 2032, and that's the end of our 15-year run. We would probably more than likely need to renew it. We have to be able to approach the voter with a true partnership. We cannot not ever do that. And instead of, some of our schools still need security cameras. A lot of them are outdated. We still haven't finished all those fronts. We still don't have enough security fencing. Let's take care of what we need to take care of now. Let's not go into so much debt. I tend to be a little more conservative. I'm thinking a little more on Ms. Haynes' side. We can always bond a little bit later, but I think if we go beyond ourselves, I think we're heading into trouble because we truly don't know what's coming up ahead. I would much rather be safe than sorry. So, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Ms. Haynes?
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. I'm right there with Ms. Cuthbert on this, and especially, looking at the document and trying to figure out, where all the money is going. And so when I'm looking at this document, Mrs. Muller, that you gave us, and I look down at the transfer piece, we're basically transferring 55.3 million to cover things out of the general fund, which you explained what that can be, and to debt service. So, Mr. Persis, when I look at this piece, that just takes the whole LCIF pot of money or the whole half-cent sales tax pot of money. Either way you look at it, it's taking half of the money that's going to debt service. And so I think at some point I need some, granted I was not sitting in this position in 2007, and I hear Mr. Glover, you saying that we've refinanced multiple times. I guess I need to know how much we borrowed in 2007 and at what the rate was. I just need more information on that because we seem to be carrying a debt that is taking about half of the money every year that we're bringing in that could be going towards capital projects, and we're just repaying it to debt service. So I think I'd like it to see a document with all of the current debt service, when the debt was taken out, and kind of what looks like a pay schedule, even, from like the beginning to, okay, maybe at the beginning it was 6% interest, I'm not sure, down to what is the interest rate right now, to just have a better understanding of why $55.3 million, which is a little bit more than half of what we're bringing in, is already accounted for that we can't do anything with. So, I'm with Mr. Persis, and on this one, I'm definitely on the conservative side. I can't, at this point, agree to any more debt till I truly understand the amount of debt we have and what it's going to take to pay off that debt. I am concerned about the schools that are critical. I was a little surprised of how the order fell. I definitely want Turie T. Small Elementary to have a standard size elementary school. you know, yes, I know that Tomoka is falling in the critical area. I guess when I go into these schools, you guys see something different than what I see, because I've been to Tomoka, I've been to Woodward. I mean, Tomoka's in Mr. Percis's district, Woodward's in my district, but I still go over to McGinnis, and McGinnis appears to still be, to me, in worse shape than Tomoka or Woodward. I mean, that's just me visiting those schools and walking around, and just even the layout, and you know, let's go back to the perception of cleanliness or not cleanliness. I just, you know, I understand, Mr. Grube, that you somehow use this thing to rate it, and thank you for, you know, telling us this. But my concern, even if you look at the top 2 critical, based on the way you know, they were rated, which they're Woodward and Tomoka, we're going to build one of them as a new school. And I understand, Mrs. Cuthbert, that that was in the plan. So like, I'm not saying anything against the plans, because I also was not in this position when the plans were done. But yet we're not going to build, so we're going to take the top 2 critical schools and in one instance build one of them a new school, and in the other instance just go in there and say, hey, we'll renovate again. I'm just really struggling all the way around with this, but I do need to understand the debt that's been going on since 2007.
Excuse me, could I just say a couple of words
Yes,
while we're on that train of thought? So, and I know that, you know, Jay could speak to this as well, but in our budget book, we do have some information on our debt service. We have, as of our 1920 budget, we had $238.4 million in the principal portion of the long-term debt. So we had reduced our principal portion by 13 million in the prior year. But as far as you know, the debt service and the legal limits for that, legally it cannot exceed 3/4 of our capital millage. So 3/4 of our capital millage in the 1920 budget was 41.2 million, and our COPS is about 21.4 million. So we're well under the 75% allowed by law. We're at 52%. Again, you know, I mean, I guess this is looking at it like you would finance a house. You have a house built, it has a life expectancy, and you finance that over those terms. Now, obviously, I was not here back then, and I don't know what the decisions were, you know, that were made. But as Jay said, we have refinanced when we were able to take advantage of lower interest rates. And, you know, I know, again, that's something that we would continue to do as we were able to legally. But so our debt, our principal portion was 238 million, and our current debt service for all of those COPS was at 52%, and 75% is allowed by law. So I don't know if that helps at all. And I do feel like, and not, you know, not making excuses at all, but there are several workshops that we missed this year because of COVID. And I feel like we have not had the opportunity to explore all of this information like we normally would have, because we would have gotten into much more details as we went through this. But as you know, the reopening plan took up a lot of the time, and we didn't have the workshop. So, you know, I'm happy. I'm very transparent and happy to provide whatever information you need, and, you know, to do it in a board meeting. But I also can supply you with information and meet with you one-on-one if you need more information to understand. We do have to adopt a budget. We don't have a choice legally. So we do need that direction to put something forth to you, as well as, you know, and I'm not I mean, I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but, you know, we do have some plans here, and we will be at a standstill if decisions are not made as far as these projects. You know, now that I know that, you know, Steve has mapped out this plan, and as he said, you know, it is flexible depending on what your direction is. But, you know, I think the interest in bonding more was to obviously accomplish more projects and replace these schools sooner while the interest rates were low. So I understand your concern, you know, about the debt. But, you know, we are well below the legal limits, and these are just decisions that boards have had to make over the years as to the same priorities. Do we do it now? And I think back then we were building our sales tax program was to build new schools because we were growing. Now we're not growing. Now we have the issue of needing to repair and replace and renovate because we have old schools that are in need of that attention. So I think it's a little bit different philosophy now than it was then, if that makes any sense.
No, that does make sense, and I understand that we have some schools that are significantly old, and at the same time, maybe we have not done the best job of maintaining them and keeping them updated. And I'm not going to rehash why, but I just, you know, I'm a fiscally responsible person, and I just have to look at this because, you know, I don't want 10 years from now, there's someone else sitting here saying, what did they do in 2020, you know, that left us in this situation. I mean that. And, you know, I want our children to be on campuses that, you know, are set up that meet their needs and things like that. I mean, I'm very thankful that we have gone ahead and moved $9 million back towards technology, because that is an area that I don't think Clint can do what he needs to do with less funds. So I appreciate that, you know, that's already been taken into account. I know 9 million was what was established by the oversight committee and advertised, you know, with this half-cent sales tax. But I do remember with the half-cent sales tax, we pushed technology, okay, as a way of getting parents to sign on. And so there has been a lot of questions out there about, well, if we did this, where did the money go? But yes, we pushed it, but in the total amount, it was 9 million a year. So I appreciate we've gone back to 9. I do need Turie T. to have a new school. And not just because of it being a new school, but I need them to have a school that can house the standard number of elementary children just as other schools. And I need for the children that live in that community to finally have the opportunity that when they go out into their yard to play, they get to play with the kids that they go to school with instead of being bused to 12 different elementary schools. I've had a concern about that for a number of years. I see the 2 schools that, based on the scale, are the most critical. And I'm trusting Mr. Grube, from having collected that information, that if he says they're the most critical, they are the most critical. So I believe that, you know, Tomoka's been on the table and Tomoka's gotten pushed off, and I don't think it should get pushed off. You know, so even though I was originally from day one in support of a K-8 project for Ortona and Osceola, and I appreciate so much being able to go to Orlando and look at the K-8 and see all of the possibilities there, I at this time am going to pull back on my original recommendation, and I am for supporting a K-5 combination of Ortona and Osceola, and I'm saying that so everyone can hear it, simply because I cannot, I guess, live with myself and think that I'm going to spend double on a K-8 when I could ensure that we impact a larger number of students. And with the data that shows me that the current middle schools are not at capacity in that area, then even though I think at K it's a wonderful thing and I've had experience with them, I'm for K5 and I'm for bonding the least amount if we have to bond in order to make this happen. But I do just want some clear data provided, and I don't know if the rest of the board wants it, and if they don't, I don't want to tie up a workshop for them, but I want clear data provided on where we are with our debt service at this time. So thank you, Mrs. Muller. And thank you, Mrs. Wright.
Mm-hmm. Colleagues, anyone else?
I do. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I said
Okay.
go ahead.
Oh, okay, so we changed our conversation a little bit to decision making, and so, or at least sharing where we are at. And so I still hold on my position that I would rather use that K-8 funding, what we were going to spend 40+ million at one school to accomplish two. And so I'm still there. And I still put Turie T. as a need because they need a school, and even though they don't fall under the critical, because there is no line item for you don't have room for the other 300 kids you need in your school. So I am supportive of that. As far as, one of the things that Deb said to me this morning was, Ruben, you all still get to determine every year what projects you all move forward with. And so my thought process is this. So every year, every budget is annual. Okay, so just like happened with Deltona Middle, at the time the board decided that it was not best to borrow the money because of the interest rates. And so the project was put on hold, even though the planning phases had already taken place. We will still have the ability to do that. We will still have the annual ability to say, you know what? Things have changed. X amount of students didn't return. Maybe we don't need schools for 750 students. Maybe we're not projecting the growth. We can always make that change. The question is whether or not we borrow this money at a very, very low rate, or do we kick ourselves later for saying, you know what, it was 1.nothing%. And now it's closer to 3 to 4%, which is what happened at the time. And I don't question the fiscal responsibility when they put Deltona Middle on the back burner, because it was that was the situation. So even if we were, and correct me, Mr. Glover, even if we said, okay, let's do 60 million, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to move through with those projects. It's still an annual, but at least they could get some of that started, and we can get, because the reality is we're never going to catch up to the need ever. And so at 1% and change, and still having that borrowing capacity on the sales tax all the way up to the year that it ends, because we have a nice space there, a nice buffer where we're not even touching that. Because that's what it's intended for. And so what I am afraid of is if we don't decide, okay, you know what, the rates are low, we can accomplish X amount of projects. 2 years from now, we're going to be saying, okay, well, rates are now 2.5%, 3%. Then what? Then it's a whole different conversation. So, Deb, correct me if I'm wrong, but we still move on an annual, we have a plan, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to execute it if external conditions should change.
Right, that's correct. We have to submit a plan for 5 years, but you're only adopting the budget for this year.
Correct. So with that being said, again, I think Jamie brought some good questions, and it was interesting to see Carl's face, because Carl's been here forever, and he was like, well, what are you talking about, Willis? And so I think there definitely does need to be a conversation. Maybe it's just so complicated that I don't understand it, or we've never spoken about it, and if I did, it went right over my head, because my question, kind of like Carl's, well, why haven't we taken care of this debt a long time ago? What percentage are we paying on it? Can't we just pay it off tomorrow and move forward, which I'm sure is not the case. But, I am in favor of the K-5 only because, again, as I brought up, God knows when, it feels like an eternity ago. I think we could use the money and serve two communities best, and I think the need has been established. I am, on the other hand, probably towards the higher amount just because of the rates, knowing that each board will have a limitation as to exactly how they execute that plan. So that's where I'm at. I wouldn't say I'm at 100, but Enterprise was built in 1908, and Jamie, and my enterprise really needs help. And so, again, I'm not going through the order of the projects, but I think we all have schools in our districts that need help. I look forward to visiting Woodward. I have never been to Woodward, and now I'm curious to see Woodward, because if it's on top of those, I've been to Tomoka once. That was Carl's old school, so that's an interesting cafeteria.
Okay, so Mr. Colon.
Everybody talks about
Mr. Colon, you know how much I appreciate when you talk about Enterprise, because Enterprise will always have my heart, because it is the very first school I started my career at 34 years ago this month.
1908.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm going to tell you is what you need to find out about Enterprise is facing, because if you remember, there's that law about if it's newer than 50 years, we cannot take it down. So the problem with Enterprise is which buildings are older than 50 years. It's been piecemealed for many years. So a lot of what's there it doesn't meet the 50-year requirement or older, and you'd have to go in and build around so many different parts that have been added in the last 50 years. And and I think that would be a very difficult thing to do. So it's not that I don't want Enterprise to have a new school. We're held by a law that I wish we weren't held by, but
Ms. Haynes, this is Steve. If I could just interject, 50 years is not cut and dry. If the facility is inspected and fails to pass the criteria for keeping it, that's the Castaldi analysis that could be done. And so 50 years is not, if it's fallen down and it's 50 years old, that doesn't mean we have to keep it. So there are ways to get, I won't say get around that, but there's definitely criteria that would allow us to raise a building that is less than 50 years old if it doesn't pass inspection to repair it, if that makes sense.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Grube. I know which buildings have been built there in the last 30 years, and there's nothing wrong with them. And then there were a few that were just prior to my time, and so they're not falling down. And that trust me, I'd love to build them a new school. I'd like to give all of these older, places a new school. But thank you.
And so with that being said, it was so much, not so much the amount, but we've got so many projects out there like that. And so, yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
I too am in favor of Terry T. I think we need to bring the kids back to their neighborhoods. I am a little concerned of the racial imbalance. I don't want it to have certain connotations, but I am a believer in kids going to their own neighborhood school. I did, and it was wonderful because the community all came together. Strong PTAs, strong support, strong community events. There's one thing you guys are forgetting, and I'm looking into the future. I more than likely won't be on the board, but I hope to live long enough to see this, is the replacement of Spruce Creek High School. It's only 45 years old. 1/3 of the student population are in temporary housing. It is starting not to look as its old self, and it's like a spider web all over. So we need to think about that. That too is in the future. We don't have to tear down their real huge auditorium, but it does need to be renovated. So don't forget that. That is coming up, and you will need some leeway and a good bit of money because you're going to tear down a school that's under one roof. So just don't forget that one. But otherwise, I'm with you. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. So Deb and Mr. Grube and Dr. Balgobin, if I'm hearing my colleagues right, on August the 25th, we probably need to have a workshop and then have these items on the agenda to go ahead and approve or move forward. But number one, we want to know exactly how much debt where we are financially before we make a decision if we're going to refinance and how much. We need to bring to closure definitely on the agenda if we're going to go with a K-8 or a K-5 model and go ahead and decide which location. And talk about the schools that we do want to put priority. And I want to thank my colleagues for, hearing you vocalize about Turie T. But as I told some people the other day, it was more important for me to show you that you need it to rebuild Turie T rather than me telling you that. And I do want to thank, I just forgot her name, Stephanie. For all of the research, because I did ask for that back in September. And I thought it was important, not just to have this conversation, but to show you why it was important to rebuild Turie T. And when you look at every other, and I know we're going to look at some schools in the West Side as well, but when you start looking at a community and the busing of just a single community to actually bring equity to other communities was just not fair. And I am concerned as well when we talk about equity and we're talking about racial balance, but the goal for Turie T was an A school for like 5 consecutive years. It can be done. We know that we're going to have to bring some really great programming there, but the community deserves that elementary school. So thank you all for that. I do have 2 questions for you, Deb and Mr. Grube, because we're talking about Osceola Ortona, we're talking about Stark and West Side, but I know there's a major growth over in the 2 of your areas, which could potentially cause us to have to look at another middle school, guys, or another elementary. And I know there's massive building that they're projecting to start within the next 5 years west of, in West Volusia. So keeping all of that in mind, I'm like you, Ms. Cuthbert, I just see education really taking, I do not see Volusia County or any other school district going 100% brick and mortar ever again. I think we've opened up a box where we will have to provide education and maybe 3 or 4 modalities. And so as our planning continue, we need to understand what will be unique about Volusia County. And we probably will need to look at a city, I'm not gonna say a career center, but we may need to look at one for virtual learning, a center for virtual learning, where parents who decide to go with that option will have a home to come in just to have parent-teacher conference or to conduct some other business. But we're talking about schools. We really need to be having a conversation where we need to have what many schools consider virtual campuses, and we may have to have one on the east and one on the west. So keep that in the back of your mind as we're having this conversation, because we may not need to build as many schools as we think, but we will have to address that population that want to learn in a virtual environment, and where can they call home, and if they have issues, where can they come? So with that said, if we don't have any other conversation, go right ahead, Mr. Persis, and then I hear you, Mr. Grube.
Mr. Grube, did you need to say something first?
No, go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Thank you, Mr. Grube. Members of the board, I thought you'd get a kick out of this, handout that was, this is what the sales tax was based on. And you see the schools that they identified. It's a back, front and back, and you see the new and or replacement schools. That list really didn't change. That remained on the sales tax ballot, those 5, and they're the same 5 that we've been talking about. But when you flip it over and look at the elementary schools to receive specific and significant renovations, and you see all of those schools, And nowhere on this sheet of paper is Terry T. Small. I mean, it just kind of like just boggles your mind. I mean, yeah, I don't know, Ms. Wright, but when I look at this, when I saw this, I went, how is that possible? I mean,
Well, and I'll explain
but
to you. So
maybe
before,
because it was small and they didn't ever see it growing, and I don't know. I mean, you were the only one here because this was approved.
So based on the first half-cent sale tax we received, the first 15 years, they were supposed to replace Turie at that time. But prior to me coming on the board, the decision had been made prior to them building Campbell to make Campbell and Turie Small a K-8. That was the thought, to make it a K-8. Then came along a flood maybe in 2008, 2009 that forced them to go ahead and rebuild Campbell.
Right.
Part of the argument at that time was because, again, it was stated that the school really wasn't growing. And the reason the school was not growing is because we bust everybody out of the neighborhood.
Exactly.
And so that was why I had to bring back to the board to say, no, the school can definitely sustain itself, and it could sustain itself probably for generations, for the next 50 years. The fact is, we just never looked at how many kids were being bused out of the community. And that was why I just asked for the study, so that we could, again, look at how many kids are really being bused. And so if we're busing 550 children out of the community, easily a school could be built for 750 students without a problem.
Thank you.
And that's what it was. But
Thank
initially,
you.
it was on
I
the
knew
first
you
half.
probably have the history on that,
Yeah.
so I appreciate that very, very much. And obviously, Ms. Wright, we can't move forward on the redistricting plan until we have a school large enough on which to put the children. So, and to that end, Steve, if you're still there, Steve, if we
yes,
were,
sir, I'm here.
If we were to go forward, you know, like we just say, hey, we got the LCIF funds, you know, let's build Terry T. Small. How quickly can that get accomplished? What are the roadblocks in the way of that?
Well, what we really need from the board is approval of the K5, K8. That doesn't affect Terry T, but it's in the overall decision making. I know for this first year. From our standpoint, we're desperate for that decision. And I understand fully what all is going into making that decision and what you're having to deal with and struggle with in many ways. But we would love to have had that already, because our consultants are kind of teed up, ready to go. So if we get approval of the tentative budget and get that first year approved, we can go out and advertise for design services. That's what we would need for both Woodward and Terry T, that we're asking for design money for this year.
Okay.
In an ideal situation, we'd already be on the street for that, but there's been extenuating circumstances that obviously didn't allow that. So the quicker we can get approval of the tentative budget, and especially that first year, you know, the sooner we can get out and get our consultants lined up.
Okay, and just so that I'm clear, basically what you want to know on August 28th, is it that how much money, if any, do we want to borrow? Is that the question, Ms. Wright? Is that what we need to decide by the 28th? How?
So the 25th, what we're
the
saying is
25th.
We're going to have a workshop that morning. We already have one scheduled.
Okay.
We have not put anything really on the schedule. So we're saying, let's go ahead and deal with this.
Yeah.
What we tentatively want to look at to borrow, once we find out where we are, the amount of debt we're carrying when we have this paid off, so that afternoon, we'll have that on the agenda to vote yes or no, if we are thinking about moving forward and borrowing, as well as bringing to rest about Ortona, Osceola, K-12, K-5, or whatever we're going to, I mean,
Gotcha.
K-8, all of those things.
K-12, there, let's go there, K-12. I want to just, and then I will stop because I know the hour's late. I do, well, just want to say, of course, I was the principal of Tomoka. So I was principal of Woodward too, and Stark, and it just as with you, Deltona, I know you couldn't wait to get that started, and we went ahead and we borrowed that money, and it's yay, and Chisholm, and I know George Marks and Pearson, and those things are up and running, and I'm in sort of a very strange position because Tomoka was on that initial list, and yet Tomoka, they're saying, can't be started until the Osceola project is almost finished, and it's, I don't know whether it's backwards, but even if we weren't doing anything with Osceola or Ortona, let's just say we're just leaving those alone. We're just going to go to Tomoka first. Tomoka kids still have to go somewhere. There has to be a place to put, I think it's 800 students. I mean, it's quite a few. So there isn't another, I don't know of another school nearby where you could put, just add on another 800 students to their campus.
You probably have to split them up to Osceola and Ortona for the year if we started with them first and rebuild that. And then once we finish with them, to consolidate and move one school to either one site, because I agree with you when I was looking at the numbers, I didn't think either of those schools could really hold. The Osceola would be the closest of the two to hold, but they too could not hold 800 students.
I know.
We would have to increase that temporary campus a little bit more to accommodate that.
Okay, Steve, if you can just kind of think that through, and maybe on the 25th, you can show us a little more, some options, how that would work. And the last thing I wanted to say was about Osceola. Okay, I just wish, I agree with Ruben on the bonding. I think as long as that interest rate is, my goodness, 1.8 or less, it'll never get less, and it's probably will be even less than that. I'd love to build all these schools. I would just love to say, man, we did it. We did it all. And to Ms. Haynes' point, I don't want to, just like we did with Osceola. Osceola was scheduled to be a renovation of about 2/3 of it. And then we decided, let's not build 2/3 of a new school. Let's just build a brand new school. Knowing Woodward the way you and I do, I cannot see that being a renovation. That needs to be a brand new school. It really does. And if that costs $8 million more or something, then we need to do it. I mean, we need to do it right. I mean, let's be the board that really tackles these facilities, builds them right, and builds them in a first-class way. And I mean, that's what I would like to do. So I will stop there, and I'll look forward to the workshop on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And at that meeting, we will, Deb or Mr. Group, can you make sure our half-cent sales tax committee is here? I'm like Linda, I would like to hear their feedback because many of them are in the industry and they have been working with this. And I know that you did present it, so I am aware, but normally they will always come before we make decisions like this and present and have input. And I really do want to hear from that committee, whoever their chair is. Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
Sure, absolutely.
I noticed our workshops will start at 1:30. Do you mind if we start a little bit earlier? I'm sure our discussion will be a great deal.
We probably will need to start that one at 10 to give us enough time, but because we could be finished by 2 o'clock, guys. We really do have to finish because we do have a meeting at 5:30. So yeah, so I don't have a problem with that, and we have enough time to notice that the change in the workshop.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, Mr. Cologne, Ms. Haynes? Anybody?
Yeah, I do actually. So one of the things that the board ran into an issue prior to us being here was that the initial borrowing amount was 150, and everything that was brought to them was at that set amount. So when the interest, and if I remember the meeting correctly, when the mention of the interest happened, there was sort of no plan B, and I think that it caught our team kind of off guard, if I remember correctly. Again, I wasn't here at the time, but I think I've had that conversation. Is there any way we can look at this bonding? I know right now we're looking at 40, 60, 100, but is there a way to look at what 50 would look like rather than 60, sort of in those increments? Because, you know, what projects could we accomplish if we went, you know, 10 more, kind of to find that happy medium somewhere? I know that's probably a lot of work, but that may also give us a little bit of insight on as we select an amount versus having the big chunks of, you know, wow, that's a lot, but this may have been better, but we don't know what that looks like. So just a thought.
I'm sure we can do that. Deb, is it possible for us to actually add a 50 and a 75 to that?
Yes, Jay could do that. I guess my concern really is leaving all of this to the 25th, because we do have to present the budget on September 8th. So that is just, I believe, is that 1 week before?
Well, now, Deb, correct me. I thought we talked about the budget last week. That is what we voted on. But to now, I thought what we're doing now is actually getting down to how we were going to spend the funds. Am I incorrect?
Actually, no, you know what? That's 2 weeks, right? Well, we have to bring you the final budget. So,
right.
Yeah, providing you the options, that's 2 weeks. So we should be fine there. Yeah, we'll just need to wrap it all up after that. But yes, we can do 50, and I mean, we can run whatever numbers you want to run. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what Jay gets paid for. He's a whiz at that.
Okay, well, Jay. Okay, Jay. Well, we're expecting for you to go handle that and give us some scenarios looking at 50 and 75. But yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Do you want to look at different repayment scenarios? I know he mentioned, you know, possibly doing something different. Is that something that you're interested in, or?
Absolutely. Anything that'll bring Ms. Cuthbert and Ms. Haynes with us. So yes.
Madam Chair, if I
Go
may.
ahead, Mr. Persis.
Yeah, since we still have Steve there too, and along that same point was not just different increments of borrowing, but also a different schedule of schools to be built when, and using more of that LCIF fund to fund schools. I'd like to see that. If we can show us a few other ways of financing these schools. And yeah.
Okay.
Jay, do you have any questions for them?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think so. I think, as you mentioned, we can run any variety of scenarios for different amounts and different repayment terms. Just big picture, I just wanted to say kind of one thing. I know it's, you know, on the surface, it might seem like the district has a lot of debt, but I think if you compare yourselves to other school districts around the state, you have a lot of flexibility. And I think one of the reasons you can look at borrowing this amount of money is because you have a fairly small current debt burden, and all of your debt goes away in 12 years. So, you know, you talked about having projects, large projects that might be on the horizon. You know, you're going to have lots of flexibility moving forward, you know, because your debt service pays off in such a short period of time. I mean, we have a lot of school districts that, you know, have, you know, debt repayments going out 20 and 25 years that are using close to a full mill to make lease payments, which leaves them very little capacity for pay-as-you-go projects. Whereas I think, as Deb mentioned, you know, you all have a short repayment term, and you really only use half a mil for lease payment. So you have a full mil for you know, pay-as-you-go. So, you know, it's anybody's opinion what a lot of debt and what a little bit of debt is, but if you compare yourselves to other school districts and you look at like what the rating agencies look at in terms of debt, the Volusia Schools has a very low debt burden and a very rapid repayment term, which gives you the flexibility to have these types of discussions and the ability to issue debt if you want to accelerate projects. So I just wanted to mention that, and we can definitely bring some information back about historically how the city or districts issued debt, what the debt burden is, what the rates are, various refinancings we've done over time. So we should have all that information, can help Deb, put that together for your next meeting.
That's great.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. All righty. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Well, thank you all for the presentation, and we'll see you on the workshop on the 25th. And we will bring all these issues to a rest. Thank you, Deb. So now we'll move on. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is item number 16.01, public participation. Ms. Schultz, do we have any guests in the lobby?
Hello, we had several people call in and say they would like to participate in this section, but we have no one in the lobby at this time.
Oh, okay. They understood that this was not an actionable item, so our public participation was only limited to 15 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. All right. If somebody called in before we hang up, we will allow them that time. Moving on to item 17.01, I'll start with our school board attorney, Mr. Doran.
I've been waiting for this moment and I lost my screen. Very, very quickly. I have passed out to you resolution number 2020-26. You've already addressed the issue of the transfer of the superintendency power to Dr. Balgobin during Dr. Fritz's absence. This memorializes that decision, which was made on July 7th of 2020. And the only modification to the written resolution is it changes the date of return for Dr. Fritz from August 28th to August 31st. There being a weekend in between those two dates. So it really is not a change, but it is important because he is not coming back on the 28th. But he will be here on the 31st. So I just need a motion to approve and hopefully an approval of this document.
Motion to approve.
Second, Ms. Linda.
Thank you. It was made by Mr. Cologne, second by Mr. Persis. Any other discussion?
I would like to thank Dr. Balgobin for not having slept in the last ever or taking a day off. You have served our district. You were a godsend, and I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll move to call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne.
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes.
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis.
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert.
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for that, Attorney Doran. Anything else for us this evening?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with you, Mr. Cologne. Any closing comments or anything you like?
I have nothing, shockingly.
That is shocking. Mr. Carl Persis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great meeting. today, and it's just great to be back at DAC. I mean, I haven't been here in so long. But anyway, in regard to Dr. Balgobin, I was hoping that at our next board meeting, or is our next board meeting the 25th or the 11th?
11th is a special meeting, so we've already set that agenda, but the 25th is our regular schedule.
So perhaps maybe then on that 24th, that's the one we're talking about, right? There's a school board meeting then too.
25th, yes.
25th. Could we have on there an item like to consider compensating Dr. Balgobin for this time, perhaps a little extra compensation as has served us so well as in her role as interim superintendent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, we sure can. Thank you. Mrs. Cup.
And just one last thing. Keep K8 open. Keep an open mind. That's all I'm saying. Just keep an open mind. Don't shut the door totally. Just
you want to keep hope alive. Okay.
Just keep an open mind.
That's what all the
it all may work out.
That's what all the LCIF was about.
Keep it open. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert.
We're voting, or I have discussion.
This is the end of the meeting. Yes, anything you want to bring up?
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I guess I was starting to fade away. Thank you, Dr. Balgobin, for everything. I really like the chats that we've been having. It would be nice if we kept that up. I think that's a really, really good idea. That check-in, that really helps. It helps us, and it's scheduled and it's planned, and it's helped communication take care of a lot of issues. So thank you for coming up with that. I'd like to see that come again. And also, you said you were going to address an issue, a policy. Okay, I'll let you handle that. But thank you. And between now and the 11th, teachers will be coming back. And everybody stay healthy and wealthy and wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Ms. Haynes?
I'd like to start by also thanking Dr. Balgobin, because you had no idea when you arrived in Volusia County that you'd walk into a district where you didn't know anyone yet, and you'd be faced with a pandemic, and you'd have to pull together a team to prepare for that. But then at the same time, you would then have to step up and take over and get us through all of the challenges this summer and head us in the right direction for reopening. So my heart is with you, and I know you haven't had any sleep, and that I don't know how you're continuing every day, because you're working 24/7, but just know we appreciate you, and we appreciate that you stepped up. And I love our chats too that you have established, and it's really nice because you keep us all on the same page, and you help all of us to work together. So thank you for doing that, and I'd like to continue those. Since next Tuesday we'll be sitting here, and our teachers and staff will be back on campus, I just want to say to all of them, thank you very much, and thank you for, filling out the survey, and also so many of them reached out to parents to help answer questions and help the parents get their surveys filled out, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate all of our administrators that are back working and trying to figure out scheduling and all that at this time, but we look forward to seeing everyone back, and so thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Wright.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I know we have 2 callers in the lobby. Before we admit them, Ms. Schultz, just give me 1 second. The one thing I want to bring up, colleagues, we've all received emails as it relates to the uniform. And I don't know if you all have a different opinion, but just want to bring that up quickly. I had no intention of bringing up the uniform policy at this time. I was going to leave the uniform policy as stated. I don't believe we need to add any burden to parents. If there is a problem, many schools have uniforms. The district has uniforms. But if a child, for whatever reason, cannot wear a uniform this is not the year or the time that we're looking at making any disciplinary infractions about a uniform. But our uniform policy, I had not brought forward because I didn't think it was something we needed to discuss. I thought we were all on the same page that due to the pandemic, we were going to leave the uniform policy as stated, and again, allow children just to come back to school. If parents need some assistance as relates to collared shirts or uniforms, that many of our schools do have them on hand, and we do have some at the district level. Is that your pleasure, or do we need to address the uniform topic?
I'm fine, Madam Chair. I don't think we should penalize anybody as long as everything's covered.
I'm fine for leaving it.
I just didn't know whether the principals have said anything about it. Has that come up?
And they may be waiting, and they're probably waiting on us, Mr. Persis, because I know we had talked about it before we left for COVID.
Yeah. So I didn't know. That's my only thing, because I know on social media, I guess it's all over the place. That's what our emails say.
Right.
So they're saying, well, the board isn't. It's almost like the mask thing. If there has to be some kind of. It's mandatory. It's not an option. You have to wear the mask, and that's what we're saying. But with the uniform, we're kind of saying, well, if you don't wear it, you're not going to get in trouble for it. And if we do that, then, then we're kind of saying, well, it's not really, you don't have to. And I think that's what the principals and parents want to know now. So are we saying that nothing has changed?
Right. We didn't make any changes to the policy. So, I mean,
okay.
Unless we want to make some changes.
I think that's just what our principals need to know. And we can't really change the policy tonight.
Exactly.
Because we have to advertise the dress code and all of that. And,
exactly.
Whole deal. See, the attorney's nodding his head.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think that's a conversation, though, that the principals need to know, because you don't want principal at Ormond Beach Middle School doing something different than the principal at Hinson. Yeah.
Yes, correct. Go ahead, Mr. Cologne.
Okay, so
Can you make this quick, please?
It's what they do now. And so I'll tell you what I've said to my schools, and I don't know if we have the ability to suspend the disciplinary portion of the uniform policy is, and I've said this at my high schools, if a kid's wearing a shirt and it's not inappropriate, I would hope that kid would stay in class. And I think that's sort of what's followed at most of our schools right now, even with our uniform policy. And so to sit here and say that the uniform policy is being followed and we're going to leave it as is slightly delusional. And so my question would be is if our principals come back and say, you know what, we want to worry about masks and social distancing. We don't want to worry about the discipline. So the code of conduct part of that policy. In other words, we scratch that on an emergency basis. So we're not talking about changing the policy. It's just the consequences for not wearing the uniforms, which are right now just arbitrarily administered anyways.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I am going to move off of that. We could talk about that at a later day. The problem is when you give that kind of advice to a parent or administrator, is why we find ourselves having these conversations. We really shouldn't be I hear a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
We really shouldn't be giving any advice. We have a policy. We should adhere to our policy. We should tell parents what our policy is, and then allow them and their administrator to maybe have the conversation. But that's me. I just think we have to stay in our lane sometime because it's our policy. I don't care if you agree with it or not. It's still our policy.
Correct. And so as you know, we have come into this policy extremely broken from the get-go. And so with that being said, I can tell you there is not one high school campus I've ever been on that the uniform policy is is enforced, and that is the truth. So do we want to make this the year that we enforce uniform policy in addition to all of that other things that are going on? That's a question that I'd ask principals. And, I mean, I can't answer that question. I'm not at a school. I don't pretend to be at a school. And so I think that,
Again, like I said, I'm going to keep quiet on this. The problem is not the policy, it's the people. It's the people from this dais, it's the people in leadership. It is not the policy, period. And so we can argue about this all day. I think we have a policy. Again, we've asked our principals, we've asked our teachers and everybody to be very mindful during this time. And so
that's the same thing I'm saying. That's exactly
but I don't think we need to go and do no emergency anything. I think we have a policy. Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Okay, if I could just kind of sort this out from a legal standpoint, maybe bail all you out. You all set policy. You have a policy. You don't get to change anything unless you go through the process of changing the policy. What I hear you saying is kind of directed at the superintendent, which is, from an enforcement standpoint, first of all, I've heard you all say for the last year, the superintendent, quote unquote, whoever that may be, hasn't been enforcing this thing with principals largely anyway, but in certain schools. But what I hear you all saying is to the superintendent, don't make this your highest priority in terms of enforcement, maybe, but you can't just direct that, it not be followed, because it is what it is. Unless you're going to formally change it, it is exactly what it is. That's not going to change. You all don't have any say in that. What you have a say in is changing the policy, but the policy as it stands, you don't have a say in. Whether you hold the superintendent accountable for the enforcement of that policy on a certain level, lower or higher, that is, because you hire and fire a superintendent, that is fair game. So I think the superintendent probably has gotten the message that we have a policy, it's to be enforced, but maybe not strictly enforced and not a high priority this coming year. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
But
I just want to make sure we stayed on the record where we are with this.
Correct.
Because, it's getting pretty muddled.
Yeah.
So.
And so that's my whole point, is that it's been muddled for a very, very long time prior to any of us being here. And so, again,
that's your opinion.
My opinion. And so I just think that it's going to leave a lot of subjective nature to the policy. We either follow it or we don't follow it. And to say that, superintendent, please decide how you would like to, is really may not meet, as far as I'm concerned, it's the least of my worries this year. And how that translates to a policy, that's basically saying for Ruben, I really don't think that that's a priority, that policy right now be, well, you have to formally say that. You can't just say, because the way the community hears it, the way the principals hear it is, what, some are going to say, what, a kid can wear whatever they want. This is what the board said. They're not going to follow it. Okay. Others may hear, well, the board said they still want us to follow it. Maybe just not get the kid in trouble, so there's no consequence. I think it's that ambiguity that it's exactly what we're saying here. And so we either have a policy or we don't have a policy. If we don't feel that the policy is appropriate for this time, then we can't say we have a policy but don't follow it, because the policy actually has disciplinary guidelines to it.
But Mr. Colon, if I'm not mistaken, you're the one who gave the directive that you told your principals that this time they can just do it. None of us said that. What I said for every meeting since June is, hey, we have a policy. But right. This is not something that I'm trying to just be overbearing on, because I'm not. But I never gave a directive to anyone not to follow the policy.
Again,
and that's the problem.
Again, I don't give directives to anybody to not follow a policy. But when I say, you know, for me, it's important that a kid stays in, and this is before, this isn't since June, this is going back time. When I say it's important for me to have a kid in class and we can deal with the discipline later if he's got the wrong color shirt on, okay? I mean, that's how I feel about that. The reality is that if you go to any high school right now, they're wearing anything they want. Can anybody deny that? Okay, so with that being said,
At the day, do you want to change the policy so that we can either move forward and have that brought forward on an agenda so we can change the policy? Or are we going to turn that over to Dr. Balgobin? That's the question. What do you want to do?
So I believe that if we ask our principals what they feel is fair for the next school year, I would support that. It just has to be spelled out. It can't be insinuated. We're insinuating, not necessarily giving that direction.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, so I'd have to look, but I'd be really shocked if this meets. Am I on? I would, there's a lot of feedback. I would be really surprised if this meets the definition of something that can be changed on an emergency basis. There is no emergency about the policy of how you're dressed. So you're looking at a 90 to 120 day process where you go through, because this is rulemaking. So you got to go back through, and it's got to be specific. So you can't just repeal it all together. Then we wouldn't have any. So you're going to have to go through line by line, blue jeans, black jeans, white jeans, you know, collared shirts, no collared shirts. All that's going to have to be readdressed. And, you know, something's going to come out of that, and then it would be a change policy at that point, if that's what you want to do. And then if you want to change that back at some point, you would have to next year or whenever come back and redo that. So I just want to make sure what you're getting, you know, what you're getting yourself into if you start down this path.
And so with that being said, you know, and it's what I've said to parents as they've asked this question, is nothing has changed. Now, what that means different things, but for right now, the policy hasn't changed. And if that's the case, that it has to go through rulemaking, this is not a priority for me right now. And I think it's something we were really close. In fact, we were supposed to revisit it in October of last year, because we were in the same scenario right about this time where it was too close to the start of the school year to make any changes. And then of course we, you know, had a new superintendent. So again, I'm supportive of leaving it the way it is, which is what I've said to all of my parents, and you know exactly what it is. It'll be what it is right now. So if that's the case, then I don't feel a need to bring it back.
Okay. Any other comments, colleagues? Anybody else? Okay. That was number one. Number two, I received an email from FSBA, and we need to appoint someone tonight to the legislative committee. I believe, who actually serves on that committee now? Is that you, Ms. Cuthbert, or are you, Ms. Haynes?
I'm her, she's on it.
the board of directors.
It's me.
You're on the
I am, yes.
Legislative.
Would you like to stay on that committee?
I can, unless somebody else would like the pleasure.
It has been, there's a new name for it. It's called the Advocacy Committee. And
Yes.
so he was it and I was his assistant. I'm vice chair of the Finance Committee for the state, so I would prefer not to.
So I will be more than happy to continue. Yes.
Okay, and we do need someone to serve in his absence. Would one of you like to serve on that committee, Mr. Persis or?
No, I don't mind doing it again. I
Okay.
was his assistant last year. I don't mind doing that again.
Okay, so you're just saying you didn't want to take the role.
Yes, I can't do the main role. I can back him up if need be.
Oh, okay,
But,
okay.
yeah, since I know, yeah, that's okay.
And I didn't want to take the main role because I'm on the board of directors.
Okay, so Mr. Colon, you will remain our person, and you will be his assistant or his backup.
His backup.
Okay, all right. Ms. Schultz, I know we have some guests in the lobby. Can you invite them in, please, ma'am?
Yep. First up, we have Mr. Keith Brooks.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Brooks. Good evening, Mr. Brooks.
*6.
Mr. Brooks? Did you hear us to push *6, Mr. Brooks? Good evening.
Miss Wright, he's in the meeting, but his phone, just now unmuted.
Okay.
Just now unmuted.
Mr. Brooks,
Hello?
can you turn Mr. Brooks, can you turn down your computer in the background for us, please? Can you turn down your computer in the background?
Okay, how is that?
That is perfect, Mr. Brooks. Can you please state your full name, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Keith Brooks, and I'm the PTA president at T.T. Small Elementary School. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm calling this evening because I feel that our children are lacking a 21st century school. I understand that we're trying to do other things, but T.T. Small is in dire need of a new school. It's raining right now in Daytona Beach, and every time it rains over there, we have problems with flooding. We have mold problems, and it's just a disgrace over there. And our kids deserve better. Our kids deserve better, and that school is one of the oldest schools in the district, and we need help. We really do. And I just hope and pray that we do the right thing for our children. And that's really all I have to say. We just need help with our children over there.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. You have a nice evening.
You do the same, sir. Our next caller, Ms. Schultz.
We do not have anyone else in the lobby.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Anything else before we adjourn for today? Hearing nothing, we adjourn our meeting. Have a good one. See you next Tuesday.